Call this meeting to order if we may. We're at 5 minutes behind. It's 9:05 today. February, I almost said February 13th. It does not feel like April outside. February 13th, 2025 is the Utah State Charter School Board meeting. We welcome everyone here, that you've made it through this cold spell that we're having, but that's winter in Utah, as it should be, right? So we're glad everyone is here today. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Chair Spiker. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful. Thank you all. One of the big events of today is a transition of board members, which is always a joyful and a difficult thing to do. I'm going to hold that though just a minute. I'd like to prolong that exchange for just a few minutes. Dr. Rich Nye, who is coming to complete that formality, is on his way and will be here soon. So I'm going to just, looking at our schedule, I'm going to ask if Member Olson would like to, if he wouldn't mind, we're beginning with his thought today, and then we'll see how we go from there. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. I'd mentioned to my wife a few days ago that I'd had this assignment to share a thought, and she told me, be sure you come up with something interesting and exciting, eye-catching. And when I told her I'd found some really great literature on the NACSA website about authorizing, she just rolled her eyes and said, good luck with that. But as we completed last month a round of authorizing new charter schools, and as we have the opportunity today to authorize, I thought it would be great for me to spend some time just reviewing some NACSA thoughts, literature on quality charter school authorizing. So here are a few things that I found, and I think these are all great. If and how authorizers fulfill their responsibilities of approving new schools, monitoring performance, and closing failing schools determines the overall quality of charter schools in a community. Good authorizers make it their mission to give more students access to great schools. They expand choices for parents by opening and growing more great schools. They focus on what a charter school achieves, not how it does the work. They set clear expectations on the front end and use strong accountability on the back end. Authorizers should ensure that each school has freedom and flexibility to innovate and meet student needs, while also making sure the school is succeeding and open to all. If a school isn't serving students and taxpayers, a good authorizer closes that school and works to ensure students can smoothly transition into better options. So I don't think any of these standards are novel to us. They're consistent with our mission, our vision, our core values that we have as we've laid out in our strategic plan. And I just want to say how impressed I am with the members of our board, with our incredible staff, for all being united in this effort. I feel like we're all on the same page in meeting these goals. And I look forward to applying this and thinking about these things today with what we've got on our plate.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think we all too personally, our end goal is the same. We sometimes come at it from different directions, but we continue, even if we disagree, to like each other and be able to come to those conclusions about we really want to take good care of kids and families and give opportunities for learning in the state. So that's all really is worthwhile. Thank you. I'm going to skip to our any public comment. Do we have some public comment today? No public comment. All right. So let's go to our consent calendar. Let me preview that for you, of course. Our draft minutes from our January board meeting, if you had an opportunity to read through those with your board materials today. And also a reminder, Voyage Academy is now updating their agreement aligned with our new template. The authorizing committee has looked through that and has recommended to us for approval. So with those two items on consent, do I have anyone who would like to comment, make a motion on the board?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Thank you. So member Cisneros makes a motion to approve that consent calendar. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second
A
that.
second from member Bassett. Any discussion about the consent calendar or the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, I will that passes unanimously, that consent calendar. All right. We still have our other little piece of business. I know that Dr. Nye is coming as quickly as possible, having been he was at the state board office initially, and so he's on his way to 100 South, so he will be with us too. Let's I won't do that too soon either, and to go too quickly. Let's, because I know Cindy and Greg are here, but let's go to that part of it, and then we'll make the other part of the transition. As you know, today, we say goodbye as a board member, not goodbye as a friend or a colleague or someone with whom we continue to work. But Cindy Phillips, who has been a member of this board for the last 8 years, and we know that hasn't been a passive service, that she's worked diligently to improve the work that we do and try to make opportunities stronger and better for children throughout this state, for families throughout this state. Working closely with our policymakers, with each of us, she is tireless. And I'm not saying anything that the rest of you don't know. In fact, I hope others would like to comment about that as well. But today she will excuse herself as a member of a board so she can spend that additional time serving in other ways. And I suspect, if we know Cindy, that means her passion is around charters, and part of that passion, and she will, a good chunk of that, she will still be around and supporting and be a part of what we do. I'm hoping there's some other things she has time for, but I'll talk about that in a minute. In the meantime, we welcome Cindy here and her husband Greg. For those of you who have not met Greg, we welcome Greg to our meeting as well, so we have an opportunity to thank Cindy for her work. And you should know, Greg, that I think you do know, because I suspect she talks to you about it at home. She's not always a silent person. So when she cares about something, she speaks about it, right? I say that in the best of ways. She doesn't hold back. She speaks about it. And so I'm sure you've heard several of the sagas along the way too. And we so appreciate her engagement through that, and know how much we love and appreciate her, and not just in this room, but throughout the state as well. As she has jumped in when someone has had a death and needed help, she's jumped in and helped people with Apple endorsements. She's jumped in and helped in a variety of ways. When a friend needed to close a school, she worked hours of additional time to help that happen appropriately. And she's just been a wealth of knowledge, and we appreciate it. I wonder if there's anyone else on our board who might like to say anything. And if you would, and I suspect everyone has things you'd like to say, and if not, you can say it to Cindy individually. Dr. Craig.
As staff, we do just have something that we'd like to share. These are the things that we think of when we think of you First, we thought of intelligent. You just have an unbelievable capacity to understand and apply skills and to articulate the knowledge that you have. But when you pair that up with hardworking, you really become a real force for good. And you pair up that intelligence with hardworking, and it makes you really strong. And we do all view you as staff, and I know a lot of board members, as being just a strong individual that really works on behalf of students and families. And in that many ways, you're omnipresent. You're always around, always involved, always engaged, right? And that's how we oftentimes think of you. As Cindy Phillips is just engaged in all of these different things related to charter public schools. And then I think as you get to know you more and more, you know just that you're so genuine and that you're absolutely caring. And I just know that because of these qualities, that you are who anybody would want on their team. And we want you to continue to be around, to work with us, you are the exact type of individual with these qualities that anybody, including us, would want on your team. Thank you for calling me when I first started with your presence and all these other qualities. When I first interviewed, I just felt that your leadership was there. And then one other thing that I recall that's a great concrete example is working through the MOU. I gave you a ride one time and we found ourselves in a parking lot, and I was talking about the MOU between the USBE and the State Charter School Board. And you just kept repeating that you were positive that it would be complete. You knew that we were on the right side of many of the different aspects of it. And we are always grateful for that and all of the work that you've done. You'll be missed, but we will continue to want to work with you. So just thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please, Member Bass.
So I want to just speak directly to Cindy and let you know, oh, pardon me, just how impressed I am by your precision of words and your grace. And as I was thinking of what I wanted to say to you today also, so continually, constantly impressed with your passion, compassion, and composure. And I am grateful for your mentorship. And you are a delight. And it is like the thrill of my life that this board brought us together and put you in my life. So thank you for all that you've contributed, not just to me, but to our students and our charter schools and the entire community.
Yeah, thank you. Soon to be member, possibly.
Thank you. I met Cindy, excuse me, I think the first time I met her is when she came to my house as a legislator to talk to me about a policy. And she was very impressive. And I very quickly knew that she was somebody that I wanted to hear from when it came to education policy and charters. And her voice was important to me. And we had the opportunity to work on several boards and things together. And I just thought that she was the best, which is really exactly what you want when, you know, you're working with a legislator. But I thought of her very, very highly and still do. And I'm pleased to honored to take her seat.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please.
I think it's awesome that you get to hear your funeral. Not many people get to sit and hear their funeral. And I just want, Cindy knows this because I told her before, but one, I love her brain, but more, I love her sense of humor and her ease at which she laughs, because she can tackle difficult subjects and lighten the load, because you also know that when you hold people to task, you will help them rise to the next level of accountability and greatness. And I have shared with Cindy that I hope she stays a mentor in my life, because if I can be half as good as Cindy is, I will consider that a gift in my life. So thank you and best wishes in your next endeavors.
Thank you, Member Cisneros. Thank you so much.
I just, if I could add,
This is not a requirement, everyone. We love
but I would like to just,
you say that. Thank you.
Cindy's 8 years on this board is probably going to represent 38 years of work in human life.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
She just has unbound capacity and energy. But Cindy is the one member of this board. Well, I guess Rebecca a little bit, but Cindy, I really knew it just a little bit before joining this board, and I'm just in awe of her energy. She has the energy of a golden retriever, and yet she has the capacity of just a distinguished professor. She's just so articulate. I think what makes Cindy a unicorn is just the fact that she can deploy her energy in such effective ways. And she's a bridge builder. She's not a divider. Somebody with her intellect and capacity. Aren't filled. And I think anytime Cindy probably leaves an organization, that hole just won't be filled as good as the other members of any team are. But I just share that as a piece of admiration for her, and admire Cindy's work and just who she is as a person, especially. So thanks for your time. You're just a wonderful delight to me.
Thank you, Member Businger. Thank you so much. All right. I don't know if there are others. I just wanted to note that among many things, Cindy's service on our board meant the completion of an MOU that some folks said directly to our faces, right, Cindy? That will never happen. An MOU with the State Board of Education. It did happen. It is now in place, largely from Cindy's dogged assurance that that would happen. We are in a new location, just in our surroundings. We know that happened. New code was passed that strengthens the work that we do. And that actually answers many of the questions that a state auditor's report asked to have happen and are now in place that give this unique organization, agency, an opportunity to serve in a way that we can move forward with less restriction and making sure things happen correctly. Also a strategic plan that she helped to guide this board that we will think of Cindy frequently as we look back on that. Each of these will touch all of the work that we do. Those are just a few of many things that we do that Cindy influenced while she was here. So she was not a loafer. She worked really hard. And as none of these board members are loafers, but she worked really hard to make sure that those things happened. Is that telling me my time is up? No. I had a student do that the other day, timed me. I said, maybe I need a timer. And he said, stop. So anyway, it came to that point. Please, would you add?
I hope I'm not out of place, but since we're waiting for Mr. Nine, I just wanted to say, as the executive director of Dark Century, how much I appreciate Cindy on the Hill, coming up on the Hill. We've never had a member of the charter board come up on the Hill as regularly as she has.
Yeah.
And all of our success is in large part due to what she has done, relationships that she created with many of the legislators. And I just want to announce, that I have twisted her arm into coming working alongside me as the charter board legislative and policy advisor.
Fabulous.
She's not going in.
Yeah. Yeah, thank goodness. I don't think she would have anyway, but that. So thank you for helping them to stay in place. Well, I propose that we do this. We have a plaque that we would like to give to Cindy so she can think of us periodically through that. And maybe if board, we could all gather and have a picture together. And then I have one last little thing I would like to give to Cindy as well. I was like, as our board members depart, I'd like to give them a little something to think about us with. So if we can do that. Now, I'm going to tell you. So this is the plaque. And it says Utah Charter School Board, Cynthia Phillips Award of Excellence, years of service to the board. It has a beautiful stand as well that our team morning and found that as it was sent to us, the plaque does not fit the slot in the base. So Cindy, if you'll hold this part, we will get a base that fits.
One that doesn't fit.
We're making a round hole.
We will honor your request.
Thank
Should you like, or we could still get a new base and you could make a
Yeah,
choice.
right.
So may we gather, where's a good place we could stand?
By the flag and-
Over here by
Yeah.
our sign. Could we, Cindy, would you please come up and let's say thank you?
Taking pictures on our team. Amy will.
And we don't have to gather.
Chair Bowles, do you want us to kind of?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Board, come around.
Thank you.
Bree, you and I go on the sides.
Crystal.
Yeah, why don't we do that? That way, yeah.
I'm gonna say we're not very well.
All right.
You want the, yeah.
You've always got it as well. Come here, right here.
I don't want to say anything, but notice Cindy's organizing it.
Right, it's true.
Wait, is that?
Do we need to clump in? Amy, do we need to clump in?
Oh, yeah.
And can you get everyone?
I'll take some pictures and you go get in the picture.
All right.
Yeah, you need to be in the picture, sir. I'll send you this. Wait.
Yes, that's good. Thanks.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right, Cindy, come here too. Here's the base that doesn't fit. And usually when you give someone a gift, you let them open it and be surprised. I'm gonna tell you what it is before she opens it. And then I'm gonna let her open it so you can see. Because I thought about what to give Cindy. As you know, Cindy was a teacher of Latin. And we have Latin speakers, Latin lovers around this state now because Cindy's instruction. And this is the part I said, we hope that she will have a little time to do something, and that's complete her dissertation. All her comps are done, but work to that end, and she's writing about the work of, I believe, a woman who wrote anciently, you have to tell me the name. And
Perpetua, she was martyred, and so she was written about.
so this is also Latin, right? Then Cindy, the ancient, the Roman god of war, which Cindy has gone to war for us often, was Mars. But there's also victory in all of that. So this is an ancient Roman. I'm going to have Cindy open it and you can see Roman silver daedalus. It was a coin. This is a coin from 103 BC. It's 2,100 years old. So from ancient Rome, on one side is Mars, and on the other side is victory.
I love that, Brian. Thank you so much. That's how old it is.
Older than Julius Caesar?
By 3 years.
Oh.
By 3 years.
And he seems like such an old guy.
I'm very, how thoughtful. Thank you so much.
I've been excited. Got to think, what would Cindy need or want? And it's just small, but I thought she can carry it with her or just put it out to see. I love it. You can open up and take it. So she can think of it. It can be her worry stone in her pocket to encourage her to say, I've got to finish my work. 2,100 years old. How does something live that long? I know. Isn't that beautiful?
Absolutely.
But that's.
And there's victory.
Yeah. So
Love her so much. Thank
to a
you.
Latin lover.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You're all so gracious, and it's been a wonderful journey primarily because of the people that I've been on it with, and that includes our lovely staff, who I consider dear friends, and our wonderful board members, those present and those that I've had the opportunity to serve with previously. So thank you so much for being part of the team that you invited me onto. Thank you again.
Thank you. And thanks, Greg, for coming as well to be with her today, so we could honor her. So thank you so much. All right, let's return to our seats, if we will. How many? All right, so with that transition, this is the bittersweet part, right? So the hard thing we won't see in each of our meetings. We don't have Cindy here each time. But we will have such a fabulous individual joining our board. This is Susan Pulsifer, who we already know that. The governor has now appointed, the Senate confirmed, and we're ready for actual official swearing in. Susan is, so that you know, and I think most of you do, but as when she even lived in Clark County, her civil service was really around schools. She jumped into work because she cared so much about schools. Was a tremendous board member. That's when I first met her, of the Jordan School District Board, became a representative to our state and worked tirelessly to do things like reduce the piles of paperwork that schools have that floats off to who knows where, but to reduce the reporting work so that we have more time to help kids. And now has agreed in her busy schedule still to be a part of this board. We are so fortunate and welcome you, Susan, sincerely. We're so thrilled to have you here. But you may also know Dr. Rich Nye, who has visited our board before as well, and also a great educator. He's the governor's deputy of education currently and has the authority to swear in a new member of our board who has been confirmed, and Susan has. So I'm going to turn to Dr. Nye to do that part. How would you like to proceed?
Well, first of all, by expressing my gratitude of Governor Fox, first and foremost, thank you for the service that has been provided, 8 years, multiple years, and then for the service of the state charter school. Appreciate all that you do, and appreciate you. I've known you a long time, and I know your passion, and looking forward to that breadth and depth of the experience that you'll bring to this board. So with that, where would you like us to stand for right here in front of the
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
people? I state your name.
I, Susan Pulsifer,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the state,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate Dr. Knight, especially during a legislative session, to take part of the day to come and be with us, which I know he's really busy at this time of year particularly. Thank you so much. We know what a great support and help he is to schools throughout this state too, and has for years. So thank you. We're glad to have him. All right, let us then, I'm just waiting for a second for that last paperwork, because then we want to really put Susan to work. She doesn't get to be passive either. And we're going to start right into work. So if you'll look at your agenda then, I'm seeing that we are at the point of a discussion and action item, board bylaws and conflict of interest. So we are to that portion. As soon as and I'll turn that time to Vice Chair Spiker to lead that discussion. That is a duty of the Vice Chair of the board. And so she will lead us in that discussion. Oh. We want to translations act. Okay, all right, okay. I think that's a great idea. In fact, so Director Kramer said, after we'd even passed the point when we had asked if we had anyone for public comment, we had someone after that point request to address, to add a public comment. And I think whenever someone comes to do that, we absolutely want to take the opportunity to have someone address us. And so, I don't know who that.
Yeah, we're getting the sheet.
No,
No,
all right, so no,
no.
all right.
It was there and
Okay.
it got crossed out.
Okay, so thank you. But if there had been, we would want to always take time to do that, to honor individuals' opportunity to speak to the board. And we always are very willing to listen as a board. And this is the appropriate place to do it because individually, you know, that boards like others are bodies politic and we don't, any one of us have the authority to make changes or promises or to do anything, but as a team, we do. As a team, we do. So this is the right place to do that at the will of the board. All right, so let's go then, Vice Chair Spiker, if you'll, I'll turn the time to you relative to the board bylaws and conflict of interest.
Thank you. I'm also, gosh, I just feel like I want to keep the celebrations going as we're in our meeting today. And I am mindful of our time, so I want to begin this conversation as we're talking about the bylaws, that we might make a decision that we would like some more time. So I think that we have that ability to continue this conversation next month. So just please keep that in the backdrop of your mind. We originally had this on our agenda to discuss in November. We had a very busy meeting. We did run out of time, or we made the decision to postpone that conversation until this meeting, just due to the board business that we had. So I want to just start off by saying that several of the updates to the bylaws were just grammatical. We found a few typos, and you'll see that in the draft that was attached to the agenda. And Member Cisneros, we also included the one that you had shared with me. There was like an into, I think, or when we made that catch, and that is now corrected in this particular draft. There were several of those changes. And I also want to draw your attention to Section 4, the selection of duties and officers. And there's a section in there that we decided to add make it time bound. We felt that that would provide some structure for the board, specifically under Section A, election of chair and vice chair of the State Charter School Board. And you'll see in number 1, the vice chair shall oversee the elections typically between April and June. And we just felt we added that. It's not like giving us 1 month, but it gives us a few months and allows us then to make sure that we're in check. Because we had discussed when we were going through this process about what are we doing every year that we want to make sure that we're keeping on track, and that we know that things need to happen in a certain time period in order for us to be able to do business effectively in other parts of the year. So we added that to that section, and then we also added that under B, under the duties of the chair, and it's under number 5. we added a section in there for initiates a self-evaluation of the state charter school board every even year at such times may be advisable. This should typically be done in the spring. So again, we added that just to give us, to hold us accountable to that time frame. So those were those really, I would say, more minor edits that we wanted to draw your attention to. And then I also wanted to share and draw your attention to the conflict of interest section. And that is specifically under section C, or sorry about that. Yes. Under, oh, sorry, I have sorry about that. Let's find that. I'm just looking at my wrong. Let's find that under our conflict of interest section. Hold on, everybody. There we go. It's D, section D. And what I'm about to share, I want to preclude that this originally, when we were going to have this conversation in November, Member Phillips had shared some feedback with me that she would have been able to be present and have a voice in this space to share that under her role. But as we just experienced, we've had a transition on the board. And I wanted to be sure to share this feedback with all of you and potentially for us to consider if we would like to edit or change or think about the process in which we disclose conflicts of interest. And this came out of just business and processes that we had undergone in the last round of approvals. And Member Phillips at that time thought that this would be beneficial for us to discuss. So with that, I'm going to share, and I guess as you can see, as it's written, that currently right now, and I think we just experienced this last month with some of our members as we were in conversation about disclosing a conflict of interest. So currently you can see any matter to be voted upon by the state charter school board, which creates a potential or actual conflict between state charter school board members' personal or representational interests and his or her public duties shall be disclosed in an open meeting to the members of the body. Those matters which may create an appearance of a conflict of interest or simply as such a conflict may be raised and disclosed with the state charter school board. And therefore the board may act to acknowledge such appearance or implication and note in the minutes. Now, this is the final sentence that I think is something for us to discuss, is with such disclosure, we still, as a board member, may participate in any discussion of the matter and vote in that necessary vote. So I want to share some of the feedback that was given to us. And again, this is where and feel free, maybe we can add to this if we'd like, that I'm happy to share this feedback with you and we can discuss this later if you'd like to talk about this. I would love your feedback and how you feel about our process of disclosing our conflicts of interest. So specifically, some of the feedback that was given or that at the time that Member Phillips would have shared with us. And again, just make sure that we provide voice because we were going to discuss this in November. So we do not need to take any action on this, but I would like your feedback and opinion on this. So to begin, any matter to be voted upon by us as the state charter school board, which creates a potential or actual conflict of interest, should be disclosed in an open public meeting at the start of the meeting when that topic is being introduced. And I think we do that currently. Secondly, a state charter school board member may raise concerns about a potential or actual conflict between another member's personal or representational interests and that member's public duties at the start of the meeting or when the relevant topic is introduced, if the member suspects a conflict exists. That is a new piece for us to consider. Third, upon the disclosure of that conflict of interest or raising the concern about a potential conflict of interest, as a board, we should discuss whether a member is conflicted by reviewing that individual's potential personal or financial interests to be related to that matter under discussion. And if those interests could significantly influence a member's judgment or decision-making on that matter, thereby creating a conflict of interest. And so that brings the conversation to the board for us to discuss once that conflict is disclosed. The board chair would facilitate the board's discussion about the potential conflicts of interest and will make the final decision on whether a member is conflicted and should recuse themselves from the discussion. And so the suggestion was then the decision then is in the chair's hand. Again, this is a change to our current bylaws and just wanting your feedback and suggestions. A state charter school board member so conflicted shall not participate in any discussion or consideration of that matter or cast a vote in the issue. And this is more definitive than what we currently have in our bylaws. And then lastly, we do currently do this. And in fact, I think we just did this in our last meeting, is that we annually do disclose our conflicts of interest in a written format, in an interest form that's retained in a permanent place. So, and I know I just shared a lot. In the big picture, I want, again, I'm honoring at the time Member Phillips' voice and space on this board. We are now in February in a different place. I do think it is important, though, for us to discuss one of the gifts, and I think it became relevant and it becomes even more obvious every time I'm on a board or in a meeting with all of you, is the incredible skills and networks that we all hold in this place. And so this might become something that we want to discuss more. So, so with that, this is, I would love, again, love your feedback on this and to provide some direction if we feel that we want to keep our current bylaws as is. As you can see in the draft that's presented for us to consider today, that is not present. I did feel, though, it was important to bring this to your attention and for us to discuss. So I will leave it there. For your comments. Or not necessarily. Yes, please.
If I can ask a question.
Yes.
You all know and I don't yet, but where is, you said everybody identifies conflicts of interest, and where do we identify those and where are they kept?
Director, can you?
We have a document that's signed by board members, so staff helps facilitate a written annual document that just discloses that you don't have conflicts, or if you do, you identify what those conflicts are. So that's an annual process that happens. In addition to that, our current bylaws state that if you perceive that you have a conflict, that you raise that potential conflict or recuse yourself because you know that there's a conflict.
So
it's happening real time with each agenda item and oftentimes associated action item.
So
it's kind of recurring.
Yeah, my question is, if these are identified, are they kept in a public place that the public could see what those conflicts are? Is there a place people?
Public meeting minutes, because our entire meeting is captured. So it would be just through minutes and through the video recording of the meetings, but not in a different format currently.
Okay, and I'm just thinking,
Yep.
in the legislature, we have to identify that they are kept in a place that the public could go if they wanted to and look and thinking maybe if we identify them there, then it would solve the
Yes,
problem. I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you for asking that and identifying that strategy. Yeah, please.
Vice Chair, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding what's being presented today for decision. What we have circulated as bylaws is the draft with just some of the typos that have been corrected.
Yes,
right?
and those time-bound changes.
Right. But the section specifically about conflicts of interest that's in this current draft has not been changed. This is how it's been. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then what you just suggested is some items for us to consider potentially adding to this.
That is correct.
Okay, for former member. So can I just suggest then that we in a moment, I guess I'll move for the approval of this. That needs to happen today. The goal would be to at least approve this today and then potentially consider some additional language that we can approve at a later time. Is that what you would suggest?
We have that option, and we also have the option of tabling this vote until March.
I see.
Yeah, I certainly would suggest deferring any decision on the new language until we've circulated it and had a chance to consider it. I guess I would pose this question about our current draft bylaws. And I don't know that anyone has an answer to it, but it does seem kind of strange to me that last sentence of section 5D that suggests that even if you do have a conflict of interest, you're welcome to. In fact, you're authorized by the bylaws, even directed by the bylaws. You
Right.
could argue to go ahead and cast a vote and participate in the discussion. It seems that our practice as a board, as long as I've been on it, to the extent there's a conflict of interest or a possible appearance of a conflict of interest, because we should act conservatively in how we deal with conflicts of interest. Typically, board members have abstained from participating.
Mhm.
That, I think, has been our
Exactly.
practice, notwithstanding this language. So I would suggest, I'm not making a motion, but I would suggest that we remove that language in the last sentence as we consider a revision to it, because I just being misinterpreted. If, for example, someone discloses for example, there was a discussion last month, and I think member Biesinger disclosed something that clearly was not a conflict of interest, but he was stating something in abundance of caution, having had some prior involvement with the school. Based on that disclosure, I think everybody, speaking for myself, I was comfortable with having him participate in the discussion and the voting on that particular item. But I don't think we need that last sentence in section D to authorize or preclude him being able to do that. It seems that acting prudently, we should remove that language and continue to encourage and require board members to speak up if there is a even possible appearance of a conflict of interest. But then whether they participate in the discussion and the vote really depends on the nature and circumstances of it. So I don't know that I'm proposing or suggesting anything, but those are my thoughts on this.
And I do think that last sentence definitely was as a point of contention, and one for us to review, that I think Member Phillips at the time wanted us to, that really was a point of this conversation. So I appreciate those comments.
Can I make a comment? I really appreciate the focus on this, because I do think this falls in my world, at least sometimes, because of the nature of my work. I read that last sentence to say, in my brain, I read that paragraph of the last sentence to say, using me as an example, err on the side of disclosure. But then if the board collectively feels like there is not such a conflict there, you know, they appreciate the disclosure, then that board member would be able to, upon that disclosure, participate in the discussion as well. So I read that sentence to almost say, please disclose any potential conflict. If the board deems that as not a conflict, but a proper disclosure, which I think my example last month, and I have a couple of things on this.
Yeah.
I have a couple of these today, with two situations. One, I feel like I want to make a disclosure. I don't necessarily think there's a conflict. The second, I will clearly be recusing myself. So that's how I read that sentence. Now, I will defer to the legal minds on whether that's best to be in or out, but I thought that just added clarity that we want to err on the side of disclosure. If that individual and the board collectively feel like there's not a conflict such that you wouldn't need to recuse yourself, then it just kind of adds clarity that member of the board could continue in discussion on that matter, make a vote, because they had disclosed in the spirit of being a public body. So whether that sentence, yeah, I view it as a sentence that adds clarity, but again, I will actually defer to legal minds that kind of see these things in a way that it could come across in a way that I didn't read it. So I guess that would be my comment, and I would be fine if that was taken out, but that's how I view it. And I actually appreciate that sentence for my situation because I probably more than others, at least as the current makeup of the board, will find myself needing to make disclosures.
Thank you for that perspective. Yeah.
I don't have concerns if it stays or goes. I feel like as it's written, it could go a myriad of ways based upon the temperature and belief of the sitting chair.
Right.
And so I feel like whether we keep that sentence or take it out, we need more process language built into the bylaws so that consistency of practice occurs. There have been times when someone has recused and the direction has been to leave the room entirely.
Right.
And there have been times when people have been told it's a conflict and yet they've stayed in the room and participated. And so we've been inconsistent in our application of our process.
Mhm.
And I think because there's not clear direction of the board for a clear process to outline. So that would be my only ask, is that if we're going to, that we should tighten up process.
Mhm. And I will say that I think that is the intent behind this conversation, and at the time, Member Phillips bringing this to my attention, that we would have this conversation as a board and think about the process in which we disclose our conflicts of interest and then engage in the space and what that looks like in forthcoming vote.
So can I add one?
Oh, yeah, please.
There is a little bit of language in code surrounding how our boards must operate when they're conflicted. So I feel like we should probably borrow some of that language for consistency across. If we're expecting our boards to behave in a certain way, then we probably should be following the same guidelines.
Mhm.
Chair and Vice Chair.
Yeah, please.
Sounds like there could be some tasks or
I was
work
just about
associated
to
with some of
say,
this,
yep,
with some
thank you.
good input. You know, staff would be willing to provide some options around process, language, different ideas that circulated. And then maybe at a future board meeting, you have, you know, 2-3 options of bylaws that include these things. We'd be willing to do that.
I would like that. I would also ask that we engage in that sooner than later, or so that we can, and back to the point of how we would like to move forward, we can vote on the bylaws as they are today. We can also hold on this, and if you think that this is possible for staff to accomplish in the next month, I would appreciate having the opportunity to vote on this in March, because we're now several months delaying this vote, and I prefer not to put it off too long.
And we know you've been super engaged and motivated, so we can match your level of engagement and get it done if that's the board's direction and decision.
Great, great. So I would make a motion that I would like to table the vote, and I don't know if we need a motion to do that. I think we do. Okay. So I would like to make a motion that we table our vote on the bylaws and charge our staff to provide us options on a process to engage in disclosing our conflict of interest that would be added to the bylaws for our March meeting.
Second that motion.
All right, since you made the motion, I'm gonna ask for a second to that motion then.
I second.
And second
Yes.
from Member Cisneros.
Mhm.
Any further discussion around that conflict of interest in bylaws? Member Olson?
There has to be form language from other state of Utah boards that we'd be able to draw from. So I would imagine you can find that.
Yes.
But I agree with Member Cisneros, so we should start with statute. Let's see
Yeah.
what we have to have in there based on what the statute requires. But I'm sure we can find other form language from other boards in the state.
Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. And may I add to that too, of course, staff is working with us by March. We make sure that our board has ample time.
Yes,
to have
thank you.
those to review prior to the board meeting
Thank
if we
you.
can. I know we send a letter, we try to always send a letter a week prior, but we may even need a little more time than that
Okay.
to review the bylaws. So
Thank
I'm requesting that as those are
Oh,
ready, to
agreed.
send them as soon as possible. so
Agreed.
board members can review them. All right. So any other further discussion? Not seeing any, the motion is to table to March, so we are tabling specifically to the March agenda, this item for while staff others are able to go through the bylaws and give us some potential language and direction to follow. All right. Not seeing any further discussion. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Hi.
All right, and I as well, and so that's, thank you,
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair Spiker, for leading us through that, and so we'll move forward with that in mind, and we will see that on our March agenda. Let's move to now the next items on our agenda. Folks are here waiting. We do it because we love to have all of you here, so it's fun. It's like, you know, it's a way to have your friends come and visit, so it's a good thing. But we didn't do it purposely. I have to say, start with an apology to those of you who are here to present your large expansion requests. Normally, we would have done that in our January meeting. Thank you. When you got notice that we needed to postpone these, the 6 requests to this meeting. We had a full meeting last time with new applications and with satellite requests. Now we can more thoughtfully talk to you and listen to your requests. And so thank you so much for postponing to this month. We really appreciate it. And I know that great effort for many of you. You rearrange your schedules to be here today, and we really do appreciate it. Thank you. I think it's better for all of us. I hope you'll agree as we continue. So thank you so much. Our plan is we have 6 large expansion requests. We'll have opportunity to ask questions. We've all read those requests. We have opportunity to talk to each individual school relative to those requests. And we'll just listen to each of those, and then we will have an opportunity to consider those requests at the appointed time on our agenda. So we'll start first off with John Hancock. And if the folks from John Hancock would like to, do we have chairs at the end of the table? Yes, we do. And so if you'd like to come up and join us. Let's,
Yeah, I think with 3 just for, that it would be like, I didn't know how many of you guys. So if you want to bring your chair up, you can definitely, but there's 3 already here.
sure. So if we'll turn to ours, yes.
I do need to make a disclosure.
All right, as we come to that, we'll pause for that. We will, our work in action, here we go. So.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. And we'll ask that of each school, just so that we're up here around the table discussing together and we can pose any questions we may have had. And it may be very brief. We may not have any questions and we may have, so, but thanks, it's good to see faces here and ready to go. I'm going to begin with Member Biesinger, who would like to make a statement as we begin. Point in practice as we see the.
Speaking of right out of the.
Thank you, thank you. As a teacher, I love this. It's like in action.
I do want to disclose a conflict. As I've shared with this board, part of my career is, not part of my career is to help schools in the state and across the country with facility financing. Our company has had John Hancock as a client. We helped them with their 2022. We closed the transaction in 2022 that was the funding of their Eagle Mountain building. At the end of last year, December of 2024, we did a second part of that to help them expand on that. Those transactions are both closed. So any compensation that I have received is done. It would not be dependent upon today's discussion at all. I think the future expansion they're asking for, that large project would again go through the appropriate RFP process. So I want to make sure I disclose. If the board feels that it's best for me to abstain from this discussion and vote, I'm happy to do so, but I actually don't personally see a conflict. I don't have any personal gain here. No matter which way the vote goes today. But I have worked with this school in the recent past and want to make sure that I'm transparent with that to the full board.
Okay, I know we'll consider process as we go. If it's something that you've had some, I'm going to suggest this for today, so we'll have a consistent process through today. at least. If we have a very close relationship, I'm gonna say we should not discuss. I'm not saying that's in this. Member Biesinger, I think you're suggesting that it's not as close as I'm talking about. That you might have insight relative to financing and that work. If though it's a close relationship, I'm asking we not even comment, because even our comments might change how we vote. Even if we don't vote, the comments that we might make as a board member could influence that vote. So better for us not to. In this case, I'm going to rule, unless I have an objection from the board, that Member Biesinger may have valuable, in this case, not his had relationship, but not a current with this expansion, and may have some valuable financial insights. And so we would ask him to still comment with this as he goes. All right. So with that in mind, as you read the John Hancock request for expansion, or remind you, they've had a successful school for a lot of years. Oh, you may maybe want to do that, Marie. Maybe you're going to say that. Yeah, all right. And I won't go through the history. We'll let Marie do that.
I'm happy to let you.
No,
or if you'd like
no,
us to. We've
No,
got
we'd like you to. Then it's consistent.
two short slides to share for each school. And we did want to also just point out a technical error that's noted in all of our applications for the board. And we noted that the current application on the UCAP website on both sides, the satellite as well as the large expansion, uses the word satellite. And so please, as you're looking at them, just strike the word satellite as you're reading through it on the very front page when it lists grade levels and student count. And then that should give you some clarity as you're looking at the grade levels and student enrollment count requests. And we will make sure that that gets updated on our website. And apologize for that technical error that was out there on all of these applications. All right, so we are so pleased to have John Hancock Charter School here today. Thank you for being here. John Hancock is currently serving 1,100 students in grades K through 8. Their request for this large expansion is to add 1,400 students, and they're doing that over a number of years, as you could see in their application. That will give us a new LEA max authorized enrollment of 2,500 students. As staff reviewed their application, some of the strengths that we saw is that John Hancock is an official core knowledge school. They have significant wait lists at both of their campuses. They have positive net financials that are consistent, and they have a strong track record of compliance with state laws as well as board rules. We did look at all of the applications looking for some potential support needs, places that as an authorizer, we can partner with our schools. So one of those was that with their recent expansion, there was a slight performance decline, but we did see that their students are improving and their performance has always been strong, and it just bumped them to a typical performance, and they are continuing to improve there. Another place is just some challenges with the district split where they are currently located, and there's uncertainty in what that will look like as that moves forward. And then, of course, as a state, we are all facing staffing shortages and facility costs. And so continuing to be aware of how that will affect all of our expansion requests as they move forward. And so I will turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. And we will turn soon. I'm just going to add this little bit of history. The nice thing is, John Hancock, from my perspective, were very comfortable in their first location and were there for some time, and then took a big leap for them forward to say, we're going to build a school in Eagle Mountain. And I'm thrilled that there obviously is such positive feelings about that school, that folks want additional seats in the school. And so you come again for that expansion. And so that's a really a nice thing that happened.
Actually, I apologize. I have one more thing to add.
Okay.
We had mentioned to all of our schools that we would do a short presentation. They also sent over a PowerPoint.
Excellent.
We said we weren't sure if there would be time, so we would let you know, Chair. Or
If
you
we're
would
going
like
to, we're
move
going to
right
do it
to-
consistently. And I think if the school has taken the time to prepare it, we should watch it. So let's do
I
that.
will pull that in.
Thank you for your time today. I'm Kim Frank. I'm the board chair, going on 24 years now.
And actually, the vast majority of our boards have been on the board for 20-ish years. We have, since our expansion, invited two members of our new community onto our board. We felt that was important to hear their voices, and I will let them each introduce themselves. They each have a slide, and we'll go through them quickly because we want to recognize that your agenda is jam-packed. So if you wouldn't mind going to that first slide, I will turn the time over to my colleague, Julie.
Oh, why is it not going? I'm so sorry. Let me try that again.
Hi, so my name is Jolene. I have lived in Eagle Mountain for 8 years, so I can attest personally to how much it is growing. It really is one of the fastest growing cities in Utah. It currently is growing annually at a rate of 7.21%, so it is growing fast. As you mentioned, Alpine School District is having some major capacity challenges at the moment, and they're in the process of splitting. Once they split, the new district will not have the resources to meet the demand for several years. As of right now, they are currently planning on a new junior high, but there are no plans for an additional elementary school at this time. So simply put, there are not enough schools to deal or to support all of the growing families and children in Eagle Mountain. And so that is the challenge. And I'm going to pass it off to McKay, who's going to help you see how we can do the solution.
Will that be the next?
Yeah, go to the
Okay.
next one.
We haven't practiced.
Well, I'm McKay Ballard. I'm actually a original student, at John Hancock Charter School. And like Jolene said, there is a challenge that's being faced. So our proposed solution is adding more students. And this would involve phase 1 to our current Eagle Mountain campus and be kind of an annex building, which would have 400 students that building. And phase 2 would be opening a new campus, adding an additional 1,000 students. This would greatly help the growth there. May not completely solve it, but would be a lot of help to the community. And we've already been in discussion with the city and seeing how we can effectively move forward with all that.
Oh, that's me. I'm Allison Klinger. I have been on the board for 23 years. It's been my pleasure to associate with this legend here, Julie Adame. I believe really strongly in the school. One of the reasons is because of the core knowledge foundation that really solid education that our kids get consistent, that gives them consistent education that gives them an equal footing with other students. It gives them a strong foundation as they move on to higher education. Very grateful for that. Julie has ensured that our students and our staff achieve have high expectations for them, and that they achieve they do well in their performance because of the high expectations. And then we have very good instruction for our students who are learning English as a second language, who have disabilities or economically challenged. It's really focused on that, and teachers who are enthusiastic about the instruction that they get. Pleasure.
So I am Megan Johnson. I have been a parent of students at John Hancock for 8 years, and I have taught at John Hancock, both Pleasant Grove and Eagle Mountain campus. So when John Hancock opened Eagle Mountain campus last year, a majority of our students came from Mountain Trails Elementary School. And so after the RISE testing in the spring, we looked at the data and we were able specifically to compare with Mountain Trails that John Hancock students had higher percentage in proficiency and in growth. And that was really exciting for us. After being open for 1 year, we could see progress happening, and we know that that will continue to move upward, just like at our Pleasant Grove campus, who was ranked #1 in 2023 for grade reading by the Utah State Board of Education. We have high standards, not just proficiency, but high proficiency and growth, and we expect to see this community in Eagle Mountain continue to grow and progress, and that makes us so excited. Oh, and there's so we had the proficiency scores and then the percentages for growth.
Julie has always been super conservative about our finances. We've operated on a very tight budget at times, but we've always managed to succeed.
and to always operate in that positive situation. And we're now being led by Craig Frank, who is very capable, likewise conservative in the approaches that we take. And that's continued, even though we have our small school in Pleasant Grove, and we've extended to a beautiful building, we still have that conservative approach to our finances and everything that's very transparent. And the board reviews that monthly, and so.
My name is Wendy Morgan. I've been on the board for 20 years. All 4 of my kids are alumni of John Hancock. And the reason I'm still here is because I believe so strongly in what they do and how they prepare students for the real world. I'm going to talk quickly about the demographics. Eagle Mountain is very, very diverse. One thing that I'd like to point out, our minority population is approximately 30%. The state of Utah in 2023 reported that 10.2% of the state is minority. So we are currently serving 3 times the state average of minorities. We also have at the see about that.
Yes, I know, I'm trying to, I know. There we
Our
go.
students with disabilities are currently at 16%, and the Utah State Elementary average is 12%. So again, we are exceeding what is done throughout the state. And our economically advantaged industries. Just here. It's how much is it? So the state average there is 34%. So while we don't need the state number, as was mentioned previously, Eagle Mountain is currently one of the fastest growing areas in Utah because of it being economically affordable. We believe with this expansion, we will be able to further support and serve all of these students in the area.
All right, I'm Craig Frank. I'm the business admin for Black States, coming up on 7 years. Prior to that, I was in the construction industry for 25 years, engineering structural steel. So we've put together a timeline here that accommodates land purchase for our first phase is addition of 400 students. We've acquired after bonding, as member Hiesinger mentioned, we have acquired a piece of land, 7.3 acres adjacent to our current campus. That will allow us to build an additional school for that capacity. We've acquired the bonding for that, I should say, also. We're just in process after the second we get out of here, we're approved by the board. We'll be calling our planners and working on that. Getting the next slide. And then phase 2, because the demand is so high in Eagle Mountain area, we are asking for that additional 1,000 students, which will require an additional similar in size to our current Eagle Mountain campus. So we will, because we have a relationship with our bonding, our fiduciaries, our trustees, our capital groups, of course, we have to go through the RFP process, but we have good relationships there. And we've been assured that we have a green light to move forward with them to take on that expansion. Anyway, so we will be looking for an opening in 2028, fall 2028, fiscal year 2029. I work on fiscal year, so fiscal year 29, and I think we're poised to take on that responsibility in a reasonable fashion.
My name's Joe Spencer. My kids all went to John Hancock, the original board members back when we were doing it. Parents were doing janitorial, bringing toilet paper for the school. It was pretty impressive. The thing that's really cool is there's a lot of support. We had a board meeting last night. In fact, one of the planning commissioners from the city was there, and very, very positive. So it's not just the residents, but the cities very interested.
I won't take the time to read all of our achievements, but we are most proud of the fact that we were the #1 in the state 3rd grade reading scores last year. And as we have taken on the new students out in Eagle Mountain, it's gonna take some time to get them up to that point. But that is our goal, to be number one once again. You can take the time, I'm sure you've seen, I can't read all the words anyway. All our accomplishments, but we are very excited about the potential of moving forward. We'd love to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm gonna start with to our team, to Marie specifically. Because there may be some individuals who wonder, as they're seeing this request, how is this an expansion as opposed to a satellite request?
I think with the expansion, you know, especially starting with the 400 students, you know, we could do it as an expansion and a satellite. But you know, with the expansion with the 1400, essentially under the definition, it's the same application, the same way that it processes through.
So
Then the same timeline, essentially.
all right, so that's why we didn't consider this school last month, because it has an expansion portion of it that will then have a satellite
And that would be the
piece
first
in
phase.
down the line. I just wanted, in case people were asking that question or said,
The
why
expansion.
was it that way? Okay. From the board, any of you have questions, please, Member Cisneros, then Member Olson.
Well, I'm both pleased and annoyed that all my questions were answered thoroughly. So, I'll just strike my questions and, although actually, this is more for just gee whiz in my own learning. I picked up my questions all surrounded with the Alpine School District split. But it's the answer I'm picking up from the presentation is it's just a series of unknowns. Is there anything to elaborate on that? I mean, if there's not, that's okay. I'm just.
We have spoken with potential members. The Alpine School District is being split into 3 different school districts. They have a 3-year timeline to get the ball rolling. They don't even know how long it's gonna take to hire all the staff. And they do have the neighborhoods outlined, who's gonna be in which district, but that's as far as they've gotten. So they will not be able to bond for additional schools, at least for the next 3 years, and who knows what. They haven't been able to bond for the last several years either.
Right.
So just on that and casual conversations, they can't do anything officially. They are very excited at the potential, as is the city, at the potential of a new building, as was mentioned earlier. I think we have 4,500 homes that have been approved over the next few years. They don't know where they're gonna put everybody. So yes, we have been in conversations with folks that are on the current board, but we don't know who will be on the board moving forward.
May I just add this little piece to that, just, and partly my own thought, but partly also I think in statute as well, that it is important for us to consider the growth in that area. To say, would there be a potential of population of students? You just have to drive down Pioneer Crossing to know that that's going to happen, never. But I think we should leave out the split of the district, because that doesn't affect the success of the school really. And it was my natural tendency to do that too. And actually statute tells us not to consider that relative to a district. So we do want to say, is there potential population? I'm just giving my thinking that we shouldn't, that whether how that district split continues, which is inevitable, it's happening, it's in process, that doesn't affect whether the school will succeed or not relative to it.
No, and Charlie, I was just curious about the chaos.
Yeah.
And just from an operational standpoint of what, because my thought is actually, thank you for being part of the solution in what is a chaotic environment for the families of that district.
Yeah.
Even though the families are who voted for it, and I applaud them actually taking their legislative right to do that, you're picking up some of the pieces of chaos. And so I was just curious how that was going more for, I think it's an interesting discussion that they've even been having up at the legislature right now as to how to clean up some of that stuff. My notes are, you guys are OGs. One of the things that I think is really cool is we thought it was cool that the children of our graduates are enrolling, but the fact that your alumni is on your board.
Yeah.
That's really very cool.
I earned this white hair.
You were gonna fail if you didn't join the board. Your principal still has that hold on you. I wanted to share this tidbit though. When we opened Mountainville Academy, John Hancock was the school to try to beat in testing data. So I've been chasing John Hancock for 20 years now. And actually member Olson's thought today is driving my thoughts, which is when families have an option for a high performing school, I think we have an obligation to support families in that. So I will be supporting this expansion.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for doing the work.
Member Olson.
Thanks, Chair. I've always been impressed with this school. You mentored my community some 20 years ago and building a charter school in my neighborhood, which was amazing. My only question, and Chair Frank, I think this might have been what you were alluding to, but can someone just speak to the performance dip that was recent that was mentioned just a little bit earlier? I know there's always a story to the data, so please just give us some feedback about that and reassure us that your game plan, your model, your history is just going to continue developing and improving and performing in the future.
I'll let Mrs. Adam speak to it, but I would start with, these students left the school that they left for a reason. They weren't pleased with the education or the culture. I'm not sure why, but they left for a reason. And in large part, that was because of the excellence that John Hancock has to offer. So it's going to take time to catch them up. We've had 1 year. I'll let Julie speak to the accomplishments that we've made already, but our parents seem to be very happy. We're in the process of re-enrolling right now for next year, and we're having a lot of success.
I can. So the dip is actually, if you look at the entire LEA data, that's where you see the dip.
Right.
If you look at Pleasant Grove is consistent and saw an increase. You look at Eagle Mountain, we have no comparable. This is our baseline data, right? So because there's no comparable data, I don't consider it a dip. There's the prideful person, right? Coming out. But so that is our baseline. And so we're expecting to grow from there. But if you look at the whole LEA, yes, we did take a dip. You look at the two different campuses, I think we showed growth technically in Eagle Mountain because we did do better than the previous school they came from.
Excellent. That's what I figured.
That's
I appreciated the opportunity that you had to be able to explain it. I think you deserve that.
Yeah. Ms.
I was
Stephenson.
gonna say, I've organized my thoughts a little better, if you would also like a little additional clarification on the timelines as well. When the school was calling and we were consulting, it also gives them some additional flexibility. It does have in statute, different times that groundbreaking would be required, approvals and expirations of approvals, and where they were outlining a 5 to 6 year plan. By doing a large expansion versus a satellite, it gave them that flexibility for meeting the different needs that they had to do this phased approach.
I'm not being critical. I just wanted to clarify for anyone who
Wanted
might
to clarify
have
my
that
thoughts and I just
question.
jumbled away.
individuals who might be listening may want to know that. I just want to make sure we clarified. Member Beeson.
Thank you, Chair. If I might add, John Hancock has a storied history. I think you will brag that you were the first charter in the state.
right.
That's under
We're still on the
some,
agenda.
that's under some,
And just, that's a matter. We're the first.
but you built up this amazing culture and really on any metric, a spirit of excellence in that campus. You've opened your Eagle Mountain campus now. You come out of block strong, I think, on just about everything. I guess my question though, that would benefit me as a board member and maybe for the board would be to hear, can you just help us understand, growth is an opportunity, it's exciting, but it is also a challenge, right? There's a much different scenario to run 200 versus 1,100 versus ultimately what will be, or it could be 2,500. Can you just articulate, please, the infrastructure of support that you're putting in place? How are you training folks? I know you all are high energy folks, but you probably don't want to work in this till you're 100. So can you just help us understand what's being done there and that focus on excellence?
Yeah.
That infrastructure.
So our model has always been a small school model, and I know that is an oxymoron, They're asking for a large school expansion. However, it's really not in our model, in our minds. We are, I want to say we're the original Hogwarts because we existed before Harry Potter, but our model is very much like Hogwarts in the fact that we have halls. So we have multiple small schools within a school. Within those small schools, we have their own unique leadership. And that leadership allows our model to replicate multiple times, where they are able to have the same cohort of students that start in kindergarten, move all the way through 6th grade. That same cohort of teachers. The teachers don't move with the class, but they know if you start in a small school in kindergarten and you only have 7 teachers in your hall, you know every single teacher in that hall. And every single teacher in that hall knows every single student. So it creates that small community feel. And so what we're doing is building our leadership right now within those halls and scoping out those excellent teachers that can then move into another dean position in a different hall. So we're building that capacity right now for these additions. And as we continue to grow, that's how we will grow our model.
Thank you. Thank you. Additional comments from anyone? Oh, yeah. Really wise Utah schools do that. We have to be bigger than we'd like to be sometimes, and schools within schools are the way that we accomplish it, that others can learn from. So I'm not seeing any additional comments. I am going to go back to Member Cisneros asked about chaos, which was actually a good question, but I'm going to tell you, not even in families, there's chaos among staff. So when you are hiring, it may be really a prime time to lock folks in who are right now feeling like they're in flux. I'll tell you, they do feel like that. So it's great.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That was actually my question, and I think you're aware of my background is, what are your recruitment practices? Like, what can you share to find the teachers that want to be in your space? How do you retain them? So that way they do want to become the deans. And that was just my question, and more so out of curiosity. So then you can share that with other charters that are really trying to find quality educators in this time.
Yeah. So I think our special sauce is we do recruit those moms that live in the area, that have their teaching degree and don't want to admit it. And we really focus on finding those sleeper cells and bringing them back into the profession. They come back with a wealth of knowledge. They come back with, they might not be very experienced. They may have only taught a year or two before they left the profession. So we also have the ability to mentor and continue with that mentoring in the early years. We give them that same support that people think they should know, but they don't, because they're coming in as maybe 2nd, 3rd, 4th year teachers. That's all. And they've got a large gap, but that gap was invaluable, right? Because they were doing other things that grew them as a person and gave them compassion and the ability to come back into the profession, ready to hit the ground running. So that's our secret sauce, is we're looking for those sleeper cells.
Yeah, and I agree, and taking advantage of the moment of teachers that would potentially want to be in a community like yours after leaving a different district
We're finding
culture.
them within Eagle Mountain.
So
our teachers are coming from from Eagle Mountain. They are not, we have a few driving in. The majority of our teachers we found as sleeper cells.
Yeah, we don't discount the experience you get as a parent. I'll tell you, I thought I was a great teacher my first 10 years, but after I was a parent, I was a better teacher.
Agreed.
It's true. I think
agree.
it just doesn't mean that we have individuals who are not parents who aren't great teachers, because we do have, but it adds a different dimension to your work. Yeah, absolutely. All right. I think that we'll conclude and know that we'll be making a decision close to 2 o'clock this afternoon. So thank you again for coming. The board So we can say the boards really make schools work. And so we really appreciate you
Thank you
being
for your
here at all that time. Thank you so much. And we're gonna move to Carl G. Mazer prep. And if the Mazer folks would like to come and join us at the table, we're excited to hear more. And
Yeah, they're moving in.
these are, it's so fun that John Hancock and Al Mazer, these are some of the foundational schools in the state.
These are our sister.
These are the schools who led the way. All right. Ms. Stephenson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
All right, we are so happy to have Carl G. Mazer Preparatory Academy here as our next bill. Mazer Prep is currently serving 640 students in grades 7 through 12. Their large expansion request is to add 150 students. And as a reminder, a large expansion is anything over 100 students. And so that would give them a new LEA max authorized enrollment of 790 students. As staff reviewed their application, some of the strengths that we noted is their use of the Socratic method and the demonstrated success that they had with that. Mazer Prep also has a consistent waitlist each year and a steady enrollment. They have about 315 days of cash on hand, which really represents a strong financial position for the school. And they also were able to share indicators of strong parental and student satisfaction. As far as those potential support needs, again, most of our schools, we're all facing that competitive educational market as there's vouchers and charters and all the schools trying to offer great things. There are the staffing shortages across our state, and then there's making sure with rising facility costs that they're aware and able to continue to meet those demands. And so we'll turn the time back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. You've come a long way, having started in a bowling alley to now this beautiful facility and such a great reputation. Are there some presentation from Mazer?
No.
No, that's all right. I just want to, if we give one an opportunity, I want to make sure everyone has that same opportunity to do that. So I'll turn then to the board and ask if you have any questions that you would like to address to our Mazer folks.
I just
Member
feel like I have
Cisneros.
to make the same statement. What a fun agenda this morning. I know, that's although my gray is really something this morning. My nephew was in the very first graduating class at the Tabernacle American or and watching the bowling alley take shape with some of the same families, helped start Mazer. So fantastic to see you here and see the success. And the thing that impresses me, both John Hancock and Mazer, and why these are easy votes for me is because it's consistency year after year. They're not little blips of academic achievement. They're not waves. The enrollment doesn't come in waves. The academic, you've made good on your promises year after year after year. And so when we can find a way to allow more families to take advantage of that, should they choose, I think it's an easy decision to make. So, and the same I said to them, thank you for doing the hard work, and then also being down there in Alpine, being an anchor in some chaos. So,
Yeah.
so thank you.
Thank you so much. Additional comments from the board, please, Member Biesinger.
I want to echo that. Boy, I went on the state's Republic report card. I mean, exemplary. And I will say, from my own lens at least, I don't think this is fair to say this is all 180 days the school year represents. But we do owe it to kids to help them read, write, know arithmetic, and probably some meaningful things beyond that. And boy, just the data here is amazing. If I could, I just have one question. At the end of your application, this is a question about just kind of your wait list and your feeling about that. You're asking for 150 students. Today, that's pretty modest compared to. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I noted though, your data said your wait list, kind of FY 22, 3, 4, 5, 254, 234, 271, 148. So the 148 is a little bit of an outlier. I think you have a comment here that said you added some students. And that's maybe why your wait list dropped. But if I did the math right, and I'm not sure I did, if I add 20 students, so you went from 635, which is kind of where you've been, to 656 for FY 25. So you added about 20 kids, but yet your wait list dropped, not by half, but by quite a bit. So I think that adding 20 kids can explain some of it, but I don't know if it explains to me that why you dropped 120-ish kids in your wait list. Is this a great worry for me? No, but I would like to just kind of hear, because you're the boots on the ground, what you're seeing as far as demand. Because I think your ask would be to kind of contemplate, potentially this year's waiting list, you would just enroll all those at the appropriate time. But I'm gonna guess you feel like there's even demand behind it. So sometimes there's not a wait list because like, there's no way I'm getting into school, so why even put myself on the wait list? That could be a reason. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but can you just help me understand that, because that did stand out.
Yes, do you want to talk to this year's?
Yeah.
So I should probably introduce ourselves. I'm Cindy Showing. I'm the founder and chair of the board for
Thank you.
last years. Steve Whitehouse is our CFO, also a founder, and he's on both sides.
Thank you.
And Robin, you guys might remember, she was our former director, took a little bit of a hiatus and now is back in the role of the LEA administrator, working with us on growth and strategy and kind of the district person for us. And Ted Gilbert is our director. So I'll let Ted.
Yeah, so we just did our lottery this week, and so now we have data that's fresh as of this week. So we have 115 open spots for seventh graders, and we had about 140 wait lists after filling those spots. That's just for seventh grade. For eighth grade, there's an additional 40 students on the wait list. We only have a small number of open spots. And then for 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, I don't remember the exact numbers, but collectively we're over 250 students on our wait list. So we're back to where we were. I think one of the reasons for the perceived is our registrar has become more efficient in letting students and families know early on, like, hey, you're number 140 on this wait list. And then she updates it during the summer. She says, hey, if you're still interested, we'll keep you on the wait list. But if you don't, we're going to go ahead and remove you. And so because she's become more efficient, the numbers that we reported there are as of October, as of about August 1st, when she sends out that last, like, are you still interested? Those are the numbers of people that still want to come, even after waiting about 5 months to get into the school. So.
But I think that speaking to her, we were talking like big picture and raw data. Those are the more conservative numbers. But if you look at our actual wait list when we had them, after we disseminated time and all of that, and then, when you're 150 or 200 on the wait list, you make other plans and take me off the wait list because I'm not there. So consistently, our data shows we have between probably 400 and 600 that actually sit on the wait list, like early on. But then after we start drilling down into those numbers, that's where we get these lower numbers that you're seeing now, because we kind of filtered through time and, like you said, if you're sitting at 200 on the wait list, you realize there's no way you're going to get into Mazer, and so you make other plans. And so that's the more conservative numbers that you're seeing is after we drilled it.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't view it as alarming, but it was kind of interesting to me. I do hear more the schools are seeing some saturation in different areas of the state. I think the demise of the Utah housing market is a little bit overblown myself. And I still think this is a state where lots of young families are going to thrive in the future. But I have just one more question. 150 more, how are you gonna fit it? Does your building fit it? You need to expand, financially, you're in great
I can
shape.
say to that. So as part of our strategy, you guys know we started in a bowling alley. So we really, the strategy was to build our school and then to build our building.
So then we moved into this with the same strategy. We bought what we could afford, which meant a whole parcel of land we could not afford. Since that time, we have purchased the additional parcel that's right next to us.
Right.
So
That north
the
side.
intent is that we would phase into this, that if this were approved, we would take on at least another 50 students for this coming school year, and then phase into that with building out additional nine more classrooms and really a fine arts building with 2D and 3D arts that, you know, we sacrifice and make do. And an auditorium, which we have not had. We've had a gymnatorium, I guess. So an auditorium and to really improve our fine arts as well. And so that's part of our strategy, and we would phase those students in as we have more space there.
Okay, well, that's great. Yeah. Well done.
That's kind
And you
of,
have large gatherings on the lawn outside your school. You do a lot of activities outside as well, right? In the
Right,
spring.
now that space has our baseball team, we put up the batting cage.
Yeah.
So, but the great news is that Linden City is also very complimentary of us. We're really the only high school in Linden. They have great support. They just had their centennial, and if you look at the dowel puzzle that they have, they put Mazer in there. So there's a lot of artifacts of Mazer in there. There's our bowling alleys in there. The art school alley in there, and the big community center, which was our 7th and 8th grade before our building was. There's 3 legacy plants in the Lincoln. And so they're very complimentary, and and supportive and partnering with us for baseball and other sporting things, and
Thank you. Yeah. Additional comments from board members, the others? And yet, even with those, you have still a 95% retention rate, which is really remarkable, particularly in those upper grades, those high school ages, those 9, 12 years.
if I can give a shout out to my team, I think part of that is because we work really hard to help people graduate and to graduate with a Mazer education.
Yeah.
So whether it's credit recovery, it's not just take a random online class, the teachers and our administration really invest in helping them have a Mazer education and meet those graduation requirements. And so I think that's part of our success rate.
And knowing as a senior, you have a major project at the end and you're going to be
We do, we
doing.
have a capstone.
Yeah, that's right.
And part of that is that we're not just trying to memorize
Right.
facts, we're trying to help build good citizens and people pay it forward in that capstone. That's part of that is, okay, we've equipped you throughout your Mazer experience with a lot of skills and tools. How are you going to pay it forward? How can you demonstrate that?
I'm glad Member Biesinger asked that about, do you have enough space in this school? So thank you for your response. I had that question as well. But my very first question was, you're increasing 100 questions for 150. But you could have rounded up even to 800. I wondered why you're gonna stop at 790 instead of saying 10 more would be an even number, but maybe there's a specific reason because you're looking more at the 150 increase.
So I think it's the numbers, when that's a number that makes sense.
Which is.
And we're
Like a
we're not
CFO.
looking to grow our class sizes, right? So we still want to maintain a nice class size.
Yeah.
Not have control, so.
That's why I said I knew you had a plan for that.
everything's been very conservative and methodical so that we do what we do best.
Right.
And continue and keep that brand and that culture consistent. And so far, we've seen that consistency and satisfaction in our community and internal and external.
And we'll probably be back, but this is our first phase and part of our strategy that we want to execute on first.
Very important that you're so intentional about it, that there's a plan, that you're intentional. And I think that's what we look to is that you know in your what's possible and what you would like to do to be able to maintain your culture and the quality of the work that you do. So thank you so much. I'm not seeing any additional questions. I think we know Mazer and have read the application, and it looks like all of our questions are answered. We will be meeting then around 2 o'clock to make that decision, close to 2. And we'll decide at that point. Thank you so much. Thank you for the continued work you do to lead the way.
Thank
Thank
you for your support as well.
Yes, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm looking at our agenda. We're close to back to time, but we have a break scheduled. Let's get up and move around a little bit. And when we come back, if Paradigm Charter School wants to start to get into place, you're welcome to. In another 5-6 minutes, if we can take a quick break and be ready to talk to Paradigm. All right? Wonderful. There we go. That break, little tighter paradigm. We welcome you to the table. Thank you so much for being here today again. Thank you for waiting to this month to present, but that way we can be a little more, we don't have to be quite as rushed. So we appreciate you being here today. All right, so Ms. Stephenson, I'll turn the time to you again, and we will be able to talk with paradigm.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Paradigm, for being here. It was a pleasure to introduce them. Paradigm Charter High School is currently serving 630 students in grades 7 to 12. And their request is to add grade 6. And you might be thinking, why is that a large expansion? And so going back again to the definition outlines that it is more than 100 students or adding multiple grade levels or necessitates a significant school remodel. And so that is actually the reason that gets them here with us for a large expansion today. So it is adding grade 6, but then also it necessitates a significant school remodel. So that would be something they can also speak to for questions today, Chair. As staff reviewed their application, some of the strengths that we noted is that as far as a grade, it's a small request. It's adding 6th grade and not any additional students. And then it is that significant, building request there. With that building request, it will allow for dedicated spaces within the building that they haven't had previously. Also adding the 6th grade will help them to better align with schools in the area and will also help the school to respond better to community needs. As far as some potential support needs, there's that one about the competitive educational market. And with not having the 6th grade, they have faced some enrollment challenges. And so this is one way that they are hoping to better respond to that and stay competitive within the educational market. Of course, as we've noted on all of them, the staffing shortages and facility costs, and hoping that this will be something that as a supportive authorizer that we can help them work through as they move forward with their requests. So Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
All right, and did you have a presentation today? I'm just asking each one.
Chair, I can clarify that John Hancock was the only one that sent.
Oh, I won't ask that in. All right.
Thank you for being here.
Anna, I just wanted to be equitable, right? We give everyone equal opportunity, so we're going to do it this way. So I'll instead welcome to each of you, and we're glad that you're here. And I haven't asked each board just to introduce themselves, and they've kind of done as we've gone along, but it might be nice if you wouldn't mind each of you introducing yourself so we know with whom we're speaking. We can do that.
I'm a board chair. Currently, I've been on the board for about 3 years and was newly appointed as the chair in the last few months. This is Jason, who is the chair before us. Do you want to?
Sure, Jason Hall, previous board chair, been on board for about 8 years. I've had 3 of my children over there on graduate.
I want to emphasize also that our board is entirely made of previous homeschooling parents. So that brings a lot of depth of support and help for us. This is Noreen Gibbons, who is our financial officer. And go ahead.
Fernando Soler, I'm the director at Paradigm. I've been with Paradigm since 2006, since it opened. So we're in our 19th year. One of the first charter high schools at the time. So, and it's have gone through or are still going through Paradigm. So
I'm Amy Clausen. I am the board secretary. We've been in it for about 5 months. And I have 3 kids that are in Paradigm right now. We came in when my youngest was 7.
Matches.
We're both new board members.
Thank you for taking the time to be here today. Both of you, all of you for being here. We appreciate it. It's not to have you here. The strength of the school, I said that earlier, is quality of board and the commitment of board members that really makes a school or not. So we appreciate you on here. So thank you. Do we have questions from board members? Any questions you want to ask? I suspect they are, because I'm looking, them looking at their notes. And so they are, I'll start with a question that I lifted from your application, this statement, and I'll let you respond, talk a little bit more about it. Said the addition of sixth grade provides a unique opportunity. But then it didn't say, what is that unique opportunity? Tell us about it. Why do you want to add the sixth grade?
Thank you for that question. I'm gonna ask Sam to address that.
Well, historically, we've had a large percentage of our families requesting the sixth grade. The type of model that we have supports family and they like to, of course, keep their children together. We didn't ever consider it, and recently, as we have noticed some of our enrollment trends, realized that some of the local charter schools around us all have sixth grade and we didn't, and so that put us at a disadvantage there competitively. So we started to look more closely at it, told our parents that interest is still high. Doing a charter based on parents being the primary educators, having a large percentage of homeschoolers. Kind of our highest metric is parent satisfaction, parent requests, and so we polled our parents, surveyed them, and with that interest still being high, we thought that it would be a great time for us to expand what we offer to that lower grade, have that 6th, 7th, and 8th grade be our middle school, and then 9th through 12th become our high school. That led to then we need different areas for safety, for program development, and so we've had a plan designed to accommodate that with an expansion and a remodel so that we could fit the widespread of grade levels that we have in our building.
So part of that opportunity then is it allows families to have more continuity in that time to be able to have that work. And literally sixth graders are closer to seventh graders than they are to third, but even emotionally and psychologically, they are also much closer. There's a huge jump and change. Does it create any does it create some new licensing challenges for you? That wouldn't make our decision change, I don't think, one way or another, but when you add a sixth grade relative to teachers.
The overlap with the 6th and 7th grade allows us to be able to still meet the current licensing that we have in our building. About 10 years ago, when we looked at it last, that wasn't the case, and so that's one of the reasons also we didn't pursue 6th grade back then. That has changed now, and with that added flexibility, it gives us the opportunity to increase 6th grade.
Yeah, and often a license for it's a K-8 license for elementary folks too. And actually, I find that elementary trained folks are reading better with middle level kids than secondary. Having been a secondary trained person, I can say that. But I oftentimes an elementary trained person is better at that middle level too. So that just allows you to better use your team, I suspect. Okay. All right, board. I took all the time I'm going to. Do you have any other questions? You must have answered everything for them. Yeah, Member Cisneros.
Yeah, I feel like the OG schools are having like a reunion. It's not that funny. When Paradigm started, they actually started with 2 principal model. And used to sit in meetings with both their guys as founding principals, and everybody would look at them like, why do you have 2 principals? Like, but I'm so glad to see all of us still going strong. It's hard to, once you get into charters, it's hard to get out. We just kind of, I think that's a compliment. So my question was answered I didn't see enough detail in the application to understand the plan for incorporating, so I feel a little bit better about the middle and high school model and then the remodel working. And then I had a question about surveying parents. But my third question that I wrote down was you reference your 2 closest charter schools. The districts are what they are, right? They always have their own compositions, but AAI would be your most similar. Early Light being a K-9 isn't really very similar to you in that regard. But have you met with AAI or plan to talk about that? Because they kind of did the same thing you're doing now, dropping down and bringing 6th grade, how they made it work, what their challenges are. How's that happen? Do you plan to happen? Just curious for that.
We've met and had some, just informal conversations too. They are thinking They have those challenges too. They have a one campus too, and so we were trying to gather some information on how they make it work, and that led to some of our decisions to really try to separate those areas for safety and development and things like that. You know, you were talking about the third to sixth grade, the sixth to 12th grade, right? That's the bigger spread, and so we want to be sure that everything.
And I've been in your building, so, and I don't know that this influences other than, I guess what as a board, I think what we always hear about is we're not gonna get into the house, but we want to be reassured that there's a really solid plan, that everybody's kind of thought through the issues, gone out to people who are experts, so that when we sign off on it, we don't go like, oh my gosh. So I'm just curious, in that building, are you building? You have no space around you either, right? Like unless you take over Target across the street or
Yeah,
something.
we're going towards the back. We would expand a new theater and gym and amenities in several classrooms. And then the entire first, since you've been in the building, the entire first level would be just the junior high. The second level and the addition would become high school. Different entrances. Yeah, we've taken into account all of the ins and outs, and make sure that we have adequate, science areas, art areas, in each of PE locker room areas in the two spaces.
And sorry, Chair, one final, just, and please, I keep going, but then talk to me about your survey data, because I'm curious, like, you would have had parents who are in favor, and so of course they'll then help you bring, but did you have any parents who are outspoken against it? And so then you risk losing and alienating those families.
I don't believe
I can talk to that. Yes, we've had over the years the request for sixth grade. So in preparation for this meeting, we did another poll of our parents, and it was the vast majority that said that it would be a benefit to them. We did give them the chance to say no, and we had a small percentage that just said they wouldn't take advantage of it, that it wouldn't benefit them. We do still have about a 30% base that comes from a homeschooling background. I think they probably keep homeschooling during that time, possibly. But we haven't had any feedback that it would be a bad thing to bring sixth grade in. I think especially where we've been really focusing on making a campus within a campus. This new performing arts wing for the high school allows us to have all of, we have a really strong performing arts program, allows us to have the high school over there. Then we can turn all of our current performing arts spaces into our preparatory school performing arts spaces. They have their own gym and
Thank you. Additional questions on the board?
But I ask it.
Yes, please.
I feel like it always,
It's good. It's excellent.
So I believe your enrollment is closer to 400 than 630. Is that correct?
currently correct, yes.
Okay. So, and you're not here to ask for more seat capacity, it's just the 630. That makes sense to me. Can you just help me understand on this building? I love that you brought that. How much expansion, you don't need more land, you're not gonna buy new land. How much square footage are you looking at?
We're gonna add, I think it's 42,000 square feet, so double our current space.
Okay.
But it's it's a gymnasium and an auditorium, which is the
Right.
bulk of the space, and then we're adding about 6 teaching areas. Now, something that's really interesting is we're asking to increase, our increase is that we can increase our facility to match our cap. We were going to expand 10, 12 years ago and had our cap raised, but then those plans didn't end up working out. And so we've never had a facility that could match our cap. And so that's really our biggest request today, is the ability to bring in 6th grade, expand our facility, and reach that cap that we were granted a long time ago, but just can't fit logistically.
So I have a couple of follow-ups then, just want to understand this. So I think I hear what you're saying is that your 383 or 400 cap is really the result of the constraints of your building. It's not constraints of demand for your school. Would you agree with that, or? Or do you feel a little, like, I guess, I didn't see a ton about wait lists and things like that. I know those are imperfect tools, but they're still tools. There's still data out there that we, I think is helpful to point to. So can you just speak to that? And then I have a follow-up about costs.
Great. We, yes and no. Our building is a constraint and I think our facility is also a constraint. We've got the gym, the cafetorium that doesn't fit, we could go up in sports levels if we had a facility that allowed, 2A sports and, not having the sixth grade. We're not at our building capacity currently. But I think it's kind of facility related. I think it's sixth grade related. We have historically not marketed. We've kind of been a word of mouth school, and I think there's enough competition in the area that we've gotten really aggressive in getting our story out, getting our message out, and having the ability to grow. And so,
and regarding that also, we do have we're currently enrolling for next year and we're at 87% have already agreed to come back and 0 declines at this point. And then we did hire a new marketing agency to help support us. And we had 12 or 13 new applications at the semester, which is significant.
Okay, thank you. I just have one more.
Yeah, sure.
This is more just a comment. It's not lost on me that it's interesting today, right? You mentioned the OGs, but many of these schools are kind of the upper, they're the 7 to 12, like a lot of these applications, which I think is great. Sometimes in the charter school space nationwide, we see kind of the high school space is considered a riskier space, right? You kind of fight against the traditions of. It seems like 21st century education is kind of bending towards something that's a little more customized, a little more deliverable to that student, maybe just what their parents and grandparents. And I don't mean to soapbox this, nobody cares about Clint's thoughts, but I just will share that I think this is a great thought process you can engage in. I do think though you're going to find, and maybe you already have, that the cost of building 42,000 square feet while adding just probably some students, but it sounds like a pretty slow growth. That's going to be a pretty small kind of pathway to walk. Building costs are just sobering. I don't know when you built your first building, but it's going to be dramatically more. And so I just I don't come to you to say, hey, I'm not trying to sabotage this all, but if this goes through where you get your expansion, and I think it makes a lot of sense too from what I see. So, you've been doing this a long time. I think you've been a great partner. You're coming to ask for just accommodation. So I am inclined to support this. But when you get to kind of the further details of this building, they're just, I just would prepare to just kind of look at that financially. I don't want to see a good program be put at risk with too much debt, right? And 42,000 square feet, the auditorium, the gym, I really understand how that drives demand and programmatic enhancement of what you're trying to offer. But it is big, expensive space. And so I just hope you'll think through that. I think by what you brought today, it sounds like it's a sobering process to try to afford these kinds of facilities for school. So I add that comment to just.
Yes, we're very aware and you would know better than most what that's going to take. We have actually gone through the exercise. We saved up cash for a lot of years and have gone through the exercise of doing the full architectural renderings, drawings. It's with engineers right now because we're down to the door hardware. We want to know what it's going to cost and do it in phases as we can afford it. And
Okay.
so if our auditorium doesn't have seats for the first couple of years, then it won't have seats for the first couple of years.
Bring your own chairs, all right?
Right? But we wanted real numbers. We didn't want to just get general pie in the sky numbers. We wanted down to the hardware numbers so that we could make those decisions.
Okay.
Members, Pulsifer.
Yes, and I've been in your building as well. So. And you mentioned that you draw kind of a lot largely from a homeschool community.
30%.
30%, okay, from homeschool community. So, and then that makes sense why a sixth grade might be attracted to that community. But, my question is, could you make some of these upgrades to your facility if you didn't have the increase of the sixth grade, or is that sort of dependent on, you know, additional upgrades to your facility are dependent on having the sixth grades as well?
I would say they're separate in that there are program upgrades and things that we would do for our 7th through 12th. But to strengthen that preparatory school, to add that 6th grade and make them, you know, a better, more robust program. I think that they're not mutually exclusive, but they can run into each other.
Thank you. Additional questions? We'll sum up a little bit, but I'm gonna come back to, I'm glad that folks are talking to you about what you'll need to do to market. Thinking about that. In your plan, you talked about IEPs, RTI, ELL support. Other schools have those as well. So you might have to say, what do we do that's unique? You also have higher ACT scores from your students. That's great marketing and to talk about. I'm glad you're thinking of a marketing plan and your new elevator speech. What's it going to take to build that base? So you have that strong base and you think of marketing and how are we going to get kids here to do that? And so you have some things. What's unique about Paradigm that makes this a great school? I mean, you said you haven't really aggressively marketed yet. You've just been word of mouth. Now's your opportunity to do that and to make that growth. All right, I ask one more question. It has nothing to do really with whether or not we would approve or not, but it was in your application and it makes me, I want to ask that question because it may be on behalf of all of our charter schools. You said that zoning laws are inhibiting your expansion. In what way is that happening?
I think we were at the time we were looking, the area all around our school was open and green. Now the development has come that the area around there has changed with zoning and we've become landlocked. And so it was addressing the zoning around our area from when we first started there to what it is now.
So not something prohibiting you from being able to expand, just the changes around you are changing what's happening surrounding your school. Okay, all right. Because if it was something that was prohibiting our schools from being able to build, I'd want to know that so that we could, you know, work on that and do something about it. So, okay, all right, that makes sense then. Not seeing any other questions from anyone. Paradigm, thank you so much for coming and being with us. It makes a big difference. And when it comes from homeschool families, you know they're committed. That's hard work. Being a homeschool parent is hard work. And anyone who does that, has that much commitment, bless them. You're getting lots of blessings for doing that. It's just amazing to me. All right. So thank you for being here. We appreciate your strength and the work you do. Think of that marketing. Think of that marketing. All right. We are then ready we're even now a couple minutes ahead, but I know our friends are here ready from Vanguard. So otherwise I'd say is Vanguard here, but I know they are. So come on up and join us at the table, would you please?
Thank you. Thank you. You got a double roll.
Yeah, just come in. I like this that we're all in so close. That there are a lot of us in this room is happy to me. it just feels like family all in here talking together, so I like that as opposed to being separate. That's a good thing. All right. So, Ms. Stephenson, turn the time to you.
Sure. We are pleased to have Vanguard Academy participate today. Vanguard is currently serving 600 students in grades K through 12. Their large expansion request today is to add 700 more students and adding grades 5 and 6. So if approved, that would be a new LEA max authorized enrollment of 1,300 students and a new LEA grade configuration of 5th through 12th grade. As staff reviewed their application, some of the strengths that we saw was that this would support early adolescent development and allow them as a school to provide earlier academic intervention, which was one of the goals that they were able to speak to in their application. They also spoke to a slow rollout of what this expansion would look like, and so their growth would occur in phases. They also, within their application, were able to show community support for their school through a strong market analysis. Again, those support needs, of course, they are facing those same challenges in that competitive educational markets. The cost to bring those additional students into their facility, and then just ensuring that they have the staffing that they need to address those additional students that they would be educating. And so, Chair, we will turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. All right, welcome, Vanguard. We're glad to have you here. How about, we know some of you, but not all of you. How about it, would you introduce yourselves to us so we can know you better, and then we'll see what questions the board might have. I'm starting.
Well, maybe I'll start with introducing Mr. Eric Freeman, our board chairman. And of course, I'm Charles Reynolds, current director. We have Greg Mitchell. Treasurer, board member, board treasurer. Vice chair, and also board member, and Kim Manger here is one of our board members. Then we have Joy Palmer, who is our board clerk. And then I'd like to introduce Jackie Kingston, who is kind of appointed as an interim co-director. And over time moving forward, going to be the new director of Vanguard that eventually replace her.
And she's smiling right now.
And then we also have Spring Prescott, who is our CTE coordinator. Who's been helping and assisting with the charter expansion. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to our board chairman.
I want to thank our Director Reynolds for the introductions, and I don't know if you want each of us to give any of our background, or if you just want to get into your questions.
No, you don't need to do that, but just talk about, actually, I'll see if there are questions that the board has, if that's all right with you. We'll see if they have questions, and let's pose any of those questions that they might have. Go ahead, Mr.
Thanks, Chair, and Vanguard, welcome. I have a question about the portion of the request that deals with adding the 5th and 6th grade. I'd love to have you speak to that just a little bit more. And just specifically, and I remember you discussing this at some point in time when you've been in front of us, the agreement with Endeavor Hall, their K through 6 school. And I know you've got an agreement with them that either has or you anticipate providing 7th grade students. And I also saw some good content in the application about siblings coming into 7th grade, and you projected that forward, which I thought was really helpful. I'm struggling though how to match all of that up with adding 5th and 6th grade. And there's a statement in there about how research from high-performing schools supports adding 5th grade, but maybe I didn't see it in the application, but I'd love to have what that research is, why you think adding 5th and 6th grade would be helpful to the school, and how that impacts your current agreement with Endeavor Hall.
So I think our original charter application from the beginning, we requested to have grade 5 through 12. And there are a number of reasons for that. In fact, Joy has done a lot of this research and she was one of our founding board members. And so maybe I'll let Joy speak to some of those reasons and some of the studies that are out there that show that data.
Okay, thank you. I'm excited to speak about this. And we have 4 of our original founding members here today, who have stayed with the school for a very long time. So, this is part of our original plan and hope. And I remember when we presented that, we were denied initially, and it was mentioned that to strengthen our application, we would take out the 5th and 6th grade so we could prove ourselves, prove our concept, and then come back and ask. So 10 years later, we're coming back, hoping that we've done a good job. We have done a good job at proving our concept. I have several scholarly articles. However, I wouldn't say that any of them are a smoking gun that, you know, everybody should run and start adding 5th grade to schools. But we feel like it would be very beneficial in our program for several reasons. The first being in our academic program and the way that we structure it. So as you know, we are a STEAM school, so STEM plus the arts. And as I've taken some of you on a tour of Vanguard recently, and I've mentioned our move towards, I apologize for my cold, I could not miss today. Our move towards more of a classical model. And sometimes you may wonder how those connect, or they seem to work together, but they actually mesh very well, because one of the core components of a STEAM or a STEM model is the integration of subjects. They are not to be taught in silos, they are supposed to be integrated. And as we look at the classical model, it is very focused on integration of subjects. And as you look at the classical model, I know many of you are familiar with that. They have the grammar phase, the logic phase, and the rhetoric phase. And the logic phase begins in 5th grade. And so we did recently introduce Latin into our school program, our course offerings. And our Latin program is intended, it's the one that we have purchased is designed to begin in 5th grade. And we would like to take the students through that program beginning in 5th grade on with our other academics, but Latin is one of the main ones, so that they can get that 4-year foundation. And I do also want to remind everyone that many of our students begin, I would say most actually, of our students begin college classes beginning in 9th grade. And so at that time, our curriculum is a little bit removed from us because it is whatever the colleges decide and determine. And some of the studies that I have are from ACT specifically, mentioning that the point that a student is at when they reach 8th grade is a key determining factor of how they will perform on the ACT. And so we only have them in 7th and 8th grade, and we would love to get them in 5th grade. It will help us to do less remediation. We have found, so our students come from all over the state. We have students from Bountiful, we have some students from Riverton and beyond. When our students come to us, we find that there are many schools who've done a great job of teaching kids how to read. But at 5th grade, that's when you start reading to learn rather than learning to read. So we would like to be able to start our academic program 2 years earlier. I know we have done some parent surveys as well, and I was excited to see that there were other schools asking for 6th grade. I did notice we were the only one asking for 5th. There are other schools in the country who do start at 5th grade, and one of the most notable one of those are the KIPP charter schools. They have 278 charter schools. Not all of their middle schools start at 5th grade, but quite a few of them do, especially Southern California, and they have found great success with that model of starting in 5th grade. I know that we feel confident based off of our parent surveys that we would have enough parents that want to enroll their younger siblings to come to Vanguard for those grades. But I want to mention one other thing quickly, career exposure. That's one of the things that we are known for, and that some of my research has shown as well. And I think we all agree that earlier students can get that career exposure, the better they will do in being able to select a career. And Vanguard has, I think others will talk more about this, but our secret sauce really is our GPS plan. Grace will have to tell the exact name of it, because I always call it the graduation plan summary, but I know it has a more technical name than that. But our GPS plan starts when they come in 7th grade. It's really an individualized plan for every student, depending on what their interests are. In the 7th grade, they're not really sure. So we do quite a bit of career exposure. We have a college and career awareness class. We have an amazing career fair. I know the state came to our from the State Board of Education came and videoed our career fair to use it as a model to highlight for other schools of how to do career fairs. Our junior high students are coming to the career fairs, and our high school students are leaving the career fairs with several offers for summer jobs or internships and things like that. So we do a lot of career exposure, and we would like to begin that career exposure in 5th grade. And I also read in some of my articles that around 10 years old is when students start to transition. Before that age, they're like, everybody wants to be a fireman or a teacher or a nurse, you know. And it's really just kind of elementary, that are, that's when their physiological changes are happening in their brain too. So they start to think differently and become more concerned with that. So we would like to start our career exposure and our individualized education plans, the GPSs in 5th grade as well.
That's very helpful. Can you speak to the Endeavor connection and how this would impact your agreement with that other school?
So I think our agreement with Endeavor would stay the same. I don't see that changing at all. Like, we would still be able to, their students would still have the same priority that they currently have coming over.
Is it primarily siblings of existing students that you see being able to fill those seats in 5th and 6th grade?
Yes, and there would be some open spots, correct me if I'm wrong.
So we are hoping that there's going to be at least 100 extra seats that we can offer
that'll
to
be
more
new
than
students.
just the siblings. So that's why our numbers are big. We did do our, we found out how many siblings we do have come in. And we are trying to expand beyond that.
Chair, I've got some questions.
Please.
So first of all, I want to just start with several compliments to what I've seen. And again, if I go to the state's data in areas of growth, you were exempted. Post-secondary readiness. This says, it's hard to believe, but you have 100% graduation rate.
That is correct.
And I know that, I'm like, well, how many kids is that? But you have been full for years, right? You have 64 kids according to the data you provided, approximately. I think that's amazing. I just am so impressed that you do that. And from what I understand, I don't know your school well, but I'd like you to speak to, if I could, not just that they graduate, but can you tell us how they're prepared? I think you emphasized with this kind of to your senior projects. Maybe this is a bit of a softball question, but I'd love to hear you speak to and brag or whatever, you know, about what you're doing for these kids to help them be prepared in a post kind of K-12 world.
Maybe I'll start with that. So last year, over half of our students at Vanguard that graduated, almost half graduated with an associate's degree in college. And over half of the students graduated with either an associate's degree or a certificate in the major that they're going to be. And Spring is our CTE advisor at the school, so maybe she can speak more to that and more to the plans that we have and how we support them after graduation.
So we do have a post-secondary advisor that we did add this last year. And this post-secondary advisor, what they do, so we meet with our students and put together their GPS plans. So I'm also an academic advisor, and I meet with the students individually every single year. I meet with them multiple times, and I meet with the parents. And we, when we very first meet with them, we say, "What are you going to do when you grow up? What is your anyway, kind of your top career choice?" And that's another reason why we want to have our 5th and 6th, because a lot of kids don't know. And we want to be able to expose them to those things so that they will know by the time that we need to know the answer. Because the time that we need to know the answer, we start academies in the 9th grade. So in the end of 8th grade, we kind of need to know the path that they're going to be going on. So, and when I say that, a kid can come and change their path at any time. And that is just fine, but you have a kid that knows what they want and they're pushing for what they want. It's so easy to get them there. And you have kids that come back and say, "Why do I have to take this class?" And you say, "Well, look at this university that you want to go to that requires that class or that requires a pre-req." That is why, and not just you need to take this class and pass it, you better know the content. You must understand it. And so not just take the class, but know exactly what you need to learn and learn it so that you can be better prepared, you know,
And that gives your students the desire to do well. And it gives them anyway, so 100% graduation rate, because we've been talking about graduation from the moment they walked in our door. And not just anyway, and so then do want to let Jackie talk about all of our academic success, because we have a lot. And it's not that we have said, this is our goal, we must this goal or must this goal. All of our success comes because of our GPS plans. It's just the result of, one of the things is that we are the top third, so we're the third highest enrolling school in Salt Lake Community College. We are the two that are higher than this, and I don't remember exactly, but I think it's Herman High and then Copper Hills. They have thousands of students in high school. We have 375. So when you say that, then you say, how do we have so many kids? The other reason we need to have our kids in 5th grade, we also have a 100% mastery program. So you get your kids in 5th grade, you identify their gaps, you find out what they need. You can teach to their gaps. You can make sure that they are fully prepared. Then you put them in a college experience in 9th grade and you say, why would you want to even start in 9th grade? An associate's degree is 21 classes. You divide that by 4 years, it's a lot easier path than if you wait until they're in 11th grade. In 11th grade, then there's some kids, they just can't. But if you get them in 9th grade and you've already met their gaps, they can, and almost all of them can. And that's one of the things, so we aren't at 100% of our students graduating with an associate's degree. Some of the reasons why is because we didn't get them in 5th grade, because they are lacking and we don't have them long enough to make that difference.
Thank you. That's great.
And I do want her to be able to say, because we really are amazing. Like, you guys should hear it.
So I actually go beyond saying that the GPS plan is a secret, and I would say it's long-term. We care about our kids beyond when they graduate. We care about them becoming valuable members of society, valuable members of the community. So it's the fact that we want them to be lifelong learners, and we want them to have lifelong success. I am so, like I said before, so happy to be here. I've been in education for 15 years. I was a teacher for 10 of those years, and then I recently moved into administration in the last 5 years because I felt I could have more of an impact. But the driving force beyond my career has been student relationships. And my very first job while I was still in high school was a TA at a local elementary school. And I instantly fell in love with the kids, and that's been my driving force all along. I think that's why we're all here. We love the kids and want the very best for them. We are the nationally recognized distinguished ESBA or Title I schools this year, so that's something that we are very, very proud of. I believe only 2 schools in the state are recognized for that.
You heard from the other one last month.
So I'm so pleased to be here with Vanguard because of all of the achievements, and it's a very exciting time for them and a time for growth. And you mentioned our graduation rate 100%. Something that I don't know that was included in our expansion application was that 83% of our students are first generation college kids. And that's something that we really pride ourselves in. Is pushing those kids to be career and to be valuable members of society, which really is our goal.
Thank you. If I could just follow up for a couple things. Yeah, I just, I'll continue the comment wagon here, the compliment wagon. 63% according to state data, 63% of your students are economically disadvantaged. That is one of the markers for accuracy. There's a lot to that, and I'm not trying to unpack that today. But I think it's wonderful that you're taking kids that are in an at-risk profile and from some respects, and just guiding them to not just high school graduation, but associate's degrees, college readiness, or program readiness. And from my own perspective, the greatest way to inoculate poverty is through education, right? And this is just, I think you're on the front lines of it. So bravo. I don't want to ask you about your demand. I didn't see as much detail as here as, and I think you have, I just want to understand it. You've referenced your sibling growth list, and you broke it down. You described it in seventh graders, and you kind of went fall of 25, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the way I would read that is fall of 25, you've got 103 students ready to go in seventh grade. That means fall of 26, you've got 121 ready to go in sixth grade. Fall of 27, you've got 144 ready to go in fifth grade. So that does speak to kind of your request. But you're asking for a little bigger, quite a bit bigger number. Can you just help me understand, you know, why you're asking for that 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, up to 1,300? Because that is bigger than your sibling enrollment. I think you briefly referenced that. And then part two, and this is, you know, perhaps a little longer question or answer we have here, but you lease your building. From what I understand, you're probably going to look for a permanent building solution. Can you speak to your thoughts about that and any risks that you see by moving location and how you're going to address that?
Yes. Anyway, sorry. So, our current facilities, then, so we actually, our landlord actually has some buildings that are close by that we could potentially lease. We are looking for a space that is, anyway, that is in the South Valley, and we have done our demographic profiles and current surveys and different things to see how that would affect, and it does feel like it would support our move there, but, we haven't, so right now, then I feel like that we are looking at maybe the adjacent building across the street to do kind of what we're gonna do in the 26, 27 unit. And then beyond that, then we are looking for another building.
Okay. So for this application, this is just the expansion. It's not for the satellite, which we anticipate will come in future years. That's kind of our long-term plan. But for this application's sake, like Spring said, our landlord does have an additional building across the street from Vanguard right now, but we would, they said it would be available for us as in the timeline that is laid out in the application. And maybe to address your enrollment question, the past several years, we've increased our enrollment by 50 students a year. I think it's been the last 3 years. And we've done that through a small expansion. Our current enrollment is 623, so we're approved for 600. We go up that 3% above because we've got wait lists every year. So if you project that 50 students per year increase, by the time we get to the 26-27 year, we'll be at 700. And if you add the 5th and 6th grades, you're adding another 200 plus. And so that puts us at 900 plus students with our current siblings. And so the application requests for 1,000 students in that year. And our sibling demand will be at 900 plus. That'll leave 50 to 100 students from the community that will come in. And right now, some of our siblings are on the wait list. And so we don't even have enough capacity now to accommodate all of the siblings. So that's breaking up some families and causing maybe some families to go to another school altogether. So we do feel like the demand is there. We do feel like we can build this capacity that we would trust in.
And I mentioned too, that as far as sibling students on the wait list, that's with the extra 50 students that we're granting for next year.
We do have teachers at the school because sibling priority is first for teachers. We have teachers in the school that cannot attend. That they would like them to.
Thank you. Additional questions, anyone? So as you're looking at it, I'm glad Mr. Biesinger asked that question. Actually, in my notes, I have Mr. Biesinger. Then I have notes because I wanted to make sure he was talking about financial issues, which he did. Because it looks like you have a healthy fund balance. I was concerned about lease payments, debt service, particularly to make sure you're healthy and viable financially, that was going to be possible for you, because we want you to continue to be successful. And so those were good questions for us to ask, that you have a plan, not that I want to take over how you do that. I just want to make sure you say, we've got a plan and this is what we've done and we thought it through. We know how we're going to do that. That expansion of facilities will be very important if you're expanding and thinking about it. And if you have that continued plan in mind, how you're going to do it. And you just talked about, you have a long-term plan, potentially come back and say, you'd like a satellite or other things, which is great. You also talked about, this is purely my own personal, for you to think about. Just because my own thinking talked about adding like computer labs to the school, things like that. Something to think about. When I was responsible for building schools, we stopped building computer labs. I'll tell you why. Because otherwise kids are going out to do computer, not computers are tools we use like pen and paper and pencil and pen. So we don't go out to do computer. We use computers to extend our learning. Then you don't have to build specialized spaces, but you have parts maybe of computers if you need to, or that you can bring into classrooms. It's just a tool that you use. So it's my own thinking, but you could consider not having to build a specialized space that moving forward, we just earn that technology expansion that you may not use or need to spend. So that's up to you. I don't design your school. That's up to you, but just something to think about. I'm giving you some thought advice. So I think there wasn't anything else I had on mind that others haven't asked and you've answered. Do you have other questions? As we conclude, I'm going to say, I do want to say, thank you for giving your kids a great experience. As a result of your school, they have opportunity. They are in a community of kids where they can be successful, not only in the school, but in developing as human beings, as you've already referred to, beyond that time. And that may not happen in another school. So thank you. Thank you for continuing that push and fight to be able to do that. I appreciate you doing it.
If I may, so the facilities were brought up, and it's one thing that I didn't mention yet, but our board has been very strong in a lot of different areas. Many of you probably know Brad Nelson, who was the director of Perspective Academy. And he was on our board for several years. He recently retired, and just last month was his last board meeting with us, but we're still working with him. He's got a lot of experience in facilities expansion, including with Spectrum. But he's one of the key people that we are still working with as we are looking at our expansion plans. Not only this expansion, but for our satellite location as we're exploring that as well. So he's a very good person to have on our side as we're exploring those things.
Thank you. Thank you. That's nice that you have that additional advisor. Thank you for letting us know that too. So that if you're approved today and as you expand, and we know in your plan would be to come back for satellite in the future, those facilities will be important to you. We know that. Anything else, anyone? Thank you for taking the time today and for rescheduling to be here, and that you have a good group to represent you. That means a lot. We appreciate it that you're here. So thank you so much. And we'll make a decision around 2 o'clock today. All right. Thank you so much. All right, board. So
The air.
it is cold. I was going to say the same thing. I'm doing that.
I'm up
It's
with
on
you,
my
sure.
speech. I can't. I started to. It does feel cold. If there's a way to look at it,
I'm oblivious to that. So I'm like, thanks for pointing it out. I'm over here just.
I'm like,
It's cold. Well, it is a winter wonderland right now.
I know it does feel cold.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Amber just tried turning it up. Amber, did you turn it up?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, y'all. We have now a time we will break for lunch. Our slate will begin again at 12:55. Please be back in 12:50-ish. Final settling in so we can begin at 12:55 listening to City Academy this afternoon. I mean, yeah, it'll be afternoon by then. So we will stand officially adjourned until 12:55 with City Academy. You have lunch. Bingo, all right. We're on time. Set, Amber? All right, thank you. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. It's Thursday, February 13th, the eve of Valentine's Day, and it is 12:55 p.m. And we're in the Utah State Charter School Board meeting, and we're continuing our discussion with schools relative to their requests for expansion. And I'll say again, thank you to the schools who are here with us now for changing your schedules to be here this month instead of last, as we now have had full schedules last month and this to be able to hear everyone completely. We appreciate it, and we want to give good time. So I'm going to ask if City Academy, if you folks want to come right up here and join us at the end of the table, come and sit at these chairs. If come on up and join us. We'd like to get to know everybody, and we've all read the application. We're just now want to have a time if anyone had questions, or sometimes we ask questions just to brag about you. So know that they're not always questions of concern, but sometimes just so that you have an opportunity to talk well of yourself. So welcome. We're going to have Ms. Stephenson do an overview for us, and then we'll give you a chance to introduce yourselves and then see if the board has any questions for you.
Thank you, Chair. We are pleased to have City Academy here today to talk with us. And City Academy right now is serving 500 students in grades 7 through 12. Their request is to add an additional 500 students in grades K through 6. And this is a request that they've actually been working on for a few years. Maybe, I guess, almost 2 years and a half, 2 years, as Director Kramer and I stepped into this leadership role. That was one of our very first meetings that we got to have. I was working with this school and talking about what would the timing look like and how could they best be prepared to make this request to them. So it's one that they've been very mindful of and wanting to really move forward in a way that will best serve their community. With that, if approved, the LEA max authorized enrollment would move to 1,000 students, and it would be serving students in grades K through 12. So as far as those strengths of the request, City Academy is also one of our OG schools, 25 years in operation. So the very first, which is so exciting. They also have been in partnership with the Gifted Music School, and that's already an established relationship, as they spoke about in their application. Another strength that is seen in this request is that it fills a need that's left by the closure of 2 district elementary schools. And that was a big driving factor in these conversations that we were able to have with them as local schools closed and left families without choices within their area. This school also has a strong private financial support and a history of clean audits, which has helped them to stay successful in those 25 years of operation. And then just again, emphasizing that collaboration and planning with the authorizing staff has been a big piece of this request. Some potential support needs. Obviously, they've operated in that 7 through 12 space for 25 years. So that challenge of integrating new grade levels while maintaining the integrity of their secondary programs. Also the staffing shortages that are seen with some potential specialized needs with that music focus. Facility costs and recognizing, how to keep students in grades K through 12 safe, but also potentially, separate from each other as they need there. And then just that last potential support need is that there has been that reliance on private donations to help cover some budget gaps, but they are hoping that this expansion will reduce some of that reliance and make that no longer necessary for the school. And so, Chair, we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. Welcome, City Academy. Welcome, and thank you for your years of continued service to children. So thank you so much. How about if would you all introduce yourselves so we know with whom we're speaking? We know some of you, but others we may not.
I'm Kelly Lockwood. I'm the principal at the school. I'm Mary Glauser, a board member.
I'm Abby Dreyer and I am representing the Gifted Music School in partnership with City Academy. So I'm the director of the music program that collaborates with City Academy.
I'm Sonia Woodbury. I'm one of the original founding partners of the school.
Grant Stock, I'm the director of the school.
Kelly Smart Okazaki, I'm a board member.
And I'm Steve Oxley, another board member.
Wonderful. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate you coming
Can I
here
make a
too.
clarification on this?
Sure.
Greg? And I thought I was clear in my application, but we are not asking for extra seats. We already have 500 extra, we already have 500 seats and we don't need any extra seats. And also, so you know, we're not doing any building expansions or we already have the buildings and stuff in the space that we're using at this, so.
So it's just to add those additional grades. You have
Yeah,
the,
Just the grades that
additional
came.
grades, the K1.
Okay.
okay.
For the
For the-
start with,
starting
and then
with
we would like to
K2.
go, yeah, so ultimately we are asking for a K through, we want to be a K through 12 program, but we would start with just the three.
Okay.
Kindergarten first and second, the first year.
And I have start with K2, but a request to add 500 in K6, but start with K2. Is that, it's not accurate?
Yeah, not the 500. So we have 500 seats currently, and that will serve for what we need.
To do the full K,
Yeah,
K2
So
and
they have enough
712?
It's already.
So you're not
All the
requesting a
grades.
full K6 approval, just K2? Because I think the application said K.
yeah, no, I am asking for
For case.
the K
K6.
through 6, but we will expand.
You'll ramp up as you
Right.
go.
We'll go up one every
Getting to
year.
500, which is what they already have.
To get to the
Uh,
top.
But the 500 seats would be for the K-12.
Okay, not 1,000 total,
Yeah,
but
no, 1,000.
500 total K-12
Yeah.
eventually.
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
And,
thank you
and
for
we
that.
already, that is our seats right now, so we're not, that's why I say we're not requesting extra seats.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, that's a good clarification for us to have. Thank you. All right, board members, questions that you might have, anyone? Sure, looking.
I'll dive in if we're-
Please, Mr. Biesinger, please.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. This was a very helpful application. I want to start out by saying I love what you're doing and I love where you're doing. So many times we get close to downtown spaces. We just have, I'm not going to say education deserts, but there is just surprisingly a lack of kind of choice. I really was helped by reading and I'm glad is it Gifted Musical? What?
Gifted Music.
Thank you. Gifted Music Schools here. I'd love to hear about that. I read your application the same way. I didn't think you were asking for more seats, but just to go down into those lower grades and it helps you from a competitive landscape. So let me just start by asking, so if I go to the state's website, I show your 23-24 enrollment at like 100 kids. I think it was 98.
Yeah.
98. Is that, I don't know your fault. How did you start this current school? What's your current?
So we're about saying, we're a little above that now.
Okay.
So we've had some, things are looking well for that. We have gone up a few students since then, so our retention has been really good, with our students. Our enrollment has started off, we have about 4 times the amount of kids already enrolled this year as we had last year at this time. And so that's encouraging. On that, just those things look very positive. Last year, we had no teacher rollover. So just the whole building has a very good vibe and feel to it, with what's going on with things there,
So your 22-23 enrollment was 117 according to state data. Your 21-22 enrollment was similar. It was about a 110. So you're kind of at the low end of the last 3 years. You see that being a trend. It sounds, I mean, I think that's why you're asking for these lower grades is because it feels like it's a competitive environment ask.
Yeah, yes, it is. I'm gonna be honest, totally with this. This is looking at a way to strengthen a school that's really served this community for 25 years and it's been really strong, but you're seeing that all across the Salt Lake School District's area. I mean, That's why they closed 2 schools down and some things like that. So we're looking for ways to continue to make City Academy a strong school. And for a long time, I mean, even before I came to school, Sonia had been talking with Eugene, who was the director over the gifted music school, and she's trying to create this partnership, like, and struggled a little bit because when you get kids at grade 7, you start them at grade 7 and go up, you're getting what you get. And then you're changing habits, and we're trying to get them into new things, and that's been a little bit of a struggle. So to kind of start them where we want to have them, you know what I mean, and learn the things we want to do and build this education program into it. This, like, we're not talking about a music program where they come and maybe they take music, like, we're talking about an integration of music into everything we do in the curriculum, and really trying to create a music school where that education is a part of it. We're excited to have the Gifted Music School to help us with that. Eugene used to actually work for the Canadian government in developing their music into the school, the curriculum in the school, and has had just a great experience with that. We're looking at models of schools that are doing this. And what was the name of the school? The Kaufman Center was we've been kind of talking with them and going to look at some of these kind of ideas. So yes, we want to build this, but we want to start down there instead of like a lot that are going backwards. We want to build a foundation the way we want to, the right way, and start bringing them up so that we keep this this pipeline of kids who have learned the way we want them to learn, and have got the education and the programs that we want to.
Thank you.
Say one more thing about the trend part of your question. Yeah. I think Grant mentioned this, but I want to make sure it's clear. You're right, you're picking up that downward trend that we had, and some of that came through COVID, and we didn't come back out of COVID really well those last years. But the answer is we do see it now coming back around. Like Grant was mentioning, this spring, we're already seeing 4 times the enrollment for next fall at this time that we saw last year. So we already have more students ready to be coming in next fall. We do see the trend.
Okay. I really want to focus my couple of questions on the finance part of this, and I think the fellow board members will be better suited to talk about programmatic things. My question, so as I look at, kind of some of the financial metrics that are part of this application, say, hey, look, are you healthy? Because we want to make sure you're healthy before you expand. You have a very low cost facility. Amazing. Like, you have found very unique. I don't know about it, but at least to this data, your lease facility ratio is down around 10%. It's phenomenal. It's really hard to find a space in downtown. I don't know what, that's great. Do you have capacity in that space to grow? Okay, go ahead and speak to that.
Yeah, so that's kind of the point of why we felt this really is a strong look at something, because we're already paying for these facilities, and we already have the capacity in it. And we've been sharing a little bit, and then we do the financials back and forth with the Gifted Music School to kind of help. But see, they use it evenings after school is over, and they need space. And then they don't have the space needs as much during the day, so we use the space during the day. And so it's been a very beneficial, and we do have the ability to go up to probably pretty close to the 500.
You do, with your existing space?
Yes.
Okay. And with the Gifted Musical School, so you share some of that space, but it seemed like you were across the parking lot. I'm sorry, it's been a couple of weeks. I read this one a little earlier, so just please remind me where.
Yeah, so the buildings right next to each other.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, and so we share the parking lot in the back. But yes, most of our operations happen after school.
Okay, so you have capacity from a building standpoint to grow in students. Okay, and your financial history, so good facility ratio, but like a couple of these metrics that I think that are asked for in the application. Sorry, I'm trying to go to them. There they are. Kind of the equivalent debt coverage ratio. It's a hit and miss, right? In 20, we were 105. That's probably adequate, but adequate barely. 21, 120, 123, 22, 107, 23, 59. So below means you're losing money, essentially. can you just speak to that? And I think it's probably, you know, you're not spending a lot on your facility. And so then I would probably look towards salaries and benefits, but I'm gonna guess this is just kind of with only 100-ish kids, like especially if you drop from 110, like that's meaningful dollars that probably flows right into that ratio. Is that what's going on here? Just tied to demand, or is there another issue?
The short answer is yes.
Yeah.
Right, and so, we, over time, have this long-term, usually private support. To maintain what we need to maintain, and we've kept all our expenses as low as we could. And we have private donations, and we make sure that we, know that if we're meeting payroll, we're meeting all our expenses, we've done all these things, we don't carry a lot of extra sitting there in an account. However, we also don't own our building, we lease it, and so we have an arrangement with our landlords that, like, for example, 4 or 5 years ago, I can't remember, we had to replace our roof all of a sudden. But the arrangement with our landlords is when that happens, they help us by financially help take care of that and amortize it over. So we just have this arrangement set up so we know we can function with integrity on a daily basis and an annual basis. Teachers aren't worried about whether they're gonna be paid or something like that. We figured out how to manage those.
Okay. I just want one more question, then I'll defer, because others probably have questions. Adding those, like, 7 grades, K through 6. How are you contemplating? So we're kind of at the minimum of what it takes to kind of keep a school running, if I might dare say, and we might even be a little bit below the there. Not a discredit to you at all. I like I say, I love what you're doing and love where you're doing. But we're gonna have more people eat at this diner a little bit to make it work. So I think this is well thought out to go lower and to partner with the gifted musical school. Gifted music school. But help me understand, like, what's this gonna look like as far as like staffing? Because if you add a few salaries of staff, like, you're gonna have to add kids, otherwise it just becomes not viable instantly. So you really need the growth to add staff. It sounds like you have the space, but are you gonna cluster like kindergarten and first grade, second and third? Are they gonna be their own classes? Can you just?
Yeah, so that's what we've been, again, some of it becomes what the kids come in and where they look at, but, yes, we do plan to do kind of some rotations, so as they go through their music and their different classes that they'll do, they get the music school and some of those types of things. It'll stagger where we can have a little bit less staff to be able to do that. But realize that a lot of the staff, like, Kelly, has had many years of experience as an administrator in elementary. In fact, most of her experience has been in elementary before. And myself having, put together a school before, I put together Real Salt Lake Academy. So having some of this background, we'll be doing, none of that will change. So I don't have to hire those kind of staff. I don't have to hire really all I'm looking at is some teachers. So when I look at the numbers, we're looking very small. We're talking about, we were hoping to do 75 kids, as I said in my application that first year in those 3 grades. That would more than pay for our teachers and staff and anything we need. I could go down to almost 10 kids per class and still be able to make this a very viable solution for us. So in fact, what this would really do is because of, if we do get the higher staff and we can put some of our services and stuff into that, it actually just makes our whole thing a little bit more financially responsible to be able to do that. So that if I not have to add any those buildings, things like that, really I am just looking at the staff. And so it really doesn't take but a minimal amount. Like, true, if I didn't get any kids, that would be different. Our extras and things like that, we'll use our current staff as well for like things like PE and art and things like that. That they can go over and help with that, because again, we've had a small ratio, student to teacher ratio with that kind of kids. There's so many that you just have to offer at a high school level, like to be able to get your graduation requirements, you have to have so many teachers. And so, but they're not so overburdened that we can't use them and utilize them for some of those. So I'm really just looking for those 3 teachers to add to be able to make that happen. So it really is like, this is a very, to me, a lot of it is very physically solid and sound with what we want to do. I don't need very few kids to make that work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional board members, Mr. Olson.
Thanks and welcome here. We love to see schools that have been around for a long time. One of the things I've loved over the years about City Academy, just having worked with the school in the past, is the strength you provide to ELL students and other disadvantaged students. So kudos to what you're doing. My question is to dig a little bit deeper on your enrollment projections. Specifically involving the program that you have, it appears that that's the main target, is through the collaboration that you have, being able to then deliver some new elementary school students. Can you just update us on what you believe the demand to be? I mean, have there been surveys and that sort of thing to gauge that?
Abby, can you tell them a little bit about kind of the growth you guys have seen in your programs and in your enrollment just over the last year?
Yeah, and I definitely want to hear that, but I want that also to layer into how it.
Yeah, then I'll tell you how.
Yeah. Thanks.
So I came into this role this year and, Project Grit, which is the music program that is in City Academy, really gifted music school, utilizes our teachers. We've seen about, I'd say 25% growth in the last 2 years in our program. And so we have almost 500 students that we are serving right now. All of these students, they get free music education, they get free classes. Some of them are getting about 6 hours a week of classroom instruction with our teachers, including private lessons. All of this is covered. Same with their instruments, and we try to do 2 to 3 concerts a semester with these students. The goal is that we create this pathway into our preparatory, and if they want the opportunity to go into our conservatory on Fulbright scholarships, and receive a high level music training experience. And so that's what we're hoping to do and expand the City Academy.
Why is it free?
What that's the goal of Grit, is we want to provide accessible, high quality education to students in Title I schools specifically. So it's free because we do a lot of fundraising. We do a lot of fundraising.
So it's private fundraising, but are there also state or federal programs that would support that as well? Interesting. Okay.
And a very big commitment to this downtown, these underprivileged kids, to give them this opportunity to do this.
So the population is the same, general target population. Granted, you have a shift to a more music-based education, but the demographic that you're talking about is the downtown city demographic with high at-risk population, high ELL population. Yeah, got it. Okay, sorry.
Okay, so how we would use some of that is really the primary source that we would be hoping for is these students in these types of things. Most of these schools, they lose that program, and even the district schools lose that program when they leave and go to the next grade, which is where we can pick them up at. And so a lot of times we're looking for that, and these kids that are already in these programs. I'd work with Abby, and I have done this some of the past, but we haven't had this elementary in this way to reach out more to these parents, but to just go and visit with the kids and the parents. We usually will set up meetings and things like that to go down and visit with them, tell them about our program, how we plan to, what we can do for them and those kind of things. So that's a lot of the way that we would reach out to them. And then there are a lot of the kids that aren't in those, but that do take those private lessons and things like that. So we would let those families be aware. We've come to the conservative, and we've done that. We've gone to the conservatory meeting as well, and picked some kids up there when we talked to them about the school and what we would do. And so that's kind of how we would reach out to those groups. Then of course we have our own population of kids, and we do have lots of siblings that do go and repeat siblings and even some who were alumni and are now coming back that come to that. And so in addition, we would have that group that we can. So that's where we think we get the primary, but then we also have these elementaries that have been closing in the area and they happen to bus their kids out. So we would be reaching out to them to try to get them. And again, I'm not trying to get like, I'm not out of whack here saying I'm trying to get 300-400 kids. I don't think we do that, not in the area where we're at. We don't have the population growth that we're seeing there. But I think when you talk about, she talked about 500 kids and we get their program, there's another several. Eugene told me there are a little over 700 people total that they serve. And so between that, our own, and then some of these other areas, I really feel like to push for 75 kids is not in any way an out of the reach type of program. And that's how we'll reach out to them.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Member Olson. Other questions others have? Please, Member Cisneros.
So a few years ago, I remember having a conversation about your guys' model. And one of the main contentions was because the state wasn't recognizing Cambridge when they should have been, along with the IB and such. Are you eliminating the Cambridge or instead of going in the pre-K 12, or how does that all work with? Are you still doing Cambridge?
Yes, we are still doing Cambridge.
So would you be a
We've had
K-12
some conversations about others, Rebecca, about looking at maybe AP because of some of that recognition and things like that. We haven't made a decision on that. And again, we'll have a while before our elementary catches up to that point, you know what I mean, to kind of make that decision, but.
Well, my understanding is Cambridge goes all the way down to pre-K, so you would not be a Cambridge K-12. I guess is my question. So in my mind, if you're not gonna stay with Cambridge, you're in essence saying you want a different model, which is a music academy. You want a K-12 music academy as opposed to a K-12 Cambridge academy.
Well, we still want to, but most of our model is, remember, Cambridge came in a little bit after. Why don't you have the history of this, why don't you?
Sorry, I can tell you the history, like, in my mind, being a Cambridge school is about the high school program. Same with IB or whatever kind of schools, it's about what goes on in high school and those exams you take that allow you college credit and all these kinds of things. We all know that there are pre-IB programs, there are also pre-advanced level programs in Cambridge and in England, everybody's a Cambridge school, right? So K-12. So the intention to retain and enhance and build our Cambridge program is in the way we plan our curriculum. So as we backwards map into 6th and 5th and 4th and kindergarten, how do we start preparing students to be doing the kinds of things, thinking wise and writing wise and all the things that we believe Cambridge really helps them prepare to do well? How do we get them more and more ready as they're all coming through elementary school? So as they hit middle school, they're even more ready. Right now, we have a few kids coming in 7th and 8th grade who appear really ready to hit the ground running with that level of education, but it takes a while for us to help get them there. And we hope with adding elementary, in our minds, it is Cambridge K-12, even if we're not using their curriculum. And there are no exams attached to that. Well, they have exams if you don't use them, but it's not the same as what we're talking about as the early college education that they do.
So if the parent were to come to an information session, I would assume right today, somehow Cambridge model would be part of that elevator pitch.
Absolutely.
But if you switched and became a K-12 with the GRIT program, the elevator pitch would switch to we're a music school that helps your child academically.
I understand that question, and I think it doesn't switch, it just expands. Because what we're talking about here is the ability to integrate music into the rest of your education. And Cambridge is still the umbrella under which we do our early college education. So it just, as we carry through, we have gifted music school students now in the conservatory program who are also taking A-level classes in our school. Like, this is just how you do those academics, and this is how you do the music. it'll be more integrated and more elementary level. And then we're done.
So the ultimate thing, and the reason that at Cambridge, that, you know, that we went that way is because we're looking for a more hands-on, minds-on thinking process. And so we feel that this model with music does the same thing. It's more of a hands-on, minds-on. It thinks, you know, if you look at the statistics of how that brings into the education, improves education, I believe that's a lot because it is interactive. It's not only that you're learning something, but you're acting and you're putting a passion to it, and that really brings in that. And these are the same concepts, and that's what our mission statement is about. You know, City Academy didn't start off with saying we're a Cambridge school. They just adopted the program because they felt it met our hands-on, minds-on thinking process, which is something we've always had. So not really a change. We just see that this is another way to help build and to strengthen that into our schools.
Additional comments, board members? I am gonna ask this question.
Yeah.
Because you've been thinking about this, obviously, you're saying like we could add K2 initially and maybe up K6. And so you've been thinking about it and planning. Tell me what challenges you said, these are the challenges we're going to have to take care of. If that grade configuration is approved, what are the things you are going to have to do that you've been talking about? These are the challenges we'll have that we need to meet.
Okay, so some we've kind of already talked about. We've got to get the recruitment down and make sure that we know how to reach out and to get to these students that we need to do. We're gonna have to build a curriculum. Like, this is a new curriculum, and so that's going to be something that we need some time to do. Luckily, we do have the people in the building and things to really help us with that. Like I said, Eugene has wanted to do this and loves it and did it for the Canadian government for a long time. So we do have people there to help us, to support us, to do training, but we'll need a lot of that. We'll have to start looking at building new policies and things like that, because we are now, this is an elementary, it's a new thing. Luckily, I've got Kelly here, who has, like I said, spent more time in, you know, how many years were you in, have you served in administration in elementary? So we have that, but that's certainly some big jumps in front of us that we've got to do. Then we've got to make sure that these spaces are added or created. They are created a little different, you know. And so we're gonna have to look at making sure that those spaces are ready to go, appropriate for elementary. One of the things we have to do is we do have some high school classes that are over in that building right now. We do not want high school in the same building with the elementary. So the high school, all the high school classes will need to come over into our current building, and we'll have to do some space planning and things like that as we move through that. But again, all these things, the other thing is we do have another challenge that will be there is hiring staff, that because the elementary teacher group, they will need to have a musical background. So not only am I going to try to be getting elementary teachers, but I'll need to get elementary teachers who have some sort of music background that can help us build some of that as well. So yeah, we do have some there, but the thing about the staff, if you were to go through, there is a lot of experience. You know, unfortunately, Prasad, our businessman, wouldn't be able to be here, but he's been around the state. Most people probably who know anything about finance know Prasad, and Sonia's been one of the original founders here. You know, I've formed a school before, so it's not my first rodeo putting a school together. And Kelly's had about 20 years of administrative experience as well. So we have a lot. Like, one of the great strengths we have, our board that came here not only supported, but I wish they could tell you a little bit more about themselves, but I've been around a lot of boards, and I have been around a board that's so understanding that they're also very fiscally responsible and have a lot of people who really understand that kind of stuff. So I think that we have the ability to meet some of those challenges.
Thank you. Thank you for thinking that through for me. And I know that you've been thinking about it, because you mentioned a lot of the things that I would find as challenges as well. It's a different animal, K2. Little kids don't have to hold scissors or pencils. You have to do a lot for them. There's still some, they should be potty trained in kindergarten now. You do other kinds of things. They throw up more, break their arms. They do all kinds, they're different in those elementary years. As those of you who work in elementary schools, you know that to be true, right? And so it is a different animal. So I'm glad that you've been thinking about what those challenges will be and how to keep them safe and having pick up and drop off and all the kinds of things that you have to do for little ones that you don't have to for big folks. So that helps me to know that you've been thinking it through and know what those challenges are. I mean, new textbooks, potentially other materials that you don't have to buy for secondary folks that you do need at the elementary level. So manipulatives and other kinds of things, we could go on, right? So just the kinds of things you'll have to be prepared to have and ready for them. So I appreciate your responses. Thank you for answering those questions for us freely, and we can sense your enthusiasm to add these grades to your school, and we appreciate it. I'm not seeing any other questions from board members. Mr. Biesinger,
I just have one last one. This is kind of important for me, so I just want to take a moment. I'd like to hear, I'm sorry for your name.
I'm Abby.
Abby, I appreciate you being here. Yeah, I think it's important. Can you just help me understand from your organization standpoint why this is beneficial? Why is it a win? And what are you hoping? What is the Gifted Music School hoping out of this? I would be helped to hear from that.
From my standpoint, my program, I kind of share some of the same sentiments that City Academy does, that when you're trying to work with students and train them starting in high school, that can be a lot harder to do. And if you can access students at a younger age and help them develop, that just creates a really, really strong music school. It creates a strong academic sphere. I just think there's a lot of positives there. I think there's a lot of wins and a lot of different ways for everyone involved. For the rest of the school, it also just helps strengthen our numbers. I mean, we collaborate so much with the Suzuki Association of Utah and all of these other music programs. And it just helps with our numbers as well. I mean, it's a win-win for us to have their students using our programming, and it's.
Do you have kids in these elementary grades currently in your program? Or do you have older students currently?
We have all of it. So we do have some younger, we do have some older. So we have 3 programs under our umbrella. We have the GRIP program, the Project GRIP. So we do have Mountain View and we do have the Guadalupe School currently, but we lose them after elementary because they're going to go to other schools. We lose them. And then we have the preparatory program. A lot of our students that are in our GRIP program, if they want to take private lessons, they become a part of the preparatory program. We also pay for their memberships being the SMU. This is the Suzuki Association of Utah. They get all of these things from being in our GRIP program and our preparatory program. They get orchestral opportunities. And then we have the conservatory. That's truly audition based. And our goal is for these students at City Academy or in the GRIP program that they go through this entire program and they get to the conservatory, and it's 100% full ride. They get to take college level music classes. If they want to become a really good musician, that's where you go. And so.
Thank you.
Can I add just what, because that brought, I hope part of this model too is, I don't know how many of you have ever had, and we dealt with this when I put Real some way together, that a lot of sports times, like you go to school and then you go to your sports and your clubs and your things after, and it just consumes so many parents' time. It takes away from the ability of either education. Many times these kids who really want to go somewhere, they have to go do online programs to meet their needs, or they have to give up family time and things like this. And so one of the great things that we did at Real and that brought this is that we built those into their schedule. So when school's over, like they still would go practice and do some things, but a lot of that time was actually spent and able to be built into that. And so we're hoping to actually help these families. We think this will be a real benefit to these families who really want this high education. They can also get a high academics and a good program, and that they don't necessarily just have to go do, some of them really want this face to face and this, be able to get a lot of the other as well done during the day, really is a appealing, I found, to a lot of parents, and we hope to see that.
Thank you so much. Not seeing any other questions, we'll say thank you. We're gonna make a decision in another half hour, 40 minutes as well. So thank you so much. Thank you for being here so much today. We appreciate you and your continued work. Judge Washington Academy, you come and join us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you all. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
There's a spot at the table for you. Have to select it. Don't forget.
Yeah, you thought you would escape. All right. Ms. Stephenson.
All right, last but certainly not least, we are pleased to have George Washington Academy joining us. George Washington Academy is currently serving 1,075 students in grades K through 7. Their large expansion request today is to add 175 students, and that would bring them to a new max authorized enrollment of 1,250 students. As far as their request, some of the strengths that staff noted in their application is that George Washington Academy has a strong reputation for academic excellence, and they are consistently outperforming state averages. George Washington Academy also was the first model PLC ambassador school in the nation. So a great accomplishment and achievement for the school. They have a high retention rate and a strong wait list. And their debt coverage ratio is over 150% for at least the last 3 years and probably longer than that. Again, some of those potential support needs. There is that competitive educational market, and then the staffing shortages and potential facility costs. But we expect them to navigate those challenges well as they explained in their application. So Chair, we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'm going to say again to you specifically, because you've come the farthest today to be with us, to say thank you for adjusting schedule. And there was not as much snow when we had scheduled in January. And today you're here on a snowy and cold day. And I know you have to drive through Beaver, which is always what I hate, right? Going back and forth. That always seems where the most snow lands, right? Often. So even though we love Beaver, but I'm sorry that. So thank you.
Behind us.
You don't.
Yeah. So.
Try not to let the- leave our blood pressure.
Well, thank you though. Thank you for adjusting your schedule. I know at some hardship that you did that and we really appreciate it. Gives us a little bit of time to really consider you thoughtfully. So thank you so much. All right, board members, you've read the George Washington Academy's application. And what questions might you have for them so that we can make a good decision today?
Maybe I'll start.
Thank you, Member Olson.
Thanks, Chair. First off, excellent job on the application. It's well written. I love that you took our boring template and actually put your nice logo on the front. It looks really nice.
I had a little extra time between the hours of 2 and 3 in the morning.
I love it. This is great. Can you just give us a basic rundown of your facilities and your projected facilities needs going forward in your game plan for accommodating the expansion?
So our school, we've built it so far in 3 stages. We had the initial school of about 500 students. And when we met capacity there, we added a 2nd phase, then a 3rd phase, and now we're ready for the 4th phase. When we hit the 3rd phase, about a year into that, our business administrator brought to our attention as the board that we were going to be short student seats if every kindergartner that was enrolled at the time moved all the way through 8th grade. So we approached the state charter school board at the time and increased it to 1,075 students.
Unfortunately, we've never been able to hit that because we don't have the space to put students in seats. So we are now at a place where we know we have the wait list, we know that there's a need, but we can't expand to that number or even beyond because we'd have to put them in the janitor's closet or in the outside classroom, which most of the time would be acceptable, except for today when it's raining. So we are at a place now that in order to continue to serve the students that we have moving through our program, as well as those on our wait list, we have to add on. So a year ago, we bought some land adjacent to our building. And our goal is to build a middle school focused building with a few additional things like a stage, an auditorium, things like that that could be used for all of the classes, but to make that our middle school focus and then be able to expand the elementary school into those spaces.
Great, it's a wonderful problem to have.
Yes. Mhm.
Thank you. Other questions, board members? Member Cisneros, thank you.
So, oh my gosh, I literally just wiped. Okay, I'll go back to that. So you put your students who say they're not returning, this is just truly a curiosity question, the 13% or so who say they're not returning, when you poll them, what do they say?
Very consistently the same thing, and we probably have experience as well. The most common reason that they're not coming back is that they're going to go into this school, their neighborhood school, whichever district school they'll be in, usually because they want to be a part of sports programs is usually the first, and or a music program. Following that, it would be the electives. So with our addition, maybe going back to your original question, with the addition, we hope to be able to expand our elective options to be able to retain more of those 6th, 7th grade students.
Is that where, sorry, I'm scrolling back down to that table. Because you have such a strong reputation, so I'm just curious what the reason. Yeah, they all seem to like fall off at 6th and 7th grade. Yeah. So what, you haven't been able to get up to the max amount, how much do you, like today's enrollment, what is that?
So if we were able to have enough seats in our building, right now we could welcome another kindergarten class and 1st grade class, and we would still have a wait list.
No, that's not what I'm getting at. How many do you actually
So right
have?
now we have about 1,010, and it oscillates. Right around Christmas time, we will traditionally lose students at Christmas because their families are moving north or moving out of the state. So we anticipate that every Christmas. So our October 1 count was 1,017. Yes. And right after Christmas, it was closer to 1,011. And give or take, we might move 1 or 2 students each day. Our front office staff is extremely dedicated at once we lose a family or a seat becomes available, that they are reaching out to anyone on our wait list to try to fill those seats.
Why would anyone from St. George?
I know, I'm thinking the same thing. Why?
Maybe that's a benefit because they're not very bright, so they're helping your test scores. Why would you do that?
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Because most of the time, people are trying to come down to visit us. But we do lose, and the cost of living generally plays into that. They're moving because they've got a job, because they can move somewhere else that'd be more economical for their families.
So I'm gonna sound narcissistic and bougie when I say this. One of my masters is organizational development, and that sounds so obnoxious. I apologize, but I'm trying to give you context. And some of the research that's very prevalent that I've also done some research on is size and culture. That's why I was asking about the numbers that you're currently at, because one of the things that I have been participant in, et cetera, is really strong culture cannot survive the expansion. And so you've been able to hold on to a pretty good culture right around 1,000. And now you're, going to continue to grow that. It will inherently change your culture, especially if you're talking about, we'll bring in new electives, we'll bring in new teachers, we'll bring, right? Like all of those things, it's not a may, it will change your culture. So what has been the conversation around how do we protect the George Washington brand and image and culture as we continue to grow and essentially have to morph?
So let me speak to something and then Christine will answer that question for you more specifically. But I remember meeting with you probably 7 years ago when I was a brand new board chair. And you'd mentioned the expansion concept of when schools expand, they generally, in those first couple of years, if they were an A school, they go down to a B, C, et cetera. You remember that? Maybe you remember that conversation. So I brought that home to my team and I said, here is what we are up against. If we decide to expand at any point, we have to do whatever it takes to ensure that when we do, any new students or any teachers moving into a new building or moving into new grades, that we are aware of this and that we have specific things in mind to be able to combat that. So that's been a conversation throughout this whole process for our team. And our admin team has some plans. I'm gonna let Christine.
You're just trying to get me to vote yes automatically.
They know.
Butter me up a little, yeah.
They know that conversation came from you. I mean, Christine knows that. So Christine is one of my assistant directors. And I'm gonna let her speak to that.
Yes, thank you for that question. So culture is always at the forefront of everything that George Washington does. And we believe that that starts on systems of support. We actually have entertained and hosted schools from the area and across the state the last 2 years on this very subject. And these are K-12 schools. And it starts with collaboration. It starts with how we integrate multi-systems of support. It is something we expect of our new hires. We put them through significant training. We prioritize professional development with funds so that we can ensure that this culture remains strong and that this culture is centered on student learning and student success. So with that being said, and Mr. Clark, our executive director today, is teaching about systems and culture in New York City. He's presenting with other presenters that are well known like Ron Clark. And I believe that through our administration that is heavily involved in the research and applying research to our school, that the culture will not change. It is part of who we are and what we expect our employees. We've developed collective commitments for all of our employees on the areas of culture and climate and student learning and all of those things. And it is just an expectation. We've thought about even how we would design the building to ensure that there is not a separation of the two so that it still remains one body, one collective group of individuals. And that might even be with the way that we connect the two facilities together, who we place in each building, so that we can continue with that strong culture.
Thank you, Member Cisneros, for that question.
Yeah. And know that a change of culture doesn't mean a downward spiral. A change of culture may be an improvement, something even stronger and better than you hadn't anticipated. So just means things aren't always the same, but it could be even stronger and better. Right?
Along those notes, if I may highlight, the new building that we anticipate at this current juncture is going to be for the med student, which will drastically improve the med student experience and while also improving elementary school experience because they'll have their space and more testing centers, etc. that we don't.
Hey,
I was gonna say one thing, Dad, too. We also plan to grow slowly. So as new kids come in and staff, it's a slow group of kids that are going to school with kids who have been at GWA so that they can be integrated and can learn that culture and the expectations along with their parents. So that the system doesn't break, that it just up levels and we can handle it as we integrate students in slowly.
thank you. Other questions, board members, other things you want to know?
I just have a quick
Yeah.
comment if I could.
Please.
Find no fault with you. I'm gonna easily vote yes. If I could pick a bone with you, I wish you were asking for more kids. I'm probably the opposite of Member Cisneros. When people have done it this good, and I don't mean to take this lightly, but I really do appreciate George Washington. I honestly would ask you to consider, I would be as bold as to say, as we think about growth in the charter school space in Utah, I would hope you all would consider a satellite. I just think you're great. And I know that isn't risk free. Man, I just, yeah, if anything, I wish you were asking for more seats. So I hope in the future you won't ignore that growth call. Is that southern part of the state especially grows. You know, I drive in St. George now and it is a different city than it was even just 5 or 8 years ago. But it is. Traffic's horrible down there. I feel bad. You got a bunch of 2-lane roads and you need 3-lane roads, but yeah, it's just a part of the state that just seems like it's clearly gonna keep growing. And you know, so I'll be a yes, and it's easy for me. But I actually really do sincerely ask you to consider, you know, trying to expand what you're doing to more kids. I think you're great.
Thank you. We will take that back as a board and continue those conversations.
Member Olson.
Hey, just quickly, back to the subject of attrition. It seems that you have a spike of attrition in 6th and 7th grades. Is there a reason I don't want to waste too much time on this, but is there a reason you're K through 7 as opposed to K through 8?
Yes, actually.
And why not be K through 8 so that you've got more of a middle school model so that you have the ability to retain some of those kids that aren't looking to bolt so they have a more complete middle school years experience?
So I'll share just a little history. When we first opened, we were K-8. And we were 4 classrooms all the way until 6 and 7. Well, 6 was 3, 7 was 2, 8 was 2. We could barely fill 2 classrooms consistently. In fact, there were times where we were down to 1. It was a large classroom, but we only had 1 because Washington County School District is a K-5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then the high school is 10 through K or 12. So we found that our students were leaving us in 6th grade or at the beginning of 7th grade because they wanted to start in the 8th grade with their peers that they might be playing sports with. So after 8 years of deliberation, and I will say a personal soapbox of my own, because I have children that went to the school and I wanted them to have the 8th grade experience. After a lot of discussion, a lot of debate, we let go of our 8th grade program in hopes that we would retain our 6th and 7th grade programs, and then we would be able to give a fuller, robust opportunity for those students, and they wouldn't have to choose when to leave us, and it's worked. It has built our 6th and 7th grade programs are stronger and the student counts are where we need them to be. So that's why we don't have an 8th grade program. However, we get asks often to go through high school. And the climate is not right yet for that. So to speak maybe to your.
Got it. That's helpful. I should have known that about Washington County. So that's helpful to hear.
High school's hard. It's a really different animal.
It's a different beast. And to speak specifically to when you're competing in that 8th grade year and the students wanted to be on the sports teams, they wanted to be with their friends, not taking that option away and letting them just go worked. We saw the benefit of it. It's a good question, Emerson.
That's good planning and good thought on your part and to know that, but I'm gonna ask, so is the school still authorized K-8, even though you've chosen not to have grade 8, or you changed your
An
charter?
amendment, 5 years ago.
Okay, all right.
We went through all the proper steps to do that when we did our first exhibit A.
But you don't have to serve grade 8, even if you are authorized to do that. So that's why I asked that question. I want to ask one other thing. I asked it of a group earlier, but you indicated a barrier that to navigate Utah's zoning laws is a barrier. Explain that to me.
So the actual building of the law won't be a problem. We are actually having problems with signage on the building. And some of we did not have the ability for our students to walk to school because of the zoning concerns. Now we have enough infrastructure around our school that they can walk, they can come. So we've overcome that hurdle simply because now to our area.
So they've built sidewalks, you mean, and have safe walking patterns.
Just this year.
Literally just in September. I've been on the board 13 years now and at the school for 17, and we've been working to get to this point for years.
It's a newer neighborhood, and that's why the folks are building up. it's almost harder to get sidewalks in an old neighborhood because folks said they have to pay for their own sidewalks. And they say, we've never had them, we're not paying for them now. So in some ways, that's an advantage, honestly, to be that place. Yeah. So, but that was the barrier, is just having walking spaces for kids, the zoning, meaning that people could move in around you, build up around you, and having that population of you.
The only current situation that we still have, we're still working to be able to put signage out on the front of the school so that anyone approaching us knows that we're a school.
And
Because
why
it's
is that a
ordinance.
barrier? Talk to me about what is prohibiting you in the policy that's, they're not allowing that to
The
happen.
city planning commission will not allow us to put the signage that we want. There's for a little small thing that's, you know, certain height, and it cannot project a certain amount of light.
Hmm.
So we're working on that.
Okay.
We have members of our board who are actively working on that. We've got
Okay.
several that are in the construction department area, and so it's an ongoing conversation. We've paused it. We're hoping with the rebuild that we'll be able to.
To open that again. Okay, thank you. That helps me to have that insight. Anyone else additional questions? Again, thank you for making the trek today. I heard there was actually snow in St. George.
There was this morning, there was 7 a.m.
Yeah.
All the kids are like, snow day, are they gonna cancel? And they might have, I mean, because it happens so rarely, it's within the realm of possibility.
They just don't know we're tough people in Utah. We go to school 6 inches, 12 inches, it's snow no matter what, but not St. George. They're not as used to it, right? So,
Give us 200 or 120-degree weather, we can handle that,
yeah,
but the snow.
you need to teach people up here how to do 120-degree weather. That's harder for folks on this end. So terrific. Well, that's why we serve and help each other. Thank you so much for being here today. We're going to now pause and deliberate on all of these and make decisions.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, board members, we are at that place, having listened to 6 really tremendous applications. Tremendous schools making application, whom we really appreciate. I can't comment, you have to comment on how viable you think the applications are, but I think we can all agree these are 6 great schools who are wanting to expand the work that they do, adding grades and or population to their schools so that they can continue to serve a larger group. So we are so I think this has been a great day today to be able to do that and to honor these schools. So let's now, I suggest we just take them in order that we heard them today and make one decision at a time. And we'll start, that means we're going to start with John Hancock, who the timing. Let's start with John Hancock. So if anyone has any motion, discussion, clarification that you want to make relative to John Hancock, remembering that they are wanting to expand the school to 2,500 students. So 1,400 student increase. They presented that to us at their Eagle Mountain campus, as we discussed earlier today.
Chair, I'll make a motion.
Please.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve John Hancock Charter School's large school expansion as presented.
All right, motion from member Cisneros to approve the expansion request of John Hancock School. Anyone do I have a second to that motion? And I'm seeing a couple of hands. I saw member Pulsifer first. So member Pulsifer, thank you for that second. Do we have discussion relative to John Hancock? Anything folks would like to add relative to that motion?
I'll just make one comment. They mentioned the need and I know we said we have to be careful because just because there's growth in the area doesn't mean that you have to take it up with us. And from my experience, their local school district could say, no, but we've got that handled. But in this case, they really are in an obstacle where that local school district cannot.
Right.
And, having ran the legislation for that school,
That division.
I'm very aware of their situation, and I think this is very appropriate and very needed, because they really won't be able to handle that, the new school district, for quite a while, so.
So it is a benefit for families in that area.
Yeah.
Thank you. Additional comment.
Well, I just want to, obviously, and I said I'd support it on the record, but just for continuity in my comments. Although I always have concern with that size of school, I felt like the board did a really good job articulating how they have the schools within the schools in order to ensure that they keep their organizational structure and their mission, because jumping from a 200 baby, really, really successful school into this, what is going to be a large LEA. But I felt really comfortable with the way that they tackle that to ensure that, because what we never want to do is because the comment was made, they've worked really hard to get here. Yes, and that needs to be protected.
Yeah.
Because we've watched it go the other way too, where a really successful 500, 600, 700 school becomes 1,000, 2,000, and they are not what they used to be. And we saw that year after year. And so it makes me a little nervous, but I appreciated how they answered it. So as long as that, and these are experienced operators who understand that and have a very concrete plan for that. And so I wasn't trying to penalize one school for what I agreeing to have another school do. I just feel comfortable with their approach.
Thank you for that comment. Thank you for that comment. And knowing that though they're authorized, they can thoughtfully we have confidence, I think, in them to thoughtfully do that so that they can make that happen. Any additional comments? Right, I would like to with each time do a roll call vote, if we may do that as we go through. So this is for John Hancock. The motion is to approve their expansion request. And I'll start with Member Cisneros.
Yes.
Member Bassett,
Yes.
Vice Chair Spiker,
Yes.
Member Olson,
Yes.
Member Biesinger,
Yes.
and Member Pulsifer.
Yes.
Yes, and so it's a unanimous vote that John Hancock's expansion request is approved. Congratulations, John Hancock. Now your work starts. That should, there's joy and a sinking feeling at the same time. Okay, now we got to do this. All right. Thank you so much for bringing that request today and for your success. We now move to Carl G. Mazer Preparatory Academy. Member Olson.
Yeah, I move that we approve the Carl G. Mazer Preparatory Academy expansion application.
All right, a motion to approve the Mazer application. Do I have a second to that motion? Member Bassett
Second that.
is seconding. Any further discussion relative to the Mazer School? They're expanding, they're increased by 150 to 790 request. Not seeing any discussion, I will call for a vote. I'll go in the same order. Member Cisneros,
Yes.
Member Bassett,
Yes.
Vice Chair Spiker,
Yes.
Member Olson.
Yes.
Member Biesinger.
Yes.
And Member Pulsifer.
Yes.
All right, again, a unanimous approval for Carl G. Mazer Preparatory Academy to approve their expansion request application. All right, now we'll move to Paradigm Charter School. Requesting to add grade 6, not increase numbers, just to add grade 6. Do I have a motion or discussion?
Discussion, not a motion. I'm about 70%. Financially, they probably have enough money to do their expansion, at least get a significant amount of it. They have been thoughtful in that regard. I do agree, like chicken or egg to help enrollment in high school. If we could offer sports and offer electives, would more people be inclined to come? But at the same time, I don't know that sports and different things can fix other enrollment issues. Sometimes I think it can. We watched it with another school, have a school open two schools open directly across the road from them, and football is actually what saved their program. So I understand their predicament that they're in. I would like to be convinced that bringing a sixth grade into a high school is going to warrant. That's a big deal to bring sixth graders into a high school, especially when it requires an entire facility change. So right now I'm at about a 7 out of 10 for this, but I'd like to be convinced if there's somebody else who's a solid 10.
Anyone else with some thoughts or? Shin? We still can accept a motion if you'd like to. We appreciate the comments from Member Cisneros. Any? I can see faces
Yeah,
looking
no,
at
go ahead,
it.
go ahead, and then I'll.
I'm in a very similar camp, I think, as to you, Rebecca. But I think I want to err on the side of, does this increase the reputational risk of the board? I don't think so. Does this, I think that this is a school that has done well on many metrics. That's asking us for some flexibility that they've spent a considerable amount of time talking through. They've obviously dived into this project. I think they're aware of the costs and so forth. I mean, I just think it's, the cost to fund those open spaces that school so much more is very challenging. But I don't think this approval, though, creates any additional risk for, that school or our board. I think it just gives them flexibility to look further into this and to go down the road. So I would be comfortable making a motion with that comment, but I want to defer to other comments first.
Yeah, I was just, thank you both. Those were both my thoughts of being sensitive about bringing sixth graders into a high school space. It changes the dynamic and the needs in the academic instruction that's necessary for a sixth grade group in the state. I also agree with the comment that this could potentially be an asset for the school and help in the directions that they were and the growth that they're hoping for. That's all. I'm still,
Thank you for those
yeah.
comments. Thank you. We ready for a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion.
Motion?
I would motion that we approve the paradigm application.
All right, motion to approve the Paradigm Charter High School, maybe need to think their name eventually, high school application to add sixth grade to their school grade configuration. Do I have a second to that motion? And I'm seeing Member Olson, a second to that motion. Do we have further discussion? All right.
Yeah, I'll just
Yeah,
add quickly.
please.
These have been excellent comments. And I agree with them. This one to me is not the slam dunk that maybe some of the others today have been. But I do feel comfortable that this board is a deep enough board. They've thought through this really carefully. They've analyzed the pros and cons. Being 70% for me is greater than being 30% for me. It's 70%. I would give them the benefit of the doubt. That's how I feel about it.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Additional comments? All right, seeing none, I'm going to call for a vote again. So starting again with Member Cisneros.
I was really hoping you'd do like the waiter trick and go the opposite way. No, actually, Member Olson's final comment did it for me. Yes.
All right, yes, and Member Bassett,
Yes.
Vice Chair Spiker,
Yes.
Member Olson,
Yes.
Member Buesinger,
Yes.
Member Pulsifer.
Yes.
Yes, all right. And I would as well. Will you please, I think to a member on this board, if you'll convey those comments that we've just made in this discussion to them, so they have that. May I add also, they need to have a strong marketing plan was the other piece I think that we
Yes,
discussed today
yes.
with them. That they've got to think about marketing and how their elevator pitch needs to be heard and maybe a change of how they've been working. All right, thank you all. So we have approved Paradigm Charter High School to add grade 6 to their grade configuration. Let's move now to Vanguard Academy. Do we have discussion or motion relative to Vanguard? They're serving grades K-12. They're asking to expand to 512 and gave us some reasons why starting with grade 5 would be beneficial to them. And their current enrollment cap, the increase the cap enrollment expand to 1,000 by 28 to 1,300, I think. Is that right?
Yeah.
2028 up to 1,300, but they have a ramp up plan to expand enrollment by adding those 2 additional grades. All right. So any discussion? Motion?
Chair,
Yes, Member Biesinger.
I would also like to make a motion to approve this application of Vanguard Academy. And I do have some comments, but I'll make it.
All right. So first, motion to approve the Vanguard Academy expansion request. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second so we can talk about it.
Second, thank you from Member Olson. And I'll go back to Member Biesinger if you'd like to add comments.
Yeah, thank you. For me, this is a comfortable yes. It's not a slam dunk. I think this school, I'll say this, I said this in my comments. I really admire this school's execution of helping these kids. This is a school that's really helping kids.
Yeah.
That's really my lead comfort here. I do think they have some challenges. I think, continuing there, it was nice to hear that they have an option to lease next door. I think in the short term, that feels like a good solution. I would hope they would think about a permanent, facility. But I think in doing that, they may have to move, but it sounds like their families are, what I gathered, they're willing to be commuters anyway. This school has some unique demographics, but for me, I just noted, healthy financially, excellent programs, excellent student retention. There's enough positives here that I think this school deserves support to go in the way they have. With respect to the 5th and 6th grades, I like their explanation. I think of Salt Lake Arts Academy, which is a unique school also, in Utah that educates grades 5 through 8. I do think there is, a couple of schools that have really kind of targeted that part of a development of a child's brain in those years. And I was really impressed with how they articulated that. One of my questions is, why don't you want to just be K through 12? But I felt like, even though I didn't ask that, I felt like they have some conviction with what they're trying to do. It's been thought through. And again, I just really lean back on the outcome for those students has been very positive from what I can see.
Thank you for those comments. And the motion, do I have additional comments? Vice Chair Spiker.
So I would agree, I think just similarly to the school that we just discussed, changing the dynamic from a secondary school and adding 5th and 6th grade will definitely impact the interactions and to the point earlier, the culture of the school. And so to be take that into consideration. And I just also wanted to publicly state that since my tenure being on the board, it's we've had worked with Vanguard over the years to help them be successful, help us find common ground, I think, on how we're able to support their work and supporting children in the state and families with their goals. And so I would hope that, I don't know, I just felt I had some, I don't know, as the board was with us today, I had just some memories come back in terms of the path that we've been on over the last several years. And I hope that this is an opportunity for us to all realize that we can continue to work together and grow and come to consensus or and how we want to support and work together. So I just wanted to add that piece because it didn't go unnoticed. And for those of you that are newer to the board, we do have, during my tenure, there's definitely been interactions that we've worked hard to work together. And so I just wanted to just to comment on that. And I appreciated their effort and our effort in trying to help the students that are at that school and help the school grow and be successful in full transparency.
Thank you for adding that. Thank you so much. And they've, I'll add, just been very responsive to our guidance as
Great, great.
so. Additional discussion, comments? All right, sorry, I'm not seeing any. The sorry was not that I'm not seeing any. The sorry is I'm going back to member Cisneros to start the vote again. So I'm apologizing to member Cisneros for starting there. So the motion is to approve their application to grow and to add grades 5 and 6.
Yeah,
Yes. Member Bassett,
Yes.
Vice Chair Spiker,
yes.
Member Olson.
Yes.
And member Biesinger.
Yes.
And member Pulsifer.
Yes.
All right, that passes again unanimously, and please share comments that you just heard today as well to them. All right. Our next school to consider is City Academy. Any discussion, comment?
I have. I'll
Vice
start with the
Chair Spiker.
discussion.
Yeah.
What a beautiful example of that school is about when you bring education, an education entity and a community organization, and what they can do when you bring those powers together to help kids, especially around the arts and music, which I just kept looking over at you. I felt like I was seeing like warm energy come off you as they were talking. Yeah. Because it is, we know how important that is to the holistic development of a child. I will just say two concerns for me are starting a K-6 program. I mean, that is substantial.
Yeah.
And the shift in programmatic support and curricular development that needs to be in place. I appreciated that there was definitely forethought and putting people in place that have experience on the elementary level. And I just want us to be fully aware of the amount of work that is going to be what's entailed in making that happen. And then the second concern for me was the funding to be able to truly support that work. And I don't know if this makes a difference in our decision. But if there are dependent on significant federal grants to run, it's okay. I know they talk about private funding, but I thought there was a conversation about state and federal grants as well to make the program run. Again, and I don't know the percentage of private funding versus grants. I would just be mindful about being dependent on grant funding to support a program at this point in time. So those are my concerns.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for those comments. That reflects our discussion.
Can I just add a comment?
Please, member.
Because I'm over talking today, I might as well keep doing it. This school's in a fragile place. Like, as I look at their financials, they've got $275,000 in cash, and they just are barely making it. And their enrollment trends have gone from kind of 150-ish down to 100. I actually think I think this is a good business decision, but they've got to do something because the status quo over the last many years isn't
gonna work. Yeah.
Right.
And I like that they identified starting K2 and then organically growing up versus just grabbing any kid we can get, under 11 years old. So I felt like there was some intention here. I am worried about this school. I frankly, from the discussion I heard, I didn't hear as much savviness, I might say, with their true financial fragileness. Now, they probably don't want to come to this board and say, oh, we're really fragile, right? They want to come from a position of strength. I really did appreciate and believe kind of the intent of this decision. I think it's a necessary decision for them, but this is a school that's on the edge. I guess I want to ask this, maybe the admin team, what's the interaction here? I mean, they were well below our 1 times coverage. Does that trigger anything? Like, have you had, has the staff or admin team have any interaction with this school? Are they hitting flags? Because I'm not going to be surprised if they have already, and if they don't, they probably, quite frankly, should.
I can speak to it a little bit. And it's just that this particular school has communicated and collaborated above and beyond. So they are constantly informing us as to what their financial position is, what their activity is, and things like that. And because we see the same data and we respond to the same data, they have significant private partners that absolutely believe in an urban city academy, like in the city. And even when other schools are closing in the area, they want to ensure that this school survives and thrives. And so you'll see transactions that happen at the end of a fiscal year to make it whole or make it better. But that's been a part of their business plan. They tell us very transparently that that's been a part of their business plan. But they want to get away from that a little bit and to stand a little bit more on their own business plan and not rely as heavily on their private donations. It won't go away. Like, it is a sound group of private donations that come and support the school. And we see that year over year. So if you look at the data, you'll see they're kind of got a safety net every year, and it comes at the same time. And but we really appreciate how much they communicate, how much they collaborate with our office. And we have confidence that they have the right partnerships in place, you know, to withstand some of the vulnerabilities of what we see.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chairman on that as well. Yeah, and that's very, very helpful from Director Kramer. There are a few things that I see that this school has going well for them. They've been around for forever. They've been around for a long, long time. Prasad is one of the best financial business managers of any charter school in Utah. He's got more experience than just about anybody. He's really, really good. I have confidence in him, in the support that he's providing these decisions that the school is making and making this proposal. I'm sure it hasn't been taken lightly, but this is a unique proposal in that it's almost it is effectively the school asking us to authorize a new school. I mean, this is almost like a new school application.
Yeah.
And I like it. I like the new school application. I like their game plan. It feels like they've thought it through really carefully. And one of the strongest points I see at this school is the fact that they're focused on a vulnerable population. And so far, they've demonstrated that they can make it work in a very unique, small setting. But they've made it work up until now. I have confidence in their leadership and their ability to pull this off, as challenging as it is.
One more quick thing about financials, just that they do have flexibility within that lease, and we've seen that a couple different times. Just with the building roof 4 or 5 years ago, that they were able to quickly renegotiate the terms of the lease. And we think that that's having that building structure there is really a positive for them as well. It is a fixed cost, but it's, yeah, very friendly.
2% increase.
Yeah.
That's on the generous end.
Yep.
I mean, whoever they're doing that with, frankly, they're getting a sweetheart deal. That's a lot of space in downtown for an entity that's probably not playing market rate. So I don't know much about that lease other than I think that speaks to the support they do see.
They do.
Thank you. Member Cisneros, I saw your hand.
Yes, and notwithstanding some of the positives, at the end of the day, and we've said the word thrives, at the end of the day, they are a public school and they are not performing, nor have they performed academically as expected for a number of years. And anytime a school tries to blame their students or their student demographics, I start seeing red. And so I don't want to hear anything about Title I, anything about student population, anything about anything. You owe every student, regardless of where they come from, their background, their language of origin, they deserve a good education. And every metric that we have for good education does not get met, and it is getting worse. And when you have 98 students and you have been in probation for your graduation rate, when you only have 40% of the school Caucasian, and yet of your troubled graduation rate, 88% of them were Caucasian, that signals to me that the school is not doing it, the home is doing it. When you watch the trends going the wrong direction for a very, very small school in 7 to 12, with 98 kids, you should be knocking it out of the park. Every single kid should be getting a high quality education there. So they might have great lease rates and they might be able to have a great community partnership. But I look at a school that has been hanging on year after year after year, and now is saying we have a good business plan to bring in more kids, but we don't have a good academic plan. Nothing today was about how to improve their academic positioning, but give us more kids. I have a problem with that. So if it's a one-off, if the motion is to approve it, I will not be able to, as an educator, vote yes to this expansion.
Can I ask you a question? Because that was very well stated and very compelling. Is there something, because I don't think they're asking for more kids, but they're asking for different kids, which is kind of a version of more, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
That's true.
But is there something that can be done to like if we give them the flexibility of a yes vote, is there, because that was well stated. We can't fail these kids, right? So is there something that can be done? It's a support level to, communicate that, or what are the?
It has been. They've been in targeted support. They've
They're out.
been, but they've been in targeted support, and their academics are worse now that they've been out of targeted support. If you look at the graphs, their data is going down. So while they were in targeted support, we saw there was a lot of controversy around why, because the federal graduation rate is misleading and it's an unfair metric. I will say that for sure. You get punished for kids you have no control over.
And they're a small school, so for every one kid that doesn't graduate, it's a large percentage.
It is,
right?
But when you have 20 kids, why can't you get 20 kids graduated? Right? So I look at some of them and I think you're voluntarily saying, I want what we would agree is a more difficult population to advance, then you have to honor your commitment to those students. And I'm saying the supports that you've been given while you're in the supports seem to work, but when you come off the supports, they don't stand. So, and they've tried different things. They've introduced Cambridge when you walk around the school, and I've been in that school numerous times for a variety of different reasons over the last 20 years. City used to be where we would all go for training. We would go to City Academy and be trained for things, right? Ram Prasad used to lead a ton of business management trainings. So this is not a school that I would want to, if there was anything I thought we could do, let them continue to limp along. I'm happy with that. I have no qualms with that. Continue to let the ones who want to choose it do it. But to say, let's now make them over the course of some years become a K-12, that seems academically negligent to me.
Rebecca, I look at the data on the state's website. I see a 4-year graduation rate of 85.7%.
Yes, but now drill down on those numbers, and those came up, and that's gonna ebb and flow, especially since it's a 4-year graduation rate. So that's not necessarily the number of kids who walked across the stage. 4-year graduation rate is a really misleading metric. So that's every kid who you've had enrolled in your school from 9th through 12th grade. And then when they go off to another school, that federal graduation rate is being calculated in your data. So like if another school doesn't pick them up, you actually get hit with a dropout. That student has to actually graduate on there, and everybody who's in a 9 to 12 finds themselves in the same boat. It's not, which is why we all share dropout recovery requirements. So it's a little misleading when you look at those. But what I'm saying is, okay, so you have 100 kids, give or take, across 7 to 12, which means on average, you have a pretty small size. So are they going up? Yeah, they did go up. What we're still talking about, not all of their kids that they've had responsibility for are graduating high school, lower than what the state average is. Then you look at the academic testing data, and it's trending down for all 3 subjects. All of the metrics that we look at, when you look at the most needy 25%, those numbers are particularly concerning to me, that the lowest of the students that they have are performing well below where they should be. So in a lot of schools where you're like, well, we're struggling in proficiency because they're coming in so low, which I will give them. They're coming in not being able to read. They're coming in without basic numeracy. I can get that. But then we should see the growth factor pick up where those kids are seeing growth. And then we should certainly see growth in the lowest 25%. Those kids should be making gain. If your program is working, at a minimum, I should see growth of the lowest 25%. And when that is trending down, something is fundamentally broken on the academic side. So maybe kids are safe. I'll give them that. Maybe they aren't busing. Maybe they're having a great social experience there. There's lots of other things that schools provide. I'm not saying that. But at the very, very foundation, a school's obligation is to the academics. Then if we can have you have all these other wonderful things, we should be doing that too. But the contract, the charter that we hold is that you will provide an academic experience for our students. I'm not seeing it. So that's what I'm saying. I understand that they have benefactors. I understand that they're urban. I understand that this could salvage their program. I understand all of that, but I don't think that academics says, let's turn them into a K-12.
Sure. Member Pulsifer and then Director Kramer.
Trying to go along a little bit with what Member Sister says. I'm a big fan of using the arts to improve academic proficiency, and I've seen it done. I mean, I have strongly supported Beverly Taylor Sorensen, and you know, I like that. I was hoping to hear that. I was hoping to hear them say, we think that if we can partner with this, we can improve academics because they're going to help us integrate, you know, like some strategies of how that would. And I didn't hear that. I'm not saying that they haven't talked about it or thought about it, but I didn't hear it. I didn't hear anything that said how aligning those two would help, you know, academically bring the kids up, because I think it can. I just didn't hear it.
Director Kramer.
It was a question that Member Biesinger raised not too long ago. And it was just, you know, do we provide any supports or can we provide any supports? This is for information purposes for the board, not to debate or to, but their principal, Kelly Lockwood, at City Academy, has been somebody that's been engaged in our Leverage Ed cohort this year. And so she has been highly engaged, really working on her own leadership capacity and to strengthen the capacity of City Academy. And so we have in some ways given some support and some real help this year, starting this year, as being a member of that Leverage Ed cohort. They work a lot in the academic capacity, I know as well. So I just wanted to point that out. And then just also as a parallel to this process, which is a large school expansion process, we have our accountability framework, which I know our board is actively engaged on revising that. And that may be another process or mechanism to identify where schools are falling short, academically included, and to build the support and the structures that's needed there. I think that's an area where we haven't seen any letters of awareness, notice of concerns, anything over the past several years go out to this school to say, let's work on supporting your academics. I do see a day very soon, especially with our accountability framework near being passed, that the board can look at data and then can hold accountability and use the oversight model. But I just kind of, I know we have multiple processes that we work with. And I just want to point out that we have a large school expansion process. We also do have an oversight model, and alongside the oversight model is our accountability framework, which is, again, just for informational purposes for the board. It's not to argue any certain point one way or the other, but it's just giving our board the information of the types of supports that we have or are improving upon as a board, and staff is an extension of the board.
We don't have a motion at this point. But we can continue discussion, and if anyone would like to make a motion, you want to jump in?
If I could just make another comment. I don't know what many of you know about education, right? Like I don't know what Rebecca, member Cisneros, knows. And hearing her speak to that is really compelling to me. At the same time, I find myself wanting to offer support to a 25-year-old entity that is in a part of the city that is very valuable to me. And I'm just trying to figure out if we can, because if we don't approve them, I fear they're on the wrong side of it, right? I think they need to make a change. Otherwise, they're just probably not going to live much longer, honestly. Now, when we talk about graduation rate, like again, I don't know if their senior graduating class is 15 kids, but my guess is it's pretty small. It's 12, 15 kids. They have 100 kids K through. I'm going to guess their seniors are probably might be 10 or 12 or 15. So the percentages here I struggle with because I think it's 1 or 2 kids that aren't graduating. That's not good enough, right? It's not good enough. But I'm just trying to imagine, like, where's that other child that you're going to go? And are they going to get lost? Like, is this the best outcome for them? And I would like to believe that with some form of support, that they be given at least a period of time to try to manage through this, right? There's a couple of pressures they're feeling at the same time, but one of the biggest is they just don't have the necessary enrollment. But it does seem viable that if they could even with their facility, they could get back those 50, 75 kids, then 100 kids, they're okay. And people vote with their feet, right? If we offer them support and they can't bring up their numbers, people have voted. And to be honest, I don't know if they're going to make it. I just don't see the trend looking good financially. I don't have the expertise in the classroom. I hear comments about, I like that they're in the Labor Day program. I guess I'm just trying to see, like, can we support what they want to do, but give them an acknowledgement that they're, not good enough in areas, and also at the same time, in the form of support, give them some additional tools. Maybe that's a place that can't be found, but that's what I would like to see happen here versus just saying no. And, because I think if we say no, it just feels like, we're sending them into the choppy waters without the necessary oars to stay navigating.
I'll add just this little bit, and of course they should. That's kind of what we're about. And so I'm so glad that Member Cisneros talked about it. Others have mentioned it. They should graduate. You have that small number. You just dog each kid one by one to make sure they graduate. The nice thing is that they didn't graduate everyone, because otherwise they could have said, well, he did enough to get through. I mean, they could be graduating everybody. And we're going to just say that they've all completed everything. Instead, at least we know that they've said this one didn't do everything he or she could have to complete. But that is worrisome on that end. Yes.
Chair, I was just messaging with Sarah Webke, who's the director of the USB Center for School Improvement, just verifying, because we had checked things before when applications came in. She verified that City Academy exited out of CSI for the low graduation rate. And so they are no longer in any of the school improvement programs with the State Board of Education.
Make one other comment, and I appreciate the comments I've heard from other board members, and I apologize for this football metaphor after watching the Super Bowl last weekend. But almost I feel like this is the two words that keep coming back to me after we've been talking about City Academy is Hail Mary. And then I feel like we're just trying to we're like, come on, catch it, this is gonna make it. And because we want it so bad, like I'm with you, like what this school brings to the community, the opportunities for the students that walk in that building. And I am concerned. I think these are valuable points for us to consider in terms of academics, and also then bringing in and starting an elementary program in the backdrop of that. So I don't really know. I'm with you. I feel like I want to support the school. And it's not like if we don't vote for this, it's not like the school is going to disappear, right? The school is still viable and part of our portfolio and functioning, and we'll hopefully continue to strategize. And I feel them coming to us today and bringing this as a potential solution to what they're facing is that Hail Mary. Just that's what's stewing in me at the moment, based on the conversation we've had at the moment. So I don't.
Well, I view this as probably third and long, not a Hail Mary. But I'm willing to make a motion to approve, and I think it just seems like we need to look. I will make the motion.
Yeah, and I'll second that.
A motion to approve from member Biesinger and a second from member Olson. We've had some really good discussion, but I'm open to additional discussion if anybody
Yeah,
has.
one last comment.
Yes,
Chair, if I
please.
may. These are compelling.
Yeah.
Discussions that we've had.
Yeah.
All of these comments have been just absolutely excellent and right on point. I think I still come down in favor of this motion. I don't see it as a total Hail Mary. I see it as third and long.
You
Luckily,
started that.
we're on football. I'm not a huge football guy, but I still see it that way. I don't see. I don't see a huge downside to us going ahead and approving this request. I think the message we want to send to charter schools is to innovate, to try to come up with creative solutions to deal with challenges. They've had this opportunity with this adjacent music program that has created, I think, a huge opportunity for this school to be successful. And it's developed over a period of time, and it appears a lot of thought has gone into it. I'm not suggesting that anyone could just schlep together an elementary program. I don't think that's what would be feasible, but I commend them for their creative, innovative solution that does target a population that we should be looking out for as a board specifically to try to target with our charter school in our portfolio. So that's why I come in favor of the motion. Notwithstanding excellent points.
Sure, if I can say just one thing in response to that, I feel like we do have to safeguard that population, and so I don't want to send the message that academics don't matter when a school comes before us, and I also don't want to send the message that we aren't safeguarding students, ensuring that that's first and foremost in our mind. But truth be told, if this passes, which it sounds like it will, I would rather see them dump their high school and start from scratch with, and that's what I was getting at with the question. Are you really just switching a model, right? Because if we're call it what it is, if you need to get rid of your high school and start, let's just do that. Get rid of your high school because you don't have enough high school kids. Who are you serving, right? So drop what's not working and start from scratch then, and go build up your K2 in this RIT program, and let's see if we can make that work. I would rather them do that than I would continue to do what I think is academic harm to students who need additional support.
Thank you. So you're kind of talking about as they add that graduate out that top end and bringing the.
Well, if I were in charge, I'd just close my high school.
Closer.
But once I got approved for my K2, I would just close my high school.
I don't often make comments. In fact, that's hard for me. So I bite my tongue while we're just deliberating motion. So I try to be quiet, but I have to say too, and you know that I asked that question about what are the challenges you've thought about at a K2 end. If kids are not getting, kids at all grade levels should have academic success. I am more worried about kids in K2 not having academic success than I am with kids in 7-12. And they're adding K2 where you learn how to read, you're building your reading program. If kids don't know how to read by 3rd grade, Joyce and Shower's research says we have a 1 in 5 chance of recovering them. And it is those are critical years, they're foundational years to build your whole academic life. So it is concerning to me if they're not succeeding on one end, will they succeed at the K2 end? And we are potentially, of course, they have to attract students. They're going to have to get them there. They're going to have to think through those things. But if we were to approve, we need to send a very strong message. They've got to have a really good K2 plan in place, because otherwise we're sending kids into educational malpractice, in my estimation. All right, any additional comments?
A technical, like, because you said we have to send the message, but do we have any, once the motion is made today and they start a K2, do we have any recourse in advance? Because otherwise, I think if the plan isn't solid and they do recruit and then we see it as a harm, then we're trying to clean up. I'm thinking technically we don't have a stopgap before that, do we? Question mark.
I don't know the answer to that. If this is a brand new school, we now by law have a 3-year waiting period, but they have an evergreen charter. But if they change their charter substantially, which that other end, do we begin again with this new configuration at K2? I'm looking at Marie because she knows the statutes well, and maybe we'll say she doesn't know either, but.
We could work with our AAG on that and come back with some thoughts on that.
It's a concern.
Can I just make a comment though? Because
Yes.
I have so much respect for Rebecca and I really do value her points. I guess but I'm looking at the data I have access to, and it is mixed, but if they're not in turnaround is that the right term?
Mm-hmm.
If they've exited that.
That's the determinant.
And I see on, growth, I can see low in some demographics, but I see, they're commendable, right? Like, I guess, I just don't know if the narrative of they're not doing what's necessary academically, like, I need more help with understanding what that means.
Yeah.
I don't doubt Rebecca's knowledge of that, but of the data I have the benefit of looking at, I'm not sure I see data that says they're not there. So that's where I'm just internally struggling.
And that's where I do think that the passage or the approval of our accountability framework, or the new one, which is really close, can really help in this regard, because there's clear metrics that our board can use to determine where a school is at and provide additional supports, or start adding an oversight model to that school. So we're in 2 different processes. We're in a large school expansion process here, and that would be what I would consider a accountability framework and oversight model process. And to date, we just don't have the academic framework that supports that data and those supports, but we're really close.
All right. I'm gonna call for a vote. I think we've had good discussion, and we're at a place we have a motion to approve and a second to approve City Academy's application. So roll call vote again. Member Cisneros to the motion.
No.
Member Bassett.
Yes.
Vice Chair Spiker.
I'm a no.
Okay. Member Olson.
Yes.
Member Biesinger.
Yes.
And Member Pulsifer.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes narrowly. We should communicate that and that we have concerns relative to that success, particularly with the grade levels. I also think it's important for us to note, and we've mentioned it several times, that you cannot run a school based on promise of donated funds on soft money. And we have not long ago, among other things, but one of the reasons we closed the school because they were living on promised donated funds. That's not healthy, and they've got to do something about that. And I think they're hoping this plan will help them not to be in that situation, but we have concerns and we'll look to the oversight model to really help us.
So if I can ask a question,
Yes,
thinking about this oversight model, it's almost like, well, let's give them a chance, but where do we have the oversight?
Yeah.
To say, sorry, it didn't work, or you need, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
and that's kind of, I'm not.
good,
quite
really good
aware.
question. That's a good question because we have several levels of intervention when we have concerns in several places. We're going to talk the oversight model a little later today on our agenda, but we do have several checkpoints that ignite or we put them on. We can put them on warning.
Yeah.
We can give them notice that we'll be closing the school, that it's just not succeeding. If
Because I'm
that
more
would come to
comfortable
that.
to say, we gave you a third and long or Hail Mary,
Yeah,
and it didn't work.
right.
So we need to now do something else. So I
Right.
feel, you know, having that back and makes me feel more.
We do have that safety valve. Yes, we do have that safety valve.
Chair, I'm curious how you would vote. I didn't hear your vote.
I know. The toss up is, do they have a good plan? Will they come into place and take care of that? It's just on that
Right.
teetering point. I would vote yes to give them a chance, knowing that we have that safety valve. But it's really hard for me to say yes. But yes, so
Thank you.
okay.
I didn't mean to embarrass. you.
That's
You
all
go through
right.
the same
Since it's
thing
so
all of us
close,
have
I
to go
should
through.
vote. The rest of you each had to
Oh,
vote.
man.
I just don't usually.
Need to go on the record.
I thought you were scooting out a little easy.
Yeah, I usually, yeah.
Oh, it's true.
When it's this close, I should vote. But yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, that's how I would vote. All right.
One more.
We have one last school patiently waiting, anticipating our last vote, George Washington Academy. And George Washington Academy, we is going from, would like to add an additional 175 students to their K7. They currently serve grade K7. Now we've been talking so much. What else am I leaving out?
That's perfect.
That's it?
Mhm.
Okay, I got it.
Well done.
I just didn't want to misrepresent. All right, any discussion, we have a motion, discussion, member Olson.
Thanks. I move that we approve the George Washington Academy expansion application.
All right, motion to approve the George Washington Academy application. Do I have a second to that motion? And a second from member Bassett. Any further discussion about George Washington Academy with that motion? Seeing none, I'm going to call for a roll call vote. Member Cisneros,
Yes.
member Bassett,
Yes.
Vice Chair Spiker,
It's a yes for me.
member Olson,
Yes.
member Biesinger,
Yes.
and member Pulsifer.
Yes.
And I would vote yes on that too, so you know. Yeah, so congratulations. That you see how the vote can go quickly when we're feeling sure. It's just when we have concern and worry about schools, and we worry about schools, we worry about kids and families, obviously children and families that we take very seriously, and public dollars that we take very seriously. And so we're hesitant in this case. We don't have public dollars concerns or concerns about the children and families that will be served in each of the schools we approved today. So congratulations, go do it. We congratulate you on your success that you're able to now be able to add to your schools and to the work that you're doing. So thank you. All right, we will, we should have taken a wee break. And we kind of, it's all right if we just continue to, all of you, if you need to stand up or go to the restroom when you do that, but
About 5 minutes.
take 5.
No, just keep going.
Oh,
So you're.
I'm taking a break,
All right.
even if no one
At
else
3
is.
o'clock,
Just 5
we'll ask Salt Lake Academy if they would like to come and join us at the end of the table.
Chair,
And we'll take a break.
this is my, I need to
productive,
I'm good.
long
Yeah.
day, but really good one for us today. We appreciate it. And now we're at a place having some discussion from Salt Lake Academy transfer of authorizer. We haven't done that for a while, I think. I don't recall in the last few years.
Hello.
Yeah, it's been a little while. So this is good for us to think through this process and be part of it. So I'm going to turn the time to Ms. Stephenson to kind of overview, but first, Member B. Senior would like to.
This is my second disclosure of the day. My firm is working with Salt Lake Arts Academy, and it's only appropriate for me to abstain from comment or voting. I don't think this is a voting item today, but it's not gonna be appropriate for me to comment. My business partner, actually, Monty Hardy, is here. I don't think it's appropriate for me to abstain and then walk down there and talk with them either. So, I'm just going to abstain. I won't be voting on this, whether it's this meeting or the next meeting. I just want to.
With Salt Lake Academy, yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you for that disclosure. That would be appropriate. Let's continue then from where we are at this point. If Ms. Stephenson, with that disclosure, will give us some overview about what we are about to consider.
Thank you, Chair. So with Salt Lake Academy today, they have come and they have an overall vision that they're going to be sharing with you. And it actually breaks out into two different requests. And so I'm going to walk us specifically through request one today, which is the application to change authorizer. As you mentioned, it's been a little while since we've done this or looked at this, especially with the operational school. We did look at it more recently with a pre-operational school, but we will look at the statute and the rule with an operational school. There is a second request that is separate from the first, which will be a proposal to transfer operation and control, which will let them speak a little bit more to and share some of the details related to that. But specifically about the first request, I'll share some of the rule and the statute related to that. So this does come from USVE Board Rule 277552. And the current authorizer of Salt Lake Academy is Jordan School District. The date that they are proposing the transfer to officially, have been executed will be July 1st. Of course, there's lots of work that goes in on that back end prior to that official change date. Per the board rule, there are some things we need to collect from Salt Lake Academy. And you have received all of this in the application that is uploaded, and you can look at each of these separate things. So it has all of the governing board members' information, a number of pieces of financial records, their test scores, their current employees and assignments, board minutes from their most recent 12 meetings, and then affidavits that certify various pieces about compliance, that they're following their governing board policies, that they're meeting the pieces of their charter agreement, and that there's no outstanding lawsuits, judgments, or liens against the charter school. Additionally, with the board rule, the current authorizer of the charter school is asked to submit a position statement to the new or proposed authorizer, where they would share information about the charter school status, their compliance with their authorizer requirements, and if there are any unresolved concerns. And then we also are supposed to request from the State Board of Education, and again, from the current authorizer, if there are any concerns with the charter school's financial or academic performance. We have put in those requests as well from Jordan School District and from the State Board of Education. Jordan School District, we received information yesterday. It was right around that 24-hour mark, so we will get that forwarded to you, board, so you can see that report. But it was not uploaded quite in time for our board meeting for that to have been considered. But ultimately, they are supportive and had positive things to share about that authorizing relationship. And Chair, I know you have some things you may want to add on that as well. And then as far as from the State Board of Education, from the finance team, they noted that there was a corrective action for school fees compliance, and that was remedied by Salt Lake Academy. They did have two current concerns that they brought up. They said that the unrestricted net position was low for a school this size. And they shared that progress was being made. And that they seem to be trending in the right direction, but to continue to monitor that, if the state charter school board, accepts this request to change authorizers. The other current concern that the finance team at USBE shared was that the current building financing arrangement matures in July of 25. And that the school has indicated they're contracted with roundtable funding to secure some financing, but again, it's something to monitor. From the academic team at USBE, they noted that Salt Lake Academy was under corrective action for special education back in 2022, but they've resolved all issues related to that. And then since that time, there have been no concerns regarding Salt Lake Academy that they were aware of in special education. With educator licensing, they did note that they have some compliance concerns related to licensing laws and actually received a letter of non-compliance 2 weeks ago. They did send us a copy of that letter. And so we can share that with the board as well. The letter looks like it's primarily related to records of fingerprints related to background checks for a few educators. And then for CTE, they mentioned that they haven't finished their monitoring visits yet. And so they haven't been able to complete giving us that information. And it does appear that they have some initial questions about their ability to meet the minimum CTE requirements. And that if that is the case, then the USBE is planning to provide technical assistance to help them understand the requirements and work with them on possible ways to come into compliance. Yeah. And so with that, like I mentioned, there will be a second request that Salt Lake Academy will speak to as well, which would be the request to transfer operation and control.
Can we just do that first part first and then let's do this? So let's look at it in two pieces if we can do that, please. So this first request is to Salt Lake Academy's current authorizer is the Jordan School District. And when we discussed it, my question was, have we heard from Jordan School District relative to their position of transfer of authorization, knowing we can change authorization without asking, but also knowing from my perspective, no matter who that original authorizer is, that to win friends and influence people is not a good thing to say, to usurp a school away from a regional authorizer, because there may be reasons why and some connections or other reasons why they want to retain that relationship. And so we should at least be aware of that. So I contacted Superintendent Anthony Godfrey in Jordan School District and the Deputy Superintendent Michael Anderson both. And Mike called me right back, and Superintendent Godfrey, just as soon as he could, actually I spoke to him on the phone last night just to report to this board, as Ms. Stephenson already indicated. He said that he has spoken to his full Jordan School District board, and that full board and the administration of Jordan School District see this as a positive, this transfer as of authorizer as a positive, and are fully supportive of us doing that. When I was a superintendent, I actually asked all the schools that we had authorized to change their authorization to the state board, because it changed my relationship then with each of those schools. Then I had a different kind of relationship with the schools in my area, as opposed to being the one who had to monitor. Now we do that. And I didn't have to do that as a partner superintendent. My role was, what can we do to partner together instead? So I do see it personally as a positive thing to do, for the charter to rest with the state charter school board. I give you that just for your consideration. So our first item of business should be to have that discussion about the transfer of authorization. And I'm seeing member Pulsifer.
Yes, I have a very interesting background with this particular charter school.
Of course.
And I actually have spoken to a member of their Jordan board. He's here right here.
Yes.
And I talked to him also about this, but when I was on Jordan School Board, probably 9 years ago, that's probably when you began. they came, I was the president of Jordan School Board. And I actually wanted to authorize charter schools. I tried to authorize several and couldn't get the votes to do it. But I did get, this charter school came and asked us to authorize them. And we said yes. And I was pretty excited about it. And I was actually on their original board for that charter school when they began. And so this is really interesting. I thought they're following me.
It's stalkers.
Quite surprised when I'm like, now I'll be their authorizer again. But as, then when I went to the legislature, of course, then I was no longer involved. But anyway, it's really kind of fun now that you're.
Yeah. And you're serving on both boards, I understand.
Yeah,
right?
you're on both boards.
All right.
And I did the same. So that was the agreement when we began, is we would have a member of Jordan School Board serve on their board, and that's why I was on their board as well as Jordan School Board. So that was, it was that way when we sat it up.
It's a good relationship to do that.
Can I speak to a moment for that?
Absolutely.
So we had 2 or 3 years to put this together though,
Yeah.
to build a building and all of that. And I think the difference, and as we talked to our board, we said, do we want to continue? Because we have a really good relationship. It has been really positive. And I think the timing, we have 4 of our board members are brand new, 2 or less years. So there's only one other board member who was on the board when Salt Lake Academy, we were at Salt Lake at the time, was on the board. And we have a lot of things on our plate that we have started a virtual academy. We have a new particular graduate mission statement coming out. So we have a lot on our plate. And to get this to take place in July, we couldn't do that. If we start a program in our districts, we need a year and a half to 2 years. And so we feel that, and a lot of his relationships, Sam gives his relationships is with you anyways. And so where I love charters with districts, because I'm an elected official and I can the community can hold me accountable. I really am just really interested in a solid school. We, as Jordan School District, we're interested in a solid school, because if we don't have solid schools in our district, we share students from time to time.
Right.
They're coming in and out our doors, and we need to be on the same page. We are committed to continue to have a cooperative relationship with Salt Lake Academy, to share what we can share, whether or not it's resources or information. They're in our community and we want to be a partner with them, just maybe not the authorizer.
Yeah. That's exactly right. You don't give up your partnership. You just change the nature of it a little bit. And that's, I personally, I found that to be very successful when I was in a school district leadership. Became very successful. So I leave that for you, board, just to consider. At this point, we should consider the potential of changing their current authorizer, that we would take on the Salt Lake Academy as their authorizer. So the motion would have to be something like that we would authorize transfer of authorization, because they're already authorized. They're working. They've been in place for years. It's not like they're just starting up. So this is just a change of authorizer for a functioning school. So do I have Ms. Stephenson?
Just an additional little bit of context is that per the board rule, our decision to the school would be due by March 24th. Or 23rd, one of those two. And our board meeting falls on March 20th. And so looking at that timeline, we thought if our board has questions or wants any additional information, we could use today as that gathering piece, and then coming back to that March meeting and making a decision as a potential at that.
So we do have some wiggle room if you need it, board, but statutorily we have to, because based on the time that they submit their application to the time that we have to respond to that application. But if you're ready, I think let's go if you're ready for, but if you're not.
May I share?
Yeah.
So I was disappointed when I reviewed the application where we provide an option in the application to give an explanation narrative. And there wasn't any narrative at all. I really didn't see anything in the application that explained why we should consider this and why, I don't know, why. So I'd love to hear not only from this board about why we should approve this, but I'd also like to hear from our staff about why we should approve this based on their evaluation.
Thank you. Good question. Good question. So City Academy, do you want to respond to that first?
Well, yeah, and if I could, part of the request for the transfer of authorizers does lie in the second request that we're giving. And initially in that second request, we were operating a little bit under an NBA because of the sensitive nature of the request that we were making. So we did go with that communication there in that explanation. We do have a spectacular relationship with our current office, as we've indicated. We did feel as we were moving forward towards the second request that will address the opportunity for long-term success and collaboration under the authorizer and CTB would serve both organizations better. Frankly, while I work very closely with Daryl and with our advisor, when I have a question about licensure, I'm still contacting Ray and they're still contacting our education. And so to eliminate redundancies, we figured that we felt like this was the most appropriate approach to take there. It didn't include in the explanation there specifically because of the sensitive nature of the second question making. We thought we would address that.
Okay, Maria or Paul, would you
Yeah,
like to respond?
Just that has been our experience. It's just that Sam and other members of the school call us frequently. Call Marie specifically. I know I've been on a few calls and provided guidance and some support, but we're pretty regular communication. And so it feels very natural for us to be an authorizer. And then also when it was presented, like you have one big piece, which is the change in authorizer, and then the potential of the other big piece, which is the surrender. We did decide to make sure that we kind of give the board full picture, the whole enchilada, so to say, so that we don't kind of keep them separate. And so I don't know that it's the only driver, but it certainly was a driver from the beginning, is that to have us as the authorizer does support and prop up the next part of the potential surrender. One other comment unrelated to our working relationship with the school is just the timing. And while we do have the month, we have learned a lot of information that really doesn't give us more than the month either. I know that Sam's been really clear, and others that we talked to, that, you know, enrollment, communication, transparency, what's happening, you know, different building structure, you know, different deals, different things kind of all have to queue up and be done like very soon. And so if we go later than our March 20th, I think that it becomes challenging. So I just wanted to put that out there because I think Marie did a really nice job presenting like we have time. And I just wanted to present the counter to that, is that we don't have a ton of time. We probably have the sweet spot is like between now and March 20th is kind of like the deadline to make some decisions.
Additional discussion, questions? Are you ready for a motion, anyone, or would you like to proceed?
Chair, can I clarify? Maybe I'm
Yes,
looking at the
please.
wrong agenda, but we don't have it as an action item. It's information and discussion item only for what is posted on UCAP. So I think
That
we
is
would
true, right?
be in violation if we took a motion.
We didn't post it as a motion today.
That's information and discussion.
Oh, yeah. Discussion and action. Oh, no, I didn't.
At
You're
2:40.
right.
So I think we would be
We
out of
talked about-
compliance if we did a motion.
Either we didn't know that we'd get the support from the district at this time. But is there a way around that or not?
Okay, all right, thank you for that information. Then maybe that's where we need to go, and you're right. We should wait until it's posted that way, which would have to be in our March meeting then instead. I'm sorry to have you postpone for that, but that we'll do that. All right, so let's discuss the second piece of it for the information. Provide us that information as well, and then we can ask clarifying questions today and again in March.
Thank you. This comes from statute. We have seen this statute before. Specifically when we saw Salt Lake Performing Arts Academy that transferred operation and control to Canyon Grove Academy. And so what the statute says is that a charter school governing board that has not entered into a school improvement process may voluntarily provide a proposal to the authorizer for consideration of transferring operational control of the charter school to, and then it outlines 4 different groups essentially that they could transfer that operation and control to. It would be the school district in which they are located, a governing board of another charter school, a private management company, or the governing board of a nonprofit corporation. And so, again, I believe our group here will be speaking to this. What is potentially that they would like to share, and that the proposal that they are working on would involve Athlos Academy that we currently authorize, transferring operation and control to Salt Lake Academy that we may potentially authorize if that first request is accepted by the state charter school board.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Gibbs or anyone from Salt Lake Academy would like to talk a little bit about that arrangement?
Well, yeah, I'd love to talk about it. I do also have the board chair from Athlos Academy on
Wonderful.
online distance, and as well as their executive director
Wonderful.
here. I will just say specifically in reference to the first request, having 2 organizations, one that would be yielding operation to the other with 2 separate authorizers necessitated making a choice of a request. And would we request that they both fall under Jordan or both under the SCSB? And we did make the recommendation to both under the SCSB as we go through this potential element. We currently have a letter of interest signed by both boards of education for this element, for this yielding of operation and control the charter to Salt Lake Academy. And we intend to operate a continuous K-12 organization that emphasizes both academics, character, and athletic excellence. While we have very similar missions, I do want to say they're parallel but not uniform, and the opportunity to operate one singular uniform vision and mission and academic program. Together. I have a lot of things I'd like to say, but I would like to let Athlos address this, since they are the organization that be yielding operation and the charter before I just.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Thank you so much. And I don't know of those who.
Lori Aguilar is the board chair of Athlos Academy.
So Lori, would you like to talk about it from the perspective of your school and the thoughts that your board has relative to the surrender?
Yes, thank you for allowing me the opportunity. I do apologize. I'm traveling right now, but did not want to miss this opportunity to speak. Lori Aguilar, I am both the board chair for Athlos of Utah, as well as a parent of an Athlos student. I've been on the Athlos board for a few years now, and now chair. Our school has struggled over the last few years. When I started as a board member, we talked a lot about enrollment strategies, financial strategies. What can we do to better support our students and the school and the community? Unfortunately, our trending over the last few years has gone the wrong direction. Our enrollments are dropping. Financials are not what we would like to be. We're at risk. When we started talking with Mr. Gibbs about some opportunities due to the nice parallel alignment, I like how you worded that, Mr. Gibbs. It feels right. It feels like it could be a real success for our school, and yet allow for some of the same cultural experiences and I don't know a better word for it, some of the same philosophies that our students and families are used to. So I'm happy to answer any questions from that perspective when we shared this concept with our Atlas of Utah Governing Board, everyone was very supportive, really liked the concept and felt it was a good approach for the future of our school. So with that being said, I hope that helps. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lori, for sharing those comments. That's very helpful to us as well. We appreciate it. Are there questions that any of you from our board have for Lori? Or this is good information gathering? Not that we won't have an opportunity, I think, next month as well, but you may have some things, information you would like our team to gather, so you have more information as you're considering it during the next month and make a decision then. Any other kinds of things that you would like to know or interested in knowing?
Just a question, Char.
Yes,
Did she
please.
say they surveyed the parents or they surveyed the boards?
So the question, Lori, is did you survey your parents or you surveyed the board or both?
They surveyed the board.
The board, okay.
Yes, thus far, we've only communicated this with our board. We wanted to have the conversation here prior to surveying or communicating with our families.
And if I could say, this serves kind of as a public notification. We also do have a pretty
Yes.
stakeholder involvement calendar from here with notices to parents of both school communities. There are family in-person and Zoom meetings scheduled over the next 2 weeks to engage in those things. There is a process in place and ready to put into action going forward after this meeting. We want to get our formal in place and then begin that aspect going.
So you could bring that back to us in March,
I
the
can bring
results.
most of that data back. I mean, there are stakeholder needs, the teachers in both buildings, scheduled in the next 24 hours. Well, parent communications and public meetings. There's a pretty robust stakeholder engagement plan in place going forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes,
else?
and
Go ahead.
forgive my interruption. Yes, Mr. Gibbs, thank you for sharing that. That is one thing that our board felt very strongly about, is our connection with our families and connection with our students. And that was something that we did require going into this, is what does that communication look like? How can we best support any type of transition that may occur? And what does it mean? We're opening for enrollment right now. We're asking parents to commit. So what does that mean? So Mr. Gibbs has been very collaborative in helping us put together what does that communication look like, which will be shared with the board.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Board, anything else you want to know? Yes, Vice Chair.
I would just ask as well, when we meet with you again, I would just like a clear picture of what does this look like in September of 25? What does this new school, I mean, it's not necessarily a new school, but really you're bringing it's a similar model, but different into your current model, and an elementary model into a high school model. So I'm excited to see what this is going to look like, and would just like that to be clear and evident when you all come back. Yeah.
My name is Brian Dawes. I'm the director of Athlos Academy, and what it would look like for us is currently our building capacity is about 1,100 students. At the beginning of August, we had enrollment data and completed enrollment forms for over 600 students, and we budgeted accordingly, figuring at about a 6 to 8% attrition rate, that our enrollment should have been about 570. We came in under 500. So at October 1st, it got pretty ugly as we had to cut many positions, and just to be able to keep our doors open. The partnership with becoming a K-12 shuts off one of the big, we have been losing a lot of students from kindergarten to first grade, because for years we offered all-day kindergarten and we were the only game in town. So we had a high amount that they come in, get all-day kindergarten, and then re-enroll in their neighborhood schools, so they could be with their siblings. But we were almost kind of that second choice option over and over again. Then when our students would hit sixth grade, the question would be, now for middle school activities and sports programs, what do we do? Well, our priority and our charter would indicate athletics. We would find ourselves with such a small base of seventh and eighth graders, we couldn't field competitive teams or even teams at all, so we do intramurals. That continued to see the outflow of students from seventh and eighth grade. And so our smallest classes are in our seventh and eighth grade. This year, with the budget cuts, we have 5 ninth graders. And so I went to Mr. Gibbs and said, hey, if we can provide transportation, we enroll them at your school. And so for that, we ended up moving our ninth graders and contacting parents. We've had a working relationship with Salt Lake Academy since the inception of both schools, because our charters are so similar. And this concept of us uniting has been on the table and discussed by previous directors. And the question is it's just a timing issue where both sides have at some point needed to be ready. And right now, we're both looking at bonding issues, a balloon payment on our end, that with the enrollment as it is, it puts us in a really difficult situation to really get a quality, sustainable refinance for our bond or our private investors to be able to help finance it. So we are very open to that opportunity, and where there's 69 feeder schools that feed into Salt Lake Academy. And now with our current parents realizing, okay, I don't have to make the decision now at sixth grade of where my kid's going to go to high school. We've always had the agreement between the two campuses that if they finished Athlos, they would not have to be on the waiting list to get into Salt Lake Academy. This just formalizes it and sends out that clearer message to our parents, to the stakeholders, that if you want to be a student at Salt Lake Academy, you don't have to wait till ninth grade. And they offer the busing situations where they'll meet at the track stations. This opens it up to siblings can now be attending in a same system as older siblings. And so it really, what does it look like? I see that we have tried the start kindergarten and build your school by bringing in kindergartners and bringing them in for 8 years until you finish. That model hasn't worked for us. This way, it brings in a robust middle school and siblings, so it's more of a trickle down enrollment benefit rather than they grow it up, which is a little, it's innovative, I guess is the best way to look at it, but I see that it's being a very strategic shot of adrenaline in our enrollment to really fast track the growth and be able to better utilize the space that we have.
Yeah.
If I could also piggyback on that a little bit and answer a few separate questions. We have engagements roundtable financing to assist us with moving from in that path that many charters go through, from developer funded to private financing into a public financing world. Our private financing with Science Bank actually terminates on July 22nd, and as you mentioned, it's about October, and the plan would be to move to a parallel bond issue near the end of June, beginning of July. We have run the numbers through multiple scenarios and feel like even at stagnant or no growth, or even a slight decrease in enrollment into the next year, that the numbers are adequate and appropriate, and we can bond appropriately and move forward into a stable foundational fiscal model. We are also exploring continued private financing in hopes that the bond market might soften a little bit. So we have an alternative method, and we actually have a third alternative in place, although we won't get specifics, where there are some potential property owners that would be interested in purchasing Salt Lake Academy building and leasing back at a sub-market rate. One of the blessings that Salt Lake Academy does bring to the table here is we do have a number of strategic partnerships. And while we're not being funded with soft money, things like that, we have quite a few strategic partnerships that enable our students to grow academically, but also really progress athletically in a way that few schools can. Well, just gives me an example, things we did place a junior female soccer player, just signed her contract in December with the Royals. She developed through the programs and partnerships that we have. We had a senior last year that came to us off track to graduate and engage in academic programs, was able to get on track to graduate, which was a requirement by RSL. He then signed a contract with RSL, graduated, played the first team, and then actually leveraged that contract to a multi-million-dollar contract with Chivas. And so some of our strategic partnerships lend themselves to development of children at a lower level. So while I can't speak to the nuts and bolts of what those things are, with the strategic partnerships we have with community members and groups in soccer and basketball, volleyball, and some of those things open doors of opportunities for kids that are developing athletically while ensuring that the academic process moves forward. So we feel like financially there are multiple plans on the table, and our finance committee needs to select which one is most advantageous or look at the numbers, and we can move forward with that in a manner. As well as we do have a number of plans in place for transition curricularly, curriculum instruction, making some adjustments to the type of curriculum that's delivered. That the stakeholders are those that have an interest in athletics and academics together, and we feel like the model we have in place at high school is served very, very well to be overlaid into the athletic community and serve students and families in an important way. And one thing I do get asked, why would Salt Lake Academy choose to do this and choose to do this stakeholder? Right. I feel like our school community feels a moral and obligation to the school community K-12 to ensure that there is a strong high leverage functional academic and athletic program for families in the space that have that interest and in the area of school choice, that people are choosing a model that accentuates these two parts. And I won't put down the citizenship as well, because that is part of both schools. Bishops as well to work on citizenship and character as well. This does give both organizations a chance and a leverage the strong attributes and minimize and correct some of the things where they aren't strong to one strong piece of property.
Thank you, Sam. That's a great sum up. Unless others of you have questions today, we now are, it's like preview of coming attractions. So now we're really excited to see
Oh, yeah.
what, as you come back in March, and we'll be able to continue this conversation to episode 2, and we'll be able to take some action at that point. And so, board, if there are any other kinds of things you need that you even think of beyond after today that you would like to have, you could, with either Director Kramer or with Ms. Stevenson, either one say, could we also have this information?
Could I also
make
address
this happen.
The
Yes.
one element that came up as an element of non-compliance in our first request?
Yes,
about
of course.
fingerprinting. I think that's one of those things that's evident of why perhaps a cleaner partnership might exist with the SCSB. The non-compliance that was referred to, I had 4 teachers that they indicated did not have background checks. They did indeed have background checks. We actually fingerprinted them at the Jordan School District offices, but their names were submitted as classified employees rather than certified employees. And that's just a little hiccup in data submission that sometimes occurs.
Yeah.
And we've gone back and resubmitted those things.
Well, that's June in the Jordan School District. She's now retired and she is just really a stickler. So I know that if June said that was done, it was done.
It was done, all those things were done, and the background was clear, and I had people working, but that communication to the Utah State Board of Education did come because they were submitted under a different umbrella. And so those type of things where perhaps we go directly to the horse's mouth and step fixes some that specific non-compliance element. Another reason, but everything can be concerned about specifically with that non-compliance application. We have all background compliance certified teacher.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you. There are advantages. Let's see. All right. Anyone other questions? We look forward to having you back in March. Thank you for being with us today and for getting us thinking and on that right track to know what we can expect in another month. Thank you so much. Best of luck to you, and we'll see you in March. That's it.
Thank you.
All right, so next is talk about some legislative priorities in this way, board. I know our time, we're coming right to the end. I asked Dr. Kramer if he would be the accordion. Normally, he gives his executive report at the first. I said, will you be the accordion at the end? So to expand or contract depending upon.
I know what to do today.
As far as time, I have to always be concerned about where our time is. And so I said, if you'd be at the end, knowing that we have a lot discussed.
The one
today.
before it will also go fast.
Okay, perfect. So, but let's take a little bit of time then with these legislative priorities. It's two pieces, and it does have an action item in this discussion. That if there are legislative items that any of you are concerned about that you would like to discuss, this is a good time to present those or discuss them. The action item is something that we always do and we didn't get done, and I will take responsibility for not making sure that it was on our agenda. We usually appoint from our board individuals who will represent us and can speak for the board were you to be called to the legislature, which a few of us are periodically, and some of you are there. And you, at this point, you can only, so I can't speak for I can only speak for myself, but we would like to give some authorization for you to say on behalf of the State Charter School Board. All right. Legislative items. Anyone have concerns, things?
We do have two groups that we're going to briefly present to.
Awesome.
One is the association and Royce Van Tassel, and then
Fabulous.
Kim Frank, also from the Utah Charter
Thank you,
Network.
both of you for being
So
here.
I think we can give it to Royce first if you like.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you don't spend any time at legislature, do you, Royce?
No, unfortunately, I do not. I'm just, my wife texted me a few minutes ago and said it's dumping. The earlier you can leave the Capitol, the better. And as she knows, I may not get home until 10 because that's the way that there's things to do. But we need to be brief. I will say there are several pieces of legislation to be happy and or worried about. HB 219 is a very positive one. I've worked closely with Clint on this, and it's designed to probably double the number of schools that will be eligible for the moral obligation program, the credit enhancement program. Things look very, very good on that front. Requires an appropriation of $4 million one time, which was high on the chair's and the Public Education Appropriations Committee priority list. It came out of committee unanimously, so feel very, very good about where that's going. Just had a hearing on Representative Cheryl Acton's bill, HB 303. There are some concerns around privacy and whether or not an LEA could conceivably request the directory information from all public schools statewide. That is something that the bill in its current form permits. I don't think anyone would really do that, but the question was raised and the committee opted to hold it as we work with Representative Walter to iron out a way to narrow that. The challenge there now is going to be the clock. There's going to be we're a long ways into the session, and getting it out of the House and through the Senate will be a challenge. There will be support for it, but the clock will be the challenge. I think we're all aware of Senate Bill 267 that Senator Johnson opened and dropped yesterday. His goal there is to have a competitive authorizing landscape. I don't think that this accomplishes that. Really, it's a wealth transfer from the charter schools to authorizers. An earlier version of this I had seen and said, hey, the math on it doesn't work. And then he came out with this. So I'm going to work with Senator Johnson. And my hope is that we can spend some time thinking about what the pieces need to look like in the interim, because I don't think that this is ready for prime time. Yeah, and I'll just leave it at that, recognizing the clock.
Thank you so much, Royce. Thank you for that oversight. Thank you for spending a lot of time representing everyone. And we really appreciate it. We know, Kim, you do the same. And so if you would like to talk as well, you can come over here if you'd like to, as opposed to staying on the edge. We would love to hear.
I actually created a PowerPoint and I'm gonna go through it really fast. Because most of you are familiar with this and I know you'd like to get out of here, but I'll tell you the freeway is stopped at itself. We might not go be all.
Yeah, exactly.
It was an interesting year this year in education appropriations. The representative, Pulsifer had the nerve to leave.
Yes.
He's no longer the chair of Ed Approach. We also have a new chair in the Senate side of education appropriations. Actually, most of the education appropriations committee was me this year, which actually presented a really great opportunity for charter school. So their staff was asked to kind of educate their committee on how schools are funded in general. And then we had a day specifically for charter schools.
And they thought you could do that in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
Explains public school for schools.
Because the local replacement formula is on its own, it's not very convoluted. This is where I get out and get excited though. So what we were able to do was show the Education Appropriations Committee that not only are charter schools underfunded in the base funding, which is our big ask for this year, we're actually technically underfunded in the weighted pupil unit, because years ago we agreed that elementary charter schools would get 0.99 of the weighted pupil unit to help subsidize the junior highs and high schools, which by nature underfunds most of charter schools because most of charter schools are elementary schools. So we're down there. We're down on the local replacement formula, which by the way will go up somewhere in the neighborhood of $300 this year. But it's a 2-year lag behind the school district. So as they're collecting taxes and going up the hill, we're chugging behind them by 2 years. And this year it equates to $300, which times that by 2, that's $600 for the last 2 years. We could have sure used that. Transportation funding is an area that Royce addressed during the session that I completely agree with. We don't get any transportation funding, which was kind of the deal 25 years ago. But I don't know that it still needs to be the deal now. We have several charter schools that are trying, as you've heard, multiple times, that are paying for their own transportation to get their kids to their school. So we're going to start working on that one. The charter school base funding, charter schools are underfunded to the tune of $15 million plus. And this is the presentation that Cindy Phillips and I actually worked on. So if you'll go to the next slide. You guys are all aware that years ago, we worked with the legislative auditors to try and count how many required reports there were for not just charter schools. She's laughing because we know they stopped counting at 300. It's actually more than that, but no two school districts do the same reports. No two charter schools do all the same reports. And we've spent the last, is it 4 years, Representative? Yeah. on the reporting and requirements task force, trying to get rid of reports, and the State Board of Education looks at the legislature, points their finger, and the legislature points back at the Office of Education. And we haven't gotten very far. So we're gonna take a new approach, which I won't get into right now, but we're gonna work on a new approach this coming year on that one. But what they did point out was in 2019, charter schools received $7.8 million to cover reporting requirements, but spent $24 million on that. Well, one of the things that comes back to haunt us, next slide, please, is charters, but charters said they do more for less. Well, the other half of that sentence is we would do more with less requirements. We were supposed to have the reporting requirements that districts have. We were supposed to be the square peg that didn't fit in the round hole. And that other half of the sentence never produced. And so we're still required to do what everybody else is. And so we have the same requirements with a lot less funding. Next slide, please. This is where you can see it's a little bit confusing, but the gist of this is based on the same number of students. Charter school base funding, we received last year $11.4 million, where the districts received $26 million. Well, 3.6 of the 11 million that we received was one time. So that brings it down to 7.85 that is ongoing. So we're quite a bit underfunded as compared to districts. Next slide. I'm talking fast.
Keep it up. I got it.
Good job. Last year, in their wisdom, Education Appropriations asked the state charter school board, the state school board, and any stakeholders to get together and come up with some kind of a solution for this. Because Cindy and I, they're retired of Cindy and I, we go up every year and ask for more members. You're back. Yes, we're back. And then if you'll go to the next slide, the proposal that we came up with, recognizing that charter schools, don't have as many high schools in your portfolio. We didn't ask for the full amount that districts receive because high schools cost a little bit more money. So what we landed on essentially was to request 1 to 2 FTEs for our smallest charter schools who struggle the most, and I can speak to this because we only had 200 students at our school for a long time, and Fort Julie, Ward 25 hats, not just 20 like the rest of the district's charter schools do. So we asked for 1 to 2 administrative equivalents for the smaller schools and 1 for our larger schools. And if you go to the next page, you can see what that adds up to. So the request from the state board, and they did a presentation on this as well as us, was 13 million ongoing and 8.59 one time. With an additional, the idea was we'll give them a couple of options, and you'll see this in the next slide. Go ahead and go to the next slide. We gave them a couple of options. You can do it over a 3-year period, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 million additional each year, or you could do it in a 5-year period, which was $3.84 million. We're just trying to come up with a sustainable long-term solution that they would put into statute so we don't have to keep going up. Well, we got good news and bad news on Monday of this week. You want to go to the next page? We're recommending that they pay for it fully out of the Education Stabilization Fund, which had close to $500 million in it. But we were told that nobody was getting any money this year, and it's kind of panned out to be that way. And you can see on this that this is just, I thought I'd show you, and if you want copies, I imagine we can send it to you. This is the recommendations from the Education Appropriations Committee. So they started with a bunch of reductions. We have a little line item on that one on the next page. They, for some reason, $420,000 of the base funding didn't go to charter schools this year, and I asked Office of Education why that was the case, and they were like, I don't know. They were going to check into it. So $420,000 would have sure been nice. Are we looking at the right slide? No, the next one. Sorry, I jumped ahead. If you look down on item number 3 on the bottom half, they clawed back $420,000, which isn't the end of the world, but it would have been nice to have kept it. Now, if you go back a page, that's the increases that you can see. And just, I wanted to highlight on that bottom section, this is alphabetical, so it makes it a little bit confusing. But if you look at equity pupil funding, it's required before a discretionary increase. They recommended $21 million, which equates to about 5%. And then they also recommended another 21 million, which is another 5%, to go to the WPU. And I think what they're trying to do, and I know Representative Bolsford, they're trying to get as many things from below the line up into the WPU, so it can be used by the schools however they do it. So I thought you guys might be interested in seeing that. And then if you'll go ahead.
Is this what came out of the committee or what was proposed to the executive appropriation?
This was what came out of Ed was voted on and has now gone on to executive appropriation.
Okay.
So yeah, we're still working with executive appropriation.
Yeah.
In hopes to
Very good.
keep it. It used to be that it's Education Appropriations recommended it. They kind of had it, so you could count on it. Not anymore. Executive appropriations, and in fairness to them, it's been very tight budget years. So they haven't been able to give away all the Christmas presents they would have liked to. Next slide, please. This is the second to the last one. You can see on here, items number 3 and 4, the $4 million is for HB 219. That is Neil Walters' bill. I've been working on a little bit behind the scenes and SS Clint and Royce, and we're hoping that one sticks. Charter-based funding, I think this was fabulous news. $8.3 million. It's one time, but boy, will we take it. And I think we were able to get this because of the education that happened at the beginning of the session. We were able to show charters are underfunded in all 4 areas, yet we are the only sector in education that continues to grow. We build our buildings for less. And lots of great questions came out of education appropriations. How do you do that? One of them was, well, if you did it for 8.3 million less, all these years, why can't you keep doing it? And bless Cindy's heart, she said next to me, and she said, the truth is, we have a lot of directors that don't sleep. And it's unstable. We can't continue that. These are required reports.
Yeah.
So they're keeping their eyeballs, and you guys can all relate to this, right? Keeping your eyeballs above water. So we are thrilled with the $8.3 million recommendation. Go to the next slide, please. The Speaker of the House, when I met with him, he said, well, it's an underwear and socks session.
Say that this year? That was last year.
He said it again this year. And then the Senate President told me, well, it's more of a Clorox Christmas.
Yeah.
So it's a tough funding year. But you can see on here that what our request was to get to parity with small districts is still almost $27 million. So if you add up our ongoing and our one-time, we're at 16.1, which is still quite a bit less than districts are receiving. But I think this 8.3 was a recognition that charter schools are required to do the reports. They are doing the reports, and we can't continue to ask them to do it for next to nothing. So that's the good news. When I met with the Speaker of the House before the session started, Jim Moss came in with me, Cindy came in with me. He said, get loud in my ear at the end of the session, remind me that I agree with what you're saying here. He'll try not to cut it. He likes our approach. He likes that we had a 3-year and a 5-year plan. So hopefully it won't get chopped up and spit back out. But so far it's good news, but not over till it's over.
That's but thank you for that report, and thank you for your every single day.
It's really fun driving.
Finding a place to park.
That's
That's the hardest part.
Exactly.
Finding a place to park.
And
So,
I would love for any one of you that want to come up at any point. Again, having Cindy on the Hill all these years to represent the Utah State Charter School Board has been immeasurable. It's just way more authoritative coming from you than it is coming from me and Royce. They need the information, so there's a learning curve, but if any one of you would be willing to come, we'd sure appreciate it.
thank you so much, and that's a good segue.
Yeah.
Vice Chair
I was just gonna ask more of a housekeeping question. My schedule fluctuates week to week, and I'm trying to stay on point with the meeting times for these committee meetings. So if I find that I'm coming down and I'm thinking the night before, oh, it works out for my schedule, is it okay if I pop you an email and just let you know I'm coming? And what is that the best way to let you know that I'm gonna be at the
Yes,
Capitol?
Yes, and then as much notice as you have, they set their schedule at the beginning of the session, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, generally the first couple of weeks of the session for appropriations. If they need the State Charter School Board to come and report, which they often do, they will request via your staff or your board chair to have someone actually come give a presentation. If that happens, I'm happy to help put that together. Cindy and I worked closely on that the last several years. But anytime you want to come up, just give me a holler. And tomorrow I have several meetings with executive appropriations. Just to remind them, this is what we got, please leave it there. So, the work continues all the way until that leaves.
Yes.
And it's getting closer and closer to that time.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. The 7th of March, I think we conclude this year, right? And the nice thing is Utah has an exceptional legislative website that things are
Does.
Yeah.
easy to find, and you can find calendars and bills and the status of those bills, and there are potential email addresses or phone numbers, but even better if you can speak in person and to have that opportunity to be on the Hill to do that. So thank you for representing us
Hopefully
so
we'll get
well.
anything like savings this year.
Okay.
They're working on it.
All right, the good segue is that means, are there individuals from this board, I don't know if we say are willing to or would mind, Director Kramer?
I know that have had conversations with our newest member because of her extensive expertise. Also, Vice Chair Spiker has been kind of working with former Vice Chair Phillips, and we've just kind of talked. And then Member Biesinger has also stepped into, in particular, you heard about HB 219. There's a 218 too that he also was involved in. And so we have kind of a good starting and bench. So instead of maybe one individual chair, maybe there's several that could speak and members pulse first, so that's a really good strategy.
Yeah.
So.
I think it's good. I think it's good to, having somebody work with him and Royce is good. one person, but I think it's a little bit better to have several. Because then, you know, if they see you and they understand who you are. Then I think that's really helpful. Things will have, and sometimes it's good to have several people at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, and you don't have to be there the same day necessarily, but you can call so-and-so, you can call so-and-so, you know, that type of thing. That can be helpful too.
Thank you
If
for
have
that
con-
advice.
If you have connections with them. And last year, what came out of executive appropriations hardly looked at all like what we gave them, so don't get your hopes up. I mean, it might be different this year, I hope. I'm hoping.
That's what Kim is saying, until the fat lady sings.
Right.
So, but hopefully.
Very different.
That reminder. All right, so would someone like to make a motion if you're good with these three individuals being our primary representatives and giving them that authority to do that, to represent us, if you're feeling all right about that? I'm seeing Member Bassett nod, so maybe she'd like to make a motion relative to that.
So, help me word it. I move to,
Authorize the,
authorize. And are we specifying our members? Member Pulsifer and B. Singer to speak for the board. Oh, and Spiker, sorry,
No
I'm
worries.
sorry. And, Vice Chair Spiker.
No worries.
To speak for the board in discussions, during this legislative session.
all right. So a second to that motion, only, you're the only other one, well, any of you can second that if they're all right too.
Sure.
All right. And a second.
Oh, I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion, all right, so thank you for representing us, and it doesn't mean that others of us won't be there to represent as we're able to and to be there, and as that good advice from Member Pulsifer to be there, and if, especially if folks know us and identify or from, they can talk to us and ask questions and be a part of it.
So as much, and I might say, as much as speaking to for behalf or against certain bills, just building the relationship.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And can I just add, I left out, Paul and Marie were rock stars on the hill. It's so helpful to have folks that are willing to come up
Thank you.
and talk,
Mhm.
answer the questions. They did an amazing job. They represented.
Member Beesinger was there too. Yes, it did feel like a nice tag team approach that day. Yeah,
And I saw photos of Vice Chair Spiker during the day on the hill for that was the opening day, I think, right? So well done, all. Thank you so much. for
as
that.
we're closing out this, sorry to interrupt, this particular agenda item. Also, we're really closely following SB 267, which was referenced. Just dropped yesterday. We did give, thank you, Lisa, thank you, Smriti, for providing fiscal input, because we needed to provide to the fiscal note. And we did a quick turnaround, less than 24 hours, to help USPE on that. It does radically change our funding structure. And so we're really tuned into that particular one. And then we're also closely following the appropriations, not as they just impact LEAs and public charters, but as they impact a state charter school board. And you may have seen in that list that there's a one-time reduction of $307,000. We argued that it not be taken away. We'll see what happens in the exec appropriations, but it also looks like our ongoing state charter school board funding could go up in kind of counter that particular thing. So just wanted to throw out those things as part of this agenda item.
Thank you so much. Board members, I apologize. I do try to keep us on task, but I didn't do as good a job today as I would like to. We're a little bit over. But if you hang with us for just a minute, I'm even wondering, relative to the information item, relative to oversight model and framework, can we wait till March?
We're gonna go get on the stop.
You sure?
We'll see you there.
The oversight model and framework, is it something? Okay.
1 minute and important, the slide that has steps 1, 2, 3. So for this particular agenda item, we just wanted to reference this for our board. The accountability framework, we have 3 steps left, because you have already seen so much of the work. You've already approved the policy, you've already approved the procedures and some of the forms along the way. We've been keeping you abreast. So step 1 We are now ready to dump it all into the 30-day public notice and the comment period. It's going to happen any day that I'm going to do that. Step 2 is that the public will review, and also the state charter school board needs to provide a final review. What we don't want to have happen is we're done. We put it out to the public. Public says everything looks good. And then our board did not take the opportunity to also, if you're inclined, you don't need to because you've been abreast of all of the different oversight and accountability framework, but please do, once it's populated, we'll let you know it's out there, do a final review and give us any of your feedback. So that step 3 in the March 20th, we can have a final discussion and possibly motion to approve. We've been at this work for, 8 months, different stages, and we're there. And so that was all we wanted to do, is make sure you saw that you have kind of, in our view, one last opportunity to review and provide input.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, be watching for that, and that'll give a good 30 days before the next meeting.
Same
that will be
slide.
posted. And your executive director's report.
Can also accordion style it and shrink
Thank
this
you.
one down. There is something to pass around. Andreas, if you could pass around those 2 flyers. The first slide talks about committees that were really active and engaged. The executive committee is always providing continued support and leadership. We meet often. We now have an overview committee that's actively engaged. And thank you, Member Bassett. And also that was member, help me, oversight committee was member Beasley. Thank you. And that really, we centered on some continuous improvement. We invited some members of the outside to talk about continuous improvement with us. Then they went away, I think, satisfied because we listened to what we can do to improve some of our processes. Just today, I think that we had an approval for Voyage Academy's agreement. And so there'll be that signing party next time. The Finance Committee will analyze some of the Utah State School Fiscal Year 26 appropriations. Next slide. We can give you some things that our staff has been doing. Betty Jimenez is going to be joining us as an education specialist. And we're really excited to have Betty join us. Marie, talk briefly about our process and maybe about Betty.
Just under 200 applications, and then going through narrowing those down to about 20 people that did a task, and then some phone interviews, and then in-person interviews. And I think you're going to be really pleased with her. I will meet her next month.
Betty Jimenez. Jimenez. Thank you. Jimenez. And I also had the pleasure to meet Betty, and she is going to fit in perfectly with the team. That's why I really liked her. You'll see and meet her and hear from her in our March meeting. Canyon Grove Academy, just a quick update with their spa work as they are in the process of moving out of their leased location and into a permanent facility up north. And update regarding several large contracts. We have a one-on-one mentoring program, school-to-school mentoring program that's going to help improve the support systems that we have in place for some of our struggling schools. We also sponsored both a charter network, Utah Charter Network, and the association. Just got done 2 weeks ago with one of their winter seminars, and we heard it was a huge success, and we contributed to that. We also have what's called an innovation cohort. There should be circulating 2 flyers, one that talks about the innovation cohort, and that's really exciting. Those are those that receive the innovation grant that they're going to be getting together and learning from one another. And we outsourced some contract work to help us with that. We're really excited about that work. I also wanted to talk about the Lunch and Learn. This Lunch and Learn is going to be sponsored by Roundtable Funding, which is exciting. And then we have pictures of Marie and myself. We're not presenting that day. We're fill-ins.
No,
Identity moment.
Name changes, we've noticed.
We got the Charter School Growth Fund coming. We have an operator from South that's coming, that's done a remarkable job. It's going to be a great spring lunch and learn that Amy Pace has been really awesome.
Those flyers, did I have a set?
Yeah, sorry, I only printed a few just to pass around, I'm
Oh.
sorry.
No, just have them. I don't need to.
Oh.
I just thought they were information that we needed.
They are just for informational, just to circulate. We'll keep you aware of what's going on. They're just exciting
I'd
things.
love to attend the lunch and learn.
Oh, I know. We gotta go. We had 40 participants last year. This year, we hope to have 80. We want to double in size. We're gonna do it
Love it.
here. Again, it's gonna be sponsored, which means it's no money out of our pocket because we have a generous sponsor stepping into it. And it's gonna be centered on facility challenges.
Who's catering?
We don't know. We did present at the Appropriations Committee. You heard about that. And then we are in progress to meet at some schools in the spring. So once we don't have this winter wonderland out here and we can travel better, we have a school in Beehive that wants us to come and tour and meet at their school for a board meeting. And then we also have, what's that? Early Light. And so Early Light has been very generous in letting us know that one of our upcoming meetings, Andre has been working hard on that. I tried to go really fast. We had the kickoff event for the 25 and 2025. That could be the beginning. Thank you. We have heard. Thank you.
Oh, so good.
We're entertaining a possible spring event. May or may not do it depending on our capacity and our priorities. But we definitely are engaged already in lining up state and national conversations and presentations. So we know that one of the strategic aspects of our work has been to present nationally, and we're now getting into those conversations. Can you present here? Can you present here? Can you do this? And so I think that the 25 and 25 opens up some doors. So yeah.
Good.
There's nothing there to really do and nothing in the next one either. So hopefully that was.
Thank you for being the
Accordion
accordion.
style.
Just anticipating that was gonna happen. So thank you for moving your position and he played a fast polka.
Yeah.
So we could get through to the end with that accordion. So thank you so much. All of you, thank you for a long day. Welcome to Member Pulsifer joining our team now. We're so glad to have you here. Thank you for your candid conversations today and really insightful questions and discussions. And it just makes this board really successful, and I appreciate all of you being here. You need to get on the road because it's snowing. Our next meeting is not the second Thursday, but the third Thursday of March, and it's the first day of spring. So maybe we'll start seeing blossoms by that point. And so having completed all of our business, I'll call this meeting adjourned until March 20th. Thank you all. Thank you. Get on the road and be safe.